Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, you crime buffs.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, I've got something right away for everybody before we get started. Let's go over. What do you say, Beck? Want to
Yeah,
learn about 404 in South
I
Carolina?
would love to learn about 404, ma'am. I missed like 3 hours of your stream yesterday total, so I went back and tried to watch it all to catch up. So I
Yeah.
didn't get a chance to look it up. Yeah.
Right. Well, let's get right started because I think they're gonna start right on time this morning. So let me show you what I got for you guys. Okay, so far. Let's just play this from Law Corn. Let's refresh then, since you said you missed a little bit. Let's just start refreshing with what happened at the end of the day. In the beginning of this, it'll be a little silent. I'm hoping, though, that as soon as the judge comes on, that you can hear the sound. Basically, at the end of the day, did you catch the part, and I hope that everyone in the chat remembers, when the defense brought in speaking about the lawsuit for the death
Oh,
of Valerie
yes.
Beach, death of young
Oh, yes.
Valerie Beach in regards to the boating incident?
I knew that was going to come into play.
Ah, why
Oh,
is
can't
this
hear a
not
thing, honey.
Tomorrow
okay?
morning, however, address the Rule 404 issue, particularly 404B that provides that evidence of other wrongs, crimes, or acts may be admissible to show motive and some other things. And we'll address that issue tomorrow morning. And as far as witness preparation or witness availability, particularly in light of my ruling with regard to the last question posed, trust that the state will be prepared to move forward with evidence that establishes facts by clear and convincing evidence.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And we'll be in recess till 9:30.
404B, huh?
So that 404B. 404B. Okay. In South Carolina, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. It may, however, be admissible to show motive,
Ah,
identity, the existence of a common scheme or plan, the absence of mistake or accident or intent. That's right from South Carolina Judicial Bench
I
that
see that.
the laws used there. Okay. So, all right. But I don't just have that.
So it splits it. It could go either way with this judge.
Yes, but let's say, okay, so ask yourself, why would Creighton Waters risk the judge's ire? Why? Because
Well, because he's got to throw that in there.
what is the state's motive? Why do they think Alex did this? What are they trying to put out there?
That Alex, did the murder?
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were
Well,
talking about boating stuff. Well, I mean,
no.
obviously the whole trial behind the boat is a huge part of this family's problem right now. So I
Mhm.
know that's why they brought the whole thing up, because it's going to show, he had to sell a property to pay off the lawsuit. Hell, he got the kid to say that before they brought up the
Mhm.
boating accident on the
Mhm.
literally brought it up. Ooh.
Yes, they did. So right here, B, he mentions, right? Right from
Mhm.
South Carolina. Other crimes or acts, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible, right? The same thing I just read you, unless motive. Note, it's identical to the federal rule, okay? It's going to be rough, but listen, that's the fact. The case that they are trying to make is that Alex Murdaugh was so upset about the financial stuff coming down
That he freaked out.
that he was out of his mind. That morning, he was reminded that there was 700 and whatever odd $1,000 missing from his partner's funds. It was misplaced. The partners found out that morning and approached him. That's why they mentioned Chris Wilson. He was there. And the secretary and Alex Murdaugh were saying, oh, well, it must be an account of Chris Wilson's. They tried to nail it on him first, but Alex knew it wasn't him. He knew that money was paid to him direct, and he never gave it to the partners. Okay, so he already had, walking in that morning, $700,000 that he knew was coming from his partners. Everything was starting to unravel. He already knew his son was going to be indicted on these charges for the boating, and there was going to be some problem there too. They're trying to portray that the prior bad acts, these financial crimes that he's been accused of, are the motive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it is, and also, I wonder if they're going to bring in the drug problem as well.
It's the what?
They're going to try to bring in his drug problem into it, or
Well, I don't know. They haven't mentioned anything about that
Nope.
yet, right? So, like, I don't know. Like, he did admit himself to rehab a few times, but
oh, okay.
he did it. He did get, but was that just to get out of it? I don't know. Like, there's always been speculation.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know. He's a sketchy, weird guy. I just think he is. Like, like watching him and his movements and how he reacts to things. He's sitting there like chewing on candy all casual, and then he cries, and then he's just chewing on candy all casual. Like,
exactly.
I don't know.
Right? And so, like,
He's a fishy character.
He definitely is. I'm just checking screens while I'm talking to you. But that's interesting, right? And by the way, I have lots of clips for you during breaks and lunch today. I have all the original clips, the dog clip. I also have the one with the trees that they were talking about. Alex and
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah.
That's the
Driving
other
around.
thing that kind of snuck in on me. There's video out there of what Alex was wearing during the day. It wasn't what he was wearing when the police saw him.
Right.
It wasn't. It's a completely different outfit.
And what time of
And
we'll
completely
we'll
different
talk about that
shoes.
video when
And
Huh?
completely different shoes.
Uh-huh.
Like, I understand during the day, okay, changing from shorts to pants. It's South Carolina. I get it. You're going to go walking around the fields. You're going to go looking at, like, trees and stuff downing, you're going to be jumping in and out of the golf court. Put pants on. Like, who needs like
Yeah.
ticks, bugs, things? I get it. Rough
Well,
and
it's
rumble.
also hot. It's also usually hot down, like
Mhm.
June down there. Well,
Right. And then
June's not as
later,
bad as August, but
when you're just knocking around the house and the yard, maybe putting your shorts on because you're not going to get,
yeah. Well, we have common sense though, Claire. Oh, Pete brought up a good thing. He said early May 2021 was separated and ready to file from some sort of divorce ?
I don't know, but there's that receipt, the Gucci receipt circled there could also be part of the motive. But anyway,
Oh, okay.
this is what I love about watching live trials is that we're going to watch Creighton Waters come in there. Now, did you catch what the judge said? He said, prosecution, you should be prepared to prove it. Witnesses, evidence. If you think these financial crimes are the motive, I want to see it. Oh, what are we going to hear this morning? With or
I
without the
don't
jury?
know.
This should be good. I don't
I
know.
know it's going to be great.
But can you tell I woke up with nitro for sure because I haven't even had my coffee and I'm this excited. Can you imagine? I was just like last night going, 404B, eh?
I know. I was thinking about it. I just got so exhausted by the time I went back and watched the whatever. I think it was like, actually, I think it was about 3 hours total.
Are you kidding? Those that know me, they're probably surprised I even slept. Oh, Claire gets to watch a legal battle at like 9:30 in the morning. How would you ever sleep? Like, yeah. Creighton Waters going up against Harpootlian with Judge Newman. It's like a dream come true. No,
Right?
seriously. No, I live for this. And Creighton Waters is one of the best when it comes to it. Did you notice how he snuck it in there?
Oh
At the end,
God, yeah.
he
I mean,
waited.
oh my
He
God.
waited. And how did he do it? Boom, 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 like everything right in front of the jury. And then, but that's how the judge laid it out when they spoke about it prior, when he brought it up before he started questioning the witness. It was brought up. Harpootlian says you can't go there. Jim Griffin is the one who laid it out in front of the other witness.
Yep, he brought it up.
Okay. Was
Once
that
you open that
mistake?
bag of snakes.
Now I have two minds of thought about that. It was either an oops, going for sympathy because he was, or it was very crafty way to lay out for a mistrial later, or for appeal later, that it shouldn't have came
Yeah.
in against the judge's decision. So what does the judge do? He says, I will go for it case by case with the statements that are made. In other words, as we go, now that I know what you guys are up to, I will deal with each objection as it comes. In other words, giving the defense permission to object during the testimony. He's not going to get upset, and saying each time I will. And yes, so Creighton waits right to the end of it, and then boom, boom, boom. Of course, there's an objection. Juries go, we're done for the day. Jury goes out, and that's when the judge says, that's it. We got to deal with this in the morning because we can't be doing this like this.
404B. Okay, so Always Grateful said, I do believe that AM and MM had been living separately and she had been in contact with an attorney. So that is interesting.
The conversations she was having with the woman on the phone and everything, where she said like, oh, he's up to something, he wants me to come over there, he's asking me to come down. It did sound like there was something going on between the two of them, that they weren't as close as appeared at the time. Just the way she was
that's why
referring
they're
to him.
asking about how close they were, because the divorce part was lingering in the background. I didn't know about.
I wonder if we'll
That's
hear
what's
from the
going on.
divorce attorney. I mean, there are so many witnesses on this list. Who knows? Angier asked, have you seen Creighton have you seen what a case he's been involved in? Not a live case. No, I have not watched, but I researched all the attorneys involved, including the second chairs and the third chairs. Creighton Waters has an outstanding big case history in the area. He goes up about the big bad guys. Okay. So yeah. And he wins. And he wins. Oh, also, did you guys catch that John Mieters was there? They hired him last year Okay, and he's on this big case too. He's also got quite a reputation, John Meters. And did you see the AG Wilson was sitting there at the table yesterday? This is a
Oh,
big case for them. Yes, this is a big case.
oh, was he the one over on the right,
He
looking
was
like he was in charge?
he's got like his hair is thinning, but it's dark on the sides. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
with the
okay.
suit,
Yeah,
and
I did see
everybody
him.
was like there, but like, Creighton where everybody's trying to act casual, but boss is in the house. Boss was in the house yesterday. Yeah,
Yeah, well, that
yeah.
explains why Waters was staring directly at them constantly. He never took his eyes off of them except for brief,
Mhm.
movement of paperwork, and he was like focused like a hound dog on a freaking turkey or something. He was on it
Yep.
yesterday.
Yeah. I was and Chair, I obviously do not have a job.
No,
This is
neither
like
one of us
I
do.
I breathe this stuff in the morning. Well, even when I did have a job, I was fascinated with the legal. But a few years ago, I was retired against my will for disability, and so I've got a lot of free time. This is how I fill it.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
going after my passion anymore. You know.
that's right. I forgot about that. Always Grateful said there was something shortly after the crimes where I believe an attorney stated she had sent something to MM and had feared that AM had seen it. That's right. I forgot about that. I totally spaced on that. Yep.
I don't realize this. I remember that from the Maya Millette case. That's like sticks in my head because the clerk is like so devastated about it. I did not remember this either.
Oh, that's right. That was from Millette, wasn't it?
Is this Millette or is this her? Well, it could be because I got to tell you, Kim remembers everything from Murdaugh because she's very from the area. She
Oh, that's
remembers
right.
all these small details, so she could be right, and I'm just not remembering it because it has been so long. We'll have to check. I wonder if that's gonna come in. If that's true, that's probably gonna come in. Because remember, the state has to put motive out. Okay? Definitely. Um, yep. M filing anything would cause the finances to be looked at, which for A, that's a problem. Here's the thing. The indictment of Paul also meant discovery, financial discovery. And he nailed it. He said, "Do you know anything about financial discovery?" Oh, what? You know? Mm? And there was, he answered no to everything. Rogan Gibson answered no to everything that was answered, but still, it's out there.
It is. It definitely is
Mm,
out there. That's a lot.
yep.
That's
Liam
a
says,
lot at once for some guy that's got a drug problem. That's a lot at
yeah,
once.
right. Alex also seems to be the kind who is affected by public appearances. Uh-huh. I agree. I definitely agree.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
Kim. Which one is you put MM twice, honey?
This is for Murdaugh. Her friend also stated that Maggie has been finding ways to get money and was hiding it from she means Alex had been finding ways to get money and was hiding it from him. This was after the bounce check.
Oh.
Okay, so they're hiding money from each other either way.
Oh, what a perfect relationship.
Hmm.
See, but that's what I was saying. Like they were asking whether they have problems, and I said yesterday in the like as far as I've seen in the South, when people that aren't blood related to you are around, you act perfect, and then you fight when everybody's gone because they don't want anybody to know that there's problems in the family because it makes them look bad, you know. So,
Hmm.
okay, yeah, Kim, thank you. Uh,
Liam says
yeah,
that's
so
true.
so these kids saying, "Oh, they always looked happy." Well, that doesn't mean
Yeah.
shit at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
what they're going to in front of them and everything, and maybe they did
Exactly.
for keeping up appearances, and maybe that was all behind closed doors and just happening too, and they wouldn't know about it. Remember, most people don't pay attention to something until it's like right in their face. They
Court is
go
now
by.
in
Oh,
Exactly.
session.
here
Judge
comes court.
Newman presiding.
Oh,
Okay,
here we go.
cool.
Judge Newman's up. We mute.
Please be seated.
Good morning. First, I want to address the ruling yesterday overruling the objection by the defense to the state's questioning of the witness on redirect as to whether he was aware of certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh or Murdaugh Duck. In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Griffin, the witness was asked whether he could think of any reason, the gist of it, if he could think of any reason possible why Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing. That, in effect, turned the cross-examination of that witness from dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness for Mr. Murdaugh. Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence that was adduced from that witness. In the court's view, that opened the door for the state to respond by asking questions, as the state did. Hence, the court overruled the objections. In addition to all of that, the objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties early in the trial, that objection should be made and the legal basis stated. An objection of totally inappropriate is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection. That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue as to those questions yesterday. And that character type evidence was not only sought by from Mr. Gibson, but also, is it Loving? But also Mr. Loving. And none of that really implicated Rule 404, 404B. One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules. And thirdly, it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense. The defense in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening statement throughout. In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case was a reason for the murders to have occurred. And by the defense inquiring of the witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the voting case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. That's the basis for the court's ruling as to opening the door, introducing the voting case, and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues. And those issues will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go, prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
Well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses, and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as it relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to show propensity to commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, well, I'll address it later regarding res gestae, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan. Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly, or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic and occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial, or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime. This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County, in which the res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including evidence of commission of an earlier crime, the test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion under res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant, and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving its immediate context, or the res gestae, or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court held that did not require a 403 analysis. Because the evidence was properly admitted as part of its gestae, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible, provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial. And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record for purposes. As to Your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536 F3rd 306.
F3rd, yes.
Yes, sir. And it's important to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was charged with. First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud, and that's a specific federal statute, 18 U.S.C. 1512 A1C. Also ending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further, the indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And so, and under federal rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, it's simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh, murdered Mr. Paul Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes. There's no scheme and artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court clearly stated that we have not reached any determination on 404, that the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The boating case, as you introduced through the witness, and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine a scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Yes, sir. I apologize, I misunderstood.
Yes.
Your Honors.
I did not rule based on U.S. v. Siegel and overruling your objection yesterday.
Fair enough. I guess I would ask for clarification of where we go from here. Is your intentions to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury on their proposed 404B evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I can save all the arguments then. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you set up a witness, whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera hearing, where we need to dismiss the jury for whatever period of time that might be. We can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Like I say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witnesses here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seckinger from the law firm. If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right.
Wow, wow, wow. So although she does not have carte blanche, she has not decided totally on 404 with use allowance to the evidence with the motive to see if 404 can be applied by the motive. And all, Jim, sit down, like you close to you. This is trying to get out of it. I like, oh, nothing's going on. Is that any better? How about now? I want to make sure.
I don't see anything going on here, so just let me know. I'm not underwater that I know of. Nope.
Minutes.
How about now? Is this better? They're going to take a recess. I hope you can hear me because we're on recess. Okay, is it better? Thank you. There, I fixed it. Okay, which I didn't do anything but just move my head like 1 inch. Who knew? Who knew? Okay. That was a great Peanuts moment. Yes, I believe it. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, and thank you so much for the super sticker. Let me just put that up for a sec. There you go. Oh, it doesn't show the sticker, but thank you very much, Dan, and good morning. Thanks for joining us. It happens to be that little blue bird with a big thumbs up. And damn, I am excited this morning and very happy to have that big thumbs up because this was, I love that. Now, as the judge stated, basically just from what he stated, okay, he is allowing some of the testimony on 403, in other words, to go back against the character and everything, because he believes that when the defense started talking about the relationship for the two, that was to build character as to how this possibly couldn't have happened. They directly asked both witnesses if they had any idea. Jim Griffin asked both witnesses if they had any idea how this could have occurred, and they said no, they knew there would be no reason for him to do this. Now, if the motive is the reason, and the state has every right to present why they think it happened, especially now that the defense is pushing back saying, see, nobody can understand why this happened. Nobody that knows them would ever think that anything like this could happen. They left the door wide open by bringing up the civil suit, number one, under 403. They're allowed to answer that. They brought it up. They're allowed to answer it. And under 404 for motive, they're allowed to bring all the other financial crimes in. But he's doing it as it goes. He wants to hear everything. He didn't give them carte blanche, but it's still on the floor. It's still coming in bits and pieces. Oh, I'm just, ooh. It's a good morning for me. I love this saying, Albert Camus. Okay, there are crimes of passion and crimes of logic. The boundary between them is not clearly defined. Absolutely. Scholarly, lawyerly sentiment. Absolutely. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Always creative. You're making my morning there. Nothing like legal and literature before 10 a.m. No, absolutely. Much better. Much better morning today. Mm. I wasn't drinking any coffee while I was talking. That's not while I sounded underwater. I think it was it really was just an inch difference in the mic. Well, I'll have to make note. Yep. Claire is secretly a mermaid. Her secret is out. Shh, I'm a bear. Don't tell now. Don't tell secrets. That would be a good one. Let that one get on the rumor mill. I actually have a tail, a fish tail, instead of a cute little bear butt. Yeah, it's a good one though. It's a perfect one always. It's absolutely. I'm actually copying it so that I can put it in the private chat so that I remember to add it to the description of today's video. So, what are you guys thinking? I mean, some of you seem just as excited as I was about this, which is good to see. It actually that you guys find the law just as fascinating as I do. For a bunch of non-lawyers, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, you're not a lawyer. Why are you following the case?" Because it's exciting. That's why. Because I love it. That's why. Because of stuff like this, where a judge actually gets to sit there. And some of you caught that he was actually reading from one of his own cases in case law. Judge he has decided these factors prior, and he has let them in prior for the state. When the door gets open, the door gets open. And we did just start, but there are good points already. But it does sound like the whole morning is going to be back and forth with this, going on back and forth. Now, I don't know whether to continue on with my presentation that I had today. But yesterday we also got some information around Twitter. There was a Pharaoh video that the defense had created. And I was going to go over what Pharaoh was and stuff. I actually have a website for you guys to check out. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Liam says, thinking the defense is whining like kids caught putting their hand in the cookie jar, that they never actually took a cookie. Exactly. Or here it is, Liam. Yeah, I put my hand in the jar. I took that cookie and I ate that cookie, but it wasn't my favorite cookie. And I didn't like it very much. And I would like the opportunity to go for a better cookie. That's kinda like what it's like with the defense, like, you got caught doing it, but it didn't work out the way you wanted it, so you'd like a redo. Mm-mm, mm-mm, not happening. Put your hand in that jar, took that cookie, ate that cookie. You're just gonna have to live with that cookie now. 'Cause what's the saying? 'Cause that's how the cookie crumbles. No, no, I know I'm having too much fun, but I shouldn't because it may not go all the way into Creighton waters. It might not open the door all the way for Creighton waters. It's going to depend on what he presents and how he presents and whether it's enough. I think finding out about $700,000 that morning, that was coming on his head, and his partners were going to find out what he's been up to. I think that was pretty strong motive. Yeah. Or at least it puts it to his state of mind. It also questions if all that was going on. Didn't he mention any of that when he was in his interviews? He sure did mention Paul's problems. of what's being harassed and this and that. Yes, Liam. Oh, do you mean Creighton? Yes, BCE could be placed by Richard Dreyfuss. Yes, he does have that kind of look. He does with his glasses. And I do. I think that would be great because we're talking about the movie, right? The Murdaugh. We're making a movie here. Gary Busey is Alex Murdaugh, and Kate Creighton could be played by Richard Dreyfuss. I see that. Morgan Freeman. Yes, for Newman. I see it. That smooth voice, that calm demeanor. I get it. The confidence. Absolutely, Beck. I see it. Newman, played by Morgan Freeman. I can't believe we're making a movie here. Okay. Mm. And it says, I am glad the prosecution is able to pursue this avenue and I'm interested in the defense's position change on it. Well, because he knew he was wrong. The judge hadn't said 404B, everything's coming in. He said, we're going to go and see what the evidence says about it and if it's enough. He was talking about 403, that he wasn't going to strike from the record Creighton Waters' question because it went back against character. The way that Jim Griffin had brought forth character in regards to the relationship of Alex Murdaugh to his wife and to his son. They're allowed to push back on that. It is, I do believe they're going to have some good strength there as regards to it being motive, especially since he mentioned the secretary from the law firm that had the conversation with Alex Murdaugh that morning. If it's the same person, I mean, that's going to be pretty pretty damning. Pretty damning. I have another actor in mind for Alex Murdaugh, but I can't remember his name or the names of any specific movie he was in. I can only picture him, and I'm trying to Google it now. Would it be Steve Buscemi? Because nobody remembers his name, but he's a great character actor. He's the guy with the big eyes. I'm wondering. I don't know. There are crimes like frost on flowers in one single night destroy character and reputation. Yes, Henry Ward Beecher, always coming out with the absolutely. Another excellent one. Denzel. Denzel's a good choice too, Liam. But don't diss Morgan because of his age. I mean, he's aging fine. And so is this judge. He's probably around the same age, actually. Exactly, Claire. But it does sound like defense will have to change up its defense. Yes, its tactics too. I agree. He does look a little bit like him. Mm. Wesley Snipes is another choice. There you go. He'd be the same height. I don't know. You guys are something. These legal quotes, they're definitely going to the description today. That's an idea. I wonder if I should start putting stuff like that. Did people really get at me? Say, oh yeah, she thinks she's a lawyer. No, I don't. I just like it. You know what? Like all of us, Liam, like all of us, age is catching up to all of our favorite actors and actresses because, we are. Listen to this. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're back, and I'm silent.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. We do have, again, that custodian witness. Then I think we would have to, we are rolling some additional witnesses, but I think at that time we would have to break and do at least the first in-camera witness. again, I think that may set the table for a lot of subsequent things. And then we can have some additional work outside of any 404 stuff in the afternoon, Your Honor. But certainly happy to do that, or if you want, we can put up some multiple witnesses on the in-camera here today.
So I think as it relates to each alleged bad act, it must be, the court must be informed and addressed separately. Of course, some may be a series of things occurring almost simultaneously, so that may be a different scenario. But we'll see how it goes. We're ready to proceed with the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
It'll be quiet for a few minutes while they bring the jury in, but I'm leaving the feed up so we can watch the defense table. I knew they were going to pan over there. Harpootlian looks a little concerned. He looks busy reading. Hmm. 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 Jim looks like he's trying not to look flustered. We can hear that the jury's coming in. Do you see A.G. Wilson there, third person in?
All right, thank
Here we
you. Good
go.
morning. Welcome back. Day number 9. State's case, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
Raise your right hand, left hand on your Bible. You affirm the testimony about the report in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Please take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
Please call. Good morning, Ms. Galore. Where do you work?
Morning. I work for SNAP Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead. So I assist with and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process. Sure. Our team responds to legal process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
Correct.
And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
And in the normal course of its business, does Snapchat keep records if the user so chooses?
Yes.
What kind of records does Snapchat keep?
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation, depending on the settings of the user.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
I do. Yes.
And what are you holding?
The paper here is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right, and that was a search warrant from SLED
Yes,
that Snapchat responded to?
correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of paper, correct?
Yes,
And is that also located on the CD and the digital records?
yes, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, state would move these into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
I'm gonna hand you back states 304. And you indicated that was subscriber information, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you read for the jury the subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided to in response to the report?
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. This was created, the account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. And there's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case, it doesn't seem to be. Phone number listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh, and the status is active.
Okay. And when somebody uses a telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay. And what about the email? Is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 306. This is already in evidence. And I believe this is a CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, I have.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay. And did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine the video first uploaded and first sent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about the upload. Was it uploaded to something called Memories?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is Memories? What does that function with Snapchat?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memory so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of saving, like saving something in the cloud?
Correct, yes, it'll be on the server.
All right. And in reviewing these records, did you determine when this account uploaded that particular video to Memories?
Yes, this video was first seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours
Okay.
Eastern.
And did the Snapchat also keep a record when an individual sends out a communication?
Yes,
And did you determine or reviewing the records, that account sent out that particular video?
yes, it was sent on the same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern time.
All right. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306 and see if you recognize it. And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get the, get on the screen? My apologies. Oops. Okay. What's going on now? Try it again. Sorry about that. Can you see the what's on your screen right now?
yes.
All right. I'm gonna play that one more time. Okay, and do you recognize that video, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right, and is that video, the video we just discussed that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes.
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 PM and sent at 7:56 PM?
Yes.
No further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can we pull up the Snapchat video, just have it frozen on a screenshot? I think it's plugged into this computer. All right, that's good. So this is what, or part of what Snapchat gave to the state on July 6th, is that of 2021? Is that correct?
Correct.
So the state had this on July 6, 2021, in the state's possession,
I believe so.
this information. And you testified that this was uploaded at 7:39 PM on the 7th of June, correct?
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the production.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the, perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if one were to click on this video file and you know, where it has various metadata that pops up on the screen, would we see a media created date?
I don't know. I
Well,
would know.
let's see if we would. Court's indulgence for a moment. Can you see on the screen the metadata for this file?
Yes.
And does it say June the 7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And so this was shot basically a minute before it was uploaded, is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, you know, every minute and every second, you know, can matter. Does Snapchat keep a list of, and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No.
And why was that list not produced?
It wasn't requested in this case.
You mentioned earlier geolocation data. Was that produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
Is it possible for, I mean, I don't know how it works, for some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
If his settings were, yeah, if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was, that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
Was that requested?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
By the state.
No, no, it's supposed to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
May step down. Yes, sir.
The state's next witness would be Jeannie, Seckinger.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence. I do not know exactly how long it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you through the, after you speak for the bailiff, we're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now, you all have lunch coming at what time? Nobody knows. 1 o'clock, 1:15. All right. Well, we won't need you before lunch. So if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
Well, I am hoping, well, we're going to hear obviously because they're going to be putting people on the stand. So hopefully we're going to hear everything. And now we wait while they get their next witness. But no jury for a while. I am confused about what he said, that whether he would need them before lunch or wouldn't need them until after lunch. Like, I'm thinking he said he might need them before
Please.
lunch.
All right, again, the state we call Jeannie Seckinger.
There we go.
Raise your right hand. You affirm the testimony you have to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Good. Let me fix this Elmo real quick. You understand we're here right now outside of the presence of the jury for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of your testimony.
I do.
And just very quickly, if you would, give us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I wouldn't in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay. I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMED, which is Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, any business, insurance, and HR related.
Okay, and that's for whom?
For Peters Murdaugh Parker, Elstroth, and Dietrich.
So that's PMPED,
Correct.
and that's the law firm that Alex Murdaugh used to work for.
Correct.
Is it have a different name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
All right. So just very quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties as it existed for PMPED back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my financial duties are, actually, I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes. Also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed and anything HR related.
I want to ask you a little bit about the financial structure of how PMPED works, if I could. And if you could explain that a little bit. People often think of lawyers as partners, but are they called partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
And explain to me how, if you're let's just call them quote partner, if you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021 and prior?
So every partner received a base salary that they would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
Right. But that distribution would not take place until when?
Usually the last week of December.
Yes, sir.
Waters, I was distracted. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back, Ms. Seckinger, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again, explain to the court how that worked. How are partners, and we're going to call them loosely that term, how are they compensated?
Okay, partners are employed salaries who are paid a biweekly paycheck throughout the year with a base salary of $125,000. And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year, that divided up the remaining profits of the firm based upon the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation at the end of the year after all overhead is paid.
Correct.
Is there also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead. And once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right. So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead? Just
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide for supply, postage, et cetera.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for this 7.5% as well, correct?
That's right.
All right. And then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes.
And when does that take place?
The last week of the year, generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
Basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C Corp entity. So that the objective is to get it out to the partners and avoid double taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need a budget.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 310 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the employment agreement each shareholder / partner would have signed.
Okay. And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
And then number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
Okay, now tell me what that means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPD.
All right, and so if a lawyer earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No,
Is that a hard rule to understand?
no,
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
no,
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm.
that's
correct?
right.
If you get the money written straight to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah,
That would be stealing it.
stealing. Please, could y'all turn the screen to me? All right. So. Is that better? Can you see that in the seconder?
Yes,
All right, so 2 and 3 are the provisions you were just referring to.
that's correct.
Tell me just a little bit of your observation. How long have you known Alex Murdaugh? Let me ask you that.
I've known Alex since I was in high school, so roughly 40 years,
And how long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
about 23, 24 years since 1999.
And did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case, is it your understanding that Paul Murdaugh was charged?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that Alex Murdaugh was civilly sued?
yes,
And there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were murdered?
that's correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and Alex ever have any discussions about structuring fees?
We did in late May of 2021. Right about the end of the month, some discussions about Hirschberger, a disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement. And the conversation was that he had done it improperly, because to structure fees properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the insurance structured annuity place. And we would need to be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, Alec had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that it would not be any tax benefit to him. And at that point in time, he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it. And he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the future.
Okay. Did he say he was trying to do a favor for anyone too?
He did say he was friends with Michael Gunn, and who is the owner or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to try to put up to about $250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
All right. When you say Forge, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company that does structured annuities.
You have the full name real quick?
It's Forge Consulting.
All right, let's call it Forge Consulting.
Okay, Forge
Try to do that.
Consulting.
All right,
Yeah.
tell me about Forge Consulting. and what they are.
They're a company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys. They do some wealth management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now. They provide a lot of financial tools.
When you say that you had a conversation with him about him supposedly structuring fees, how did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries or my assistant brought to me that had been brought to her attention by Alex secretary or paralegal Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with Alec about this.
Okay. And so had the money already been paid?
Yes,
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm just trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name, structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity, Forge
Yes.
Consulting.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 311 and see if you recognize that series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
Yes, these are the Hirschberger settlement documents, the case that we're talking about, the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay. And are there 1 or 2 in there ultimately?
There are ultimately 2. There's one that's structured to look like fee, and then the other one was structured to look like it was client's money that was being sent on the client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of at the time?
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alec was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated?
Right. We were not thinking about him misappropriating funds or stealing any client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
When you say we were concerned, who's concerned?
Myself and some of the partners.
Why are y'all concerned about him potentially trying to put money in a structure or in Maggie's name because of the boat case?
Well, because would be wrong and we did not want any part of that.
Let me put this up on the screen real quick. All right. Do you recognize this document right here?
Excuse me. Yes, that's the document that is in question with the $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right. And right there, and tell me what this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers, and we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third, and our expenses of $9,300. The Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off, and then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
And what is this line right here?
That would represent the fee.
At this point in time, had you actually seen the check that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go?
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
Okay. So fees come in from somebody who pays a settlement. Where do they go initially?
To-
What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Okay. Fees go in there?
Yes,
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
it goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client,
And then the portion of that that is allocated for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
to the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Forge Consulting or anything like
No.
that. After you had that conversation with Alec, did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had a couple of conversations about it in relation to some other, when we were having some other conversations, but we didn't really readdress this again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put it on the back burner?
I did. I was, at that point, it had been done and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to see, to put in my mind later to see if anything else had been done like that or to see if he was going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alex Murdaugh's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was, please.
So on, this was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and said that she had something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is in itself is odd generally.
And why is that odd? Why did Annette call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the, the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
So why is that a concern to you that now you're hearing the fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPD, or he's received a check payable to him.
All right. And we're considering the possibility that he perhaps received a check payable to him. Aside from that being stealing, as you had earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat rack.
Right. All right. Stand by for me. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, for the purposes of this hearing, as Exhibit 312, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the expense check that we received in the Ferris matter
Okay. And
from Wilson Law Group.
just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what's in that packet.
The rest of the packet is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check. Then the rest of it, the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
Okay, keep going.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. that looks like, it actually looks to me like Alex initials, and then it says Bank of America.
Is there a series of emails after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicky Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
All right, let me put those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing. All right. So this is email, and Annette Griswold, explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of Alex's primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right, and what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses and no fee?
All right, and what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's informing you that Chris Wilson's office says they already got the fees.
Correct.
All right. After that, did you have a conversation with Annette what to do?
I did. I actually talked with Lee Cope. We went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting, ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble. So Lee and I decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email to Annette requesting the disbursement, the supporting documents, and the general ledger printout for Chris Wilson's office, which is what we keep in our office.
All right. And if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is.
All right. What's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right. And so then what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So apparently Vicky in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation. So on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicky what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets, expenses, supporting docs, and ledger.
All right. And you're included on that email?
I am CC'd, yes.
Okay. All right. Did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
Vicky responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that was on the 2nd. The next day, Alec came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it anytime.
Okay. And did y'all discuss anything further when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to get it. At that point, I didn't indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
And that was on what day?
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
Okay. All right. On June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
Just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And how much were these fees supposed to be? Did you know?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point, the firm had not received those fees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was to you, was related to Chris Wilson at that time?
Lee Cope, we had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
All right. So tell me about June 7th. How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from Alec if we had their information. I went upstairs to his office is on the 2nd floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. And he turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from Alec, from just kind of frustrated with me look, which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's go in your office." So we went in the office and closed the door. And at that point, I told him that I had reasonably had received the funds himself and that I needed proof that he had not.
Received those fees himself?
Yes.
And I needed proof that they were not?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again, that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it. And at that point, I said, I'm just trying to do my job, and if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that, and again said that that money was there, and that he again was trying to decide what he was going to be doing with it.
And did y'all get to conclude that conversation, or did something interrupt it?
We did not. He took a phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the hospital, that he was going to be terminal, and that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business, and I immediately asked about him and his family and his dad. And, we got talking as friends at that point, concern over the family. And after that, I shortly left. So it briefed and cut down the conversation.
All right, you'd come in there asking for proof where that money was, because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes,
Did you have a conversation later in the day with Ellen?
I did. Around 4:00, my phone rang, and I remember that because I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4:00, my office extension rang. And at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balance. It stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he had asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But I was surprised that he was in the building working on it.
And why was that?
I just thought he was leaving a deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
Is that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them, but I did not get confirmation until I received a text roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you shocked by that?
Yes.
Scared?
Yes.
Worried?
Yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody. Yes, especially Alec.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did. We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders, and then his father also passing. When we got back around, Lee, Paul and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted. Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing that we thought was really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly, but Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right. Ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
From Alec.
And what is that the email up on the screen that you're talking about right now?
It is.
All right, and we see 600,000 for Andrew Ferris and 192 for Denise. Explain that breakdown if you would, please.
So there's two parties in this case, and apparently there was two recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was 600,000, and Denise's was 192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this 792,000? Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
Yes.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes.
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
That would have been in September, after we found some other misappropriations and we had confronted Alec and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look and make sure to already defer something else that we had missed. And at that point, I decided to print a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as I did that, I started printing all the documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alex Murdaugh's signature. And everyone that came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex's signatures on the back of these checks.
Right. And just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account?
Yes.
And they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement in the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like Alex's signature.
Okay. All right. And so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America. And Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had, and he verified that Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right. Around this time, did Annette bring you anything and that this is all going on?
Yes, so this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313 states for purposes of this hearing. You recognize that?
That's the check.
This is the actual check that was found. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, hold on for me real quick. Got an endorsement on the back. Let me ask you this. You've worked with Alex Murdaugh for how long?
23 years roughly.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes.
Can you recognize it when you see it?
Yes,
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
that's his signature in
It's his
handwriting.
writing?
What if you have copies of these? There's exhibits for the court.
Yes, sir. And Your Honor, if you'll just give me 1 second, I'll hand the exhibits we're talking about up to the court as well. But up on the screen, is this the check?
Yes, yes,
And then on the back, whose writing is that?
Alex.
Once you started printing out all those forged ones that had Alex writing on it in Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given.
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in and what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Okay. Did he ask for a leave of absence?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
After the decision was made to resign, was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do and announce it the first of the week.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes,
Is that Labor Day weekend?
yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Ellen?
The next thing I heard about Alec was, I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
You know, nobody knew what to think. A lot of thoughts went through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get probably?
As the jump reviewer.
Once we found this out on the 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information and going through all of our stuff to figure out what else we had missed or what else had occurred.
You've already described the checks to the Forge account at Bank of America, which was a fake Forge account. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was there another manner in which Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And generally explain how those work.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if they were going to be held for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the boat, of the roadside shooting, when we were going through stuff in Alex's office, we actually found Forge, Alex Murdaugh doing business at Forge bank statements in his office.
Okay, so you found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
R. Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Okay. I'm gonna get a document marked if I could real quick. Client trust account checks, what color are they?
Green.
All right, and the operating checks, are they a different color?
Blue.
Your Honor, 314 for this hearing, this will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 314 for this hearing and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the Forge payment method.
All right. And by the Forge payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to Forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right. And again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart and keeping these records. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes of a particular category?
This is just for purposes of this particular category.
And what category is that again?
Forge.
All right. All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen. And just real quick, if you could just go across and tell me what the various categories represent, please.
Excuse me. The categories, if you see the column of category Forge payment, those would be where checks were actually written to Forge as if those were the beneficiary's proceeds that were being sent for a structured annuity.
Okay.
The next line where it says Barrett Boulware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Boulware from Southern Fidelity Insurance. And Alec actually endorsed that check. He had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
All right.
If you keep going down, the majority of these are Forge payment. If you get to Dion Martin, the first.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going across though, we've got the client, we've got the civil action number, we've got the category that you were just describing, we got the date the trust was funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And the date the trust was funded, what is that category refer to?
That refers to when we found out and did the deep dive into exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these, put money in client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
So the firm had to pay the money back that you've determined in each one of these cases that Alex Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
What's the total amount on this sheet?
$2,841,512.55.
And again, does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
Just real quick, I see that says 129.11 for Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
Yes. And that would be the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
I'm gonna hand Exhibit 314 up to you. And if you could put my pen here and then just put your initials next to it, please. Going back to Exhibit 314, if we look at all the check dates on here, we have the earliest one being about August of 2015. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then it continues all the way up to early 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Spreadsheet that was just marked. Have you also prepared some supporting documentation for each one of those transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
And these are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's correct.
And each one of these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is a particular case is Elise Mallory. And just as an example, and see if you recognize that document.
Indeed, this first document is the disbursement, which would have been drafted at the end of the case, that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. This one actually had a payment to forge, so I have a copy of that canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay. Let's put that up on the screen real quick. And are there similar documents, supporting documents for each one of these transactions that's on your spreadsheet?
There is.
All right. So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And I didn't ask you, but very quickly, tell me what a disbursement sheet is and how they're supposed to work.
So a disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of a case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had beneficiaries.
All right. And then down here at the bottom of this particular one, do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
Okay. And going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line of that other disbursement, as well as the back of it showing the endorsement.
And is that the real forge or the fake forge?
That's the fake forge.
All right. And then what is this document right here?
This is the correcting disbursement. The yellow totals would signify what the correct amount should have been and the corrections that would needed to have been made.
First page, in this particular one, how much was the recovery? You see that?
$183,528.
All right, and then was there an attorney fee taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
And do you know why, who requested the fees be reduced in this?
That would be done that.
Alex did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake forge account where Alex stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
There is a supporting documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those in the, with the witness. I don't want to sell myself short if I need to. I don't know if the point for purposes of your honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one of those. I'm happy to keep going.
Is this Mr. Griffin? Is this yours?
So do you?
Wow. Are you guys excited? This is really going quick.
Okay.
Laying out all the case, all the motive.
Court's indulgence, 1 moment, Your Honor.
What do you have? Do you have a summary of everything, Ms. Seckinger?
Miss Seckinger, yes.
Seckinger is.
Do that from the spreadsheet, Your Honor. And then we're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark, but I think with Ms. Seckinger, we can kind of walk through each one and describe each one while we do that. But each packet has, we've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there, and then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation. But we've got just have a few supporting documents for each one, which is the disbursement sheet, the fake forged check typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Seckinger?
That's correct.
And so I can go through those quickly, and we can do that on the spreadsheet. And then we have one other category that they of manner in which he was able to misappropriate money going back to, I think, 2008, 2009, something like that.
You may proceed.
Thank you. All right. So, Your Honor, we're going through that packet that was provided up there with you, and we're going to go in order, except for Hirschberger, which we already talked about. And so, Ms. Seckinger, can you see okay on that screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna just kind of move through these as expeditiously, but as accurately as can. First, I have this particular client, Miss Adriana, is that correct?
That's right.
All right, and I'm gonna put 317 up on the screen, and is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that, yes.
All right, and down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's Alex's signature.
All right, and would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
Typically, we did the checks on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right, and then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right, and then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The 225,073.46 went to a fake forge account that was for Alex's benefit.
All right, and is that the check right there?
That is,
Whose signature is that right there?
that's Alex.
All right, and that's 225 and change, and then you have the corrected disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alex misappropriation.
That's correct.
All right, let's move to the next one. This would be for Mr. Barrett, using the first name, is that correct?
That's right, Barrett Bolware.
All right, and just using the first name. We have this first one is the 75,193, is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier that was payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly account.
All right, and I'm on exhibit 318. We're going to the third page, but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Bulware?
That is, and that was actually found as we went through his desk after September 3rd.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there? I can zoom in if you need to.
That's Alec's writing.
All right, and this is the deposit slip went along with it?
Yes,
And what's the name right there?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and the amount is 279,856. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we're still in exhibit 318. And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
Whose signature is down at the bottom?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And what does that say right there?
$279,000, $850.65.
Is that
Forge,
fake forge or real forge?
fake.
All right, and then what is that right there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alex signing it and endorsement on the back.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did that one. All right, let's go on. And we did the next two. Those were those two fees that Alec told you he was structuring.
That's right.
All right, or at least this one was, correct?
That's right.
All right, let's go on to Ms. Gary. This is States 319. This is the disbursement sheet right here.
That is the initial disbursement sheet.
Okay, and what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a forward structure right there of 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That forward structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries. And again, it was paid to the fake forge account.
All right.
You see the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
All right, so that's 112.5 right there, correct?
That's right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the clients.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next one. We have Mr., and I'm gonna use their first names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Christopher.
Mhm.
All right, and we have this, you have this disbursement right here, is that correct?
That's right.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alec Murdaugh's,
And we got how much?
750,000.
Going to what?
Fake forge.
The fake forge, is that correct?
That's right.
And then we have the check,
That we do.
and who's, do you recognize that on the back?
That is Alec Murdaugh's.
Okay, and this is $750,000.
That's correct.
All right, and then we have another disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client.
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000
We did.
that Alex spent,
We
client
did.
money.
He did, he stole it.
All right, let's go to the next one. Dion Martin, we have 3 for Mr. Martin, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at that. We have,
We have a little category here. It says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn for 500,000. And then it's offset by the proceeds structured annuity below. This would represent like there was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent. And that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
so just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Ella created a phantom a real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
All right, but that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Okay. All right, right here on the second page, we have a disbursement to Forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that real Forge or fake Forge?
That's the fake forge.
How much is that one?
$338,000, 56 $56.14.
Okay. Now, we already talked about on this list, we talked about the fake fee of 200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the 338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going. And what's that?
That's the check for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake forge and endorsed by Alex.
All right. And then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000. And this one incidentally had a quote attached to it and is signed by the client. And that also went to the fake forge account and his personal account. This is a copy of the quote from Forge.
But no Forge structure was ever
No,
materialized.
none was done. We verified none was ever done.
All right. And what is that $45,000 check there?
This is the $45,000 check to the fake forge deposited by Alex.
And is this the disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Elise Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning. It is an example. Is that
That's right.
All right. So we've done that one, and that was 183,528, where he took every last dime of it. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
All right, the last one I talked about was 321. The one before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page. And we have Mr. Jamian, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and right here, we've got a disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we have a forge of $90,000.
That's correct.
All right, and is that real forge or fake forge?
Fake forge.
Okay, and what is this right here, sideways?
That is the check payable to Forge, the fake forge, and the endorsement on the back of the check.
All right, and then we have an expense disbursement right there of 5541.17, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified later that that was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we used that as well.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Yes.
And what did Alec bill to the client that y'all determined was improper?
Some airfare
To where?
on a private flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the Keys.
Did y'all have to pay that money back too in this corrected disbursement?
We did.
That was exhibit 322. We got 333, Mr. Johnny, $95,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, on the first page, we have the disbursement sheet, and we have a forge line right here for $95,000.
That's correct.
And did that go to the real forge or the fake forge?
Fake forge.
Okay, we have a copy of the check right there. Is that
That's
correct?
the copy of the check and the endorsement and a copy of the correcting disbursement.
Y'all had to make that right to the client.
We did.
Moving on to 324. Mr. Jordan, we got a disbursement to Forge, is that right?
That's right, for $85,000 along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
Okay. And then the corrected disbursement, correct?
You missed the one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right. And then the correcting.
So we had an 85 and a 65,000 for that one, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 325. This is now Mr. Manuel, and we have a $70,000 forge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake forge.
Fake forge.
All right. And what's that right there?
The check payable to forge, the fake forge, and the endorsement. And this is the correcting disbursement where we paid the client back that 70,000.
Go on to the next one. We got Miss Mary, and we got a settlement proceeds to forge of 19.5 right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is exhibit 326. And did that go to real forge or fake
The
forge?
fake forge,
All right. And what is that right there?
copies of the check, the fake forge, and the endorsement on the back by Alex.
All right. And then the corrected disbursement having to pay the money back
Correct.
by the firm. All right. Going on to Mr. Randy. Right here, we've got a disbursement of $9,569.30 on exhibit 327.
Correct.
All right. Next page, we have what?
The copy of the check payable to the fake forge and the endorsement by Alex on the back of it.
All right. And then the correction disbursement.
Correct.
All right. And last one for this set is exhibit 328, and we have Thomas Moore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex.
And the amount to forge of 125,000. Is that
Yes.
right?
Incidentally, that's a forged signature for the client. The client confirmed that when we met with them.
Do you recognize that handwriting
It appears to me to be Alex printing.
on the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we have the fake check right there,
That's correct.
or the fake forward check. And then that's all on that one for right now. Is that correct?
Well, it's partial correction. Yeah.
Okay. All right. With things like this going on in a lot of cases, Alec had fair amount.
Well, we found them in these several cases, and in the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common with them.
And that's my point, is
Yes.
that there's a large volume.
Yes.
These are sprinkled throughout over years and years and years.
Sprinkled out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you. Let me get a couple more documents, Mark.
I'll stand for a moment.
We should all stretch too. That was a lot. That was a lot. But wow, was she keeping him on point? Yep, she was definitely keeping Creighton on point, making sure nothing got missed. Adding in extra information without being asked to make sure the nails are in the coffin for financial crimes here, for sure. I think they sold it already, Pete. The home. Yeah, I think it was part of the settlement for the boat incident just for Maggie, Paul, and Buster. Hmm. Buster looks sedate. And is that the brother Randy next to him? Uncle Randy Murdaugh? I think it is. Oh, muting again. They're going to come back now. Stretch is over. I hope you all breathed.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 329 here to this proceeding, and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is a spreadsheet of the payments that were made to Palmetto State Bank and misappropriated through that method.
All right, you testified earlier that the fake forge account, the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forge, started around 2015. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you just uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011 and 2012.
Okay. And did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in Allendale where his wife was killed. And I believe a couple of children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement in that particular case?
In the Badger case, the total was apportioned to Arthur Badger was $3.1 million. There was also a companion case, Donna Badger, with a good bit apportioned to it as well. I can't recall the number right here right off the top of my head.
Right. But just for Arthur Badger, who was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm
The firm
did.
did.
So that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
$1,260,000, is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that particular case once y'all did your review?
That is not
What else take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
And how did he go about doing that?
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank that were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account, payments to Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying back personal loans that they had given him.
Okay. And so we've got now what's been marked as Exhibit 39 up on the screen. I'll let the sirens go by. Guess I'll just talk over them. All right, we've got on this one, we have,
That's right.
and we have the date, and we have the amount, which is how much?
$1,360,000, and that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 330. And is this the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
And down here, we have Palmetto State Bank payment to fund structure per client request. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And did that go to the client?
No.
I see there's an email right here. Who is that from and to, and what's the date on that? You need me to bring it to you?
So this email is from Russell to Alec. Doesn't look right. There was an email that came from Alec to Russell asking if we could recut the checks in a certain way. Then Russell independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No,
All right. So ultimately,
and ultimately those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written and what benefit they went to.
and they were made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank.
And then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to them?
They got converted to personal usage for Alex Murdaugh's benefit.
Real quick, I see the spreadsheet says July 2005. I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
I'm gonna bring your spreadsheet. Let's do that real quick. I'm getting a pen and November 11th, 2012. All right, let's talk about another case. I'm looking now at Exhibit 332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what was the amount on that particular one?
There were 2 payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right, I'm looking at Exhibit 332. We have down here at the bottom, we have payment, and it says what entity right there
Palmetto State Bank.
for 325.
Yes.
So was a check cut from the trust account for 325?
Yes,
And is that it right there?
that is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that money went for Alex's benefit.
All right. Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay that
misappropriation?
back.
All right.
What you're seeing now is just all the different payments that were made from that money.
Those were converted at the bank into personal use for Ally.
That's correct.
All right, we're looking at the second bet for how much is that?
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
From the client trust account?
correct?
Did that go to the client or did that go somewhere else?
That went to Alex's personal use again.
All right. And did y'all ultimately have to make that right?
We did.
Last one is Mr. King, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms. Thomas?
It is.
Got 2 misappropriations, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this disbursement sheet, we have right here on the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto State Bank,
For how much?
$309,581.46.
All right, and that's signed by who on this?
Russell Lafitas, conservator.
And is that the check right there?
That is the check.
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
And what year?
December 2011.
Okay, and did that money go to the client?
It did not.
Did you ultimately have to pay that back?
We did.
And then finally, $60,000 for
The
Peggy's-
PR fee again. We decided to pay the PR fee back.
and that's the PR fee right there for Mr. Lafitte. Is that correct?
That's right.
The one who signed that disbursement sheet.
That's correct.
You mentioned Russell Lafitte. Do you have a relation to Russell Lafitte?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my husband's sister.
June 21, you can't get any answers about those Ferris fees, correct?
That's correct.
And that conversation ended because he was father, correct?
That's correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And additionally, Alec called you about having to get finances together for a hearing in the boat case later that week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul.
That's correct.
And ultimately, in July, y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you later find out about whether not all that money was in the account?
We found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion was that?
There's a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
And once, a few months later, your attention got turned back to these matters and you ran that inquiry, then the whole thing started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This time, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You have an idea about how long you plan to be? All right. So we'll take a break now for about 10 minutes.
Wow. 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 Well, if anyone wants to come up for 10 minutes, I could talk though. I could talk myself, but I'm glad to have anyone. Feel free. Wow. Mandy, can you believe it? Like, we're just doing 404B briefing here. The judge wants to hear everything Creighton has on the motive for financial crimes being the motive before it goes before the jury. So we have no jury right now. We're just going over all the financial crimes, the evidence, everything Creighton Waters has put together. Can you tell Creighton Waters been all over these indictments or what? Like, he was ready. Okay. Wow. Oh. The house, okay, Peter Hutchins, the house is under contract, but they couldn't actually do anything with the funds or finalize the deal because there's a lien on the property based on the civil lawsuit. So yes, technically it is sold, but the financial transaction couldn't take place because of the lien. So that's the difference there, Peter. The lien on the home prevented the transferring of funds. And so it is sold for 3.9 million, or the deal or whatever it was listed for 3.9. The deal is there. Everyone's under contract for the deal, but they couldn't do the financial transactions because of the lien. The judge had to accept the settlement, what the amount would be to finalize the lien and the amounts so that the property could be released. Now it all makes sense, right? Like, because like you can't actually see the sale of it anyway. You can't look for the finalized transaction of sale. They are under contract for it. The judgment has been approved in the Mallory Beach case. The judge did finally come through and say that they'd settled appropriately and he's fine with it. It is sold to someone according to all the articles. And according to the judge, like he's releasing the lien. There's a lien on the property. There was a sale last year. They were under contract when they could not finalize the transactions because of the Mallory Beach lawsuit. It's just not been transferred. So the financial transaction, all the money was put into like a trust. It's sold. Exactly, Verillion. Yep, that's exactly how I'm trying to say it. The house no longer belongs to the Murdaughs at all. The house has been sold. The money for the house has been put into a trust. The deed could not be transferred because there is a lien on the home because of the civil lawsuit for Mallory Beach. The judge had to approve the settlement of the money and the funds, how it would be done, so the transfer and release the lien. Once all the money is paid, the lien will be released and the transfer of the ownership of the home will be appropriately documented and searchable. Yeah, they did buy it. Yeah, somebody bought it. That's where all the money's coming from. Yep, somebody definitely bought it. That's why they have the money for the settlement. That's how Buster got released from the settlement, and that's also Maggie. Mm. Yeah, Mandy, it's hard to see like these kids are acting quite entitled, both Paul and Buster in numerous ways. And you wonder because Maggie had so many friends and they all said she was so great, but now it's coming forth that this financial fraud been going on for over 10 years with Alex Murdaugh, and you wonder how much she may or may not have known. But she did find a bounce check and she was talking to people about her finances. I'm wondering if she was thinking of leaving. I had heard she was not living at the house at the time. He was saying that was not unusual. I'm not sure. Someone else had said perhaps that she had spoken to a lawyer already. Mm. Oh, Verillion, that's a very good question. I wonder how the defense is going to cross this accountant. Well, based on what I've heard from her so far, good luck, defense. Bring it. I think she's ready. She was schooling the prosecution to make sure he got all the appropriate words in there. Don't forget you missed this one. And yeah, using words like misappropriated, fraud, deception. Yes, she was making sure all the terms were there, whether he said them or not. So I think she'll be ready, Verillion, and I'm pleased we're gonna get to watch that, actually. I'm wondering if they'll come forward with any questions at all. I mean, they brought this in as character. If this comes forward, this is definitely going to hurt the character of Alex Murdaugh. Yes, but that's not why prosecution wants it in. Prosecution wants it in to set motive. June 7th, everything started to crumble. He was in no state of mind. He told them he was going to visit his father, but then he was home working on finances because he knew they knew, and he was trying to come up with the money to cover it. He was scrambling. Mm. Anna, she was very prepared. And like she says, she's known Alex for 23 years. I would imagine she's quite disappointed in what she found out. She looks like she's setting it all right. It was like tried to pull something over on all his partners, his friends, his clients, the people he was supposed to be helping. Yeah, she seems to have quite the strong opinion about all of that. Aaron, never give rednecks money. Rich or poor, they'll get in boating incident and someone will get shot. Well, that's exactly what happened here. Well, several people got shot, unfortunately, and Alex actually paid someone to shoot him. Mm. And we must say allegedly. Peter's right. Allegedly, someone will get shot, and allegedly. Mm. Wow. I am now. Now I'm looking forward to the defense crossing. Now you've got that in my ear, Marillion. Yes, exactly, Mandy, right? Those of us with a little bit of business fortitude, we know, don't mess with the accountants, especially those good at forensic accounting, putting it all like backing into everything. We know how to dot our I's and cross our T's. Mm. Exactly, popcorn. We need more popcorn and coffee for everyone in the chat because definitely. Um, I'm wondering though, like I wonder what the process is. I mean, this is to lay it out for the judge that the questions can be laid out in front of the jury, and questions can be made to the witnesses in front of the jury in regards to the financial crimes. I wonder who he has on the list that he's going to bring in front of the jury. Yeah. Well, you know what, that would be standard. The turtle miss, she is probably more disappointed that they had to call in investigators. I'm sure she did all the work and helped them, but you need a third party to prove it, especially if it's going to go criminal. They can't go just by a partner or herself bringing it all forward. Yeah, I've seen the movie The Accountant. It doesn't end well for those who misjudged him. That was a good movie. That is the only Ben Affleck movie that I really enjoyed, besides Chasing Amy by Kevin Smith, which was cute. Yeah, I liked that one. That's about it. I'm not an Affleck fan, basically because he ruined Batman for everyone, and he did a really bad job with Daredevil. Really bad job. Oh, wow. So this is going to take, I think, most until after lunch. We'll see. I don't know if he's going to let this go in front of the jury or not, but I can't wait for his rule. I can't wait to hear what he decides. I think there's plenty there. What do you guys think? I'd like to know, do you think there's enough there to prove that that could be motive, not character? Remember, 404B. State wants to bring it through as motive. They've been saying it all along. No, Aaron, I didn't find Gigi to be a cinematic masterpiece. I did not. Jersey Girl, no, no, I did not. No, I didn't. Mm-mm, mm-mm. So, Beck, you think there's enough there? And so does Anna? Okay. I think it will come up as witnesses. I don't know if it all will be presented again. It's a very good question, Liam. Will the jury have to have this all repeated to them in some way or form? I believe so. I'm not sure about that process actually. I'm just as curious as you are. I do believe that once the judge rules that it can come in, it comes in as he would have presented it to the case. The witnesses that are already listed on the witness list. There are 255 people on that list. Um, so if there are those there, I think the way that Creighton Waters is acting and presenting, I'm sure he was prepared for this. So I'm sure they're on the list, and I'm sure that they can come before the jury once if the judge states that it can come in as a reason for motive. He may put some parameters on it, on how they can speak about it, and that will affect what witnesses come forward. But I do believe that it will be presented to the jury a little bit differently. I don't know if they'll just call her back and have her go through the whole thing again, or if they'll enter the testimony of the record to the jury. I don't know. I don't know. Mm. Mhm. Okay. Mm. Oh, Mike, there was a coughing, just a bit of coughing, and I didn't want to do it online. Thank you, everyone. So, so only two of you think that is going to go, that there's enough there for motive, or only two of you want to say? Aurelian, do you think that there's enough here for motive? That do you think the judge is going to allow this in? Liam, what do you think? Aaron, what do you think? Mandy, I want to know what you think too. Always, if you're here, I want to know what you think. Shill, thank you. Shill thinks there's enough there. If they can't take notes, that it puts away more emphasis on the closing statements. Each side will have to put the information in a solid order to make their argument. Exactly. But remember, closing arguments aren't evidence. They should only point to what evidence they should be looking at. They don't get those statements again once they're in there. Yep. Always Crapel says, I think it's there. How about you, Turtle Muse? Do you think there's enough here for motive that the state should be able to present this to the jury as motive for the murders? Since the defense seems that a father and a husband would never do anything like this. Are the jury festering in the jury room? Had they been sent home? The judge was kind of perplexed about that. He didn't know whether to release them until after lunch, but he said he may need them, so he did send them back to the jury room. But he did tell them it would be a while. Currently, I can't link the motive to the deaths. I need the underlining reason. Discovery of financial crimes. Because Paul was being indicted, discovery would have released everything. Financial discovery is an issue in civil lawsuits and in criminal lawsuits. And that was mentioned by Creighton Waters yesterday. That's one of them. That would have definitely came out during that lawsuit, Varillion. And also because in that morning, he found out that his partners were finding out about his misdeeds at the law firm. They had checks. They asked him for documentation. He then went home and started working on what he said the lawsuit for the boating incident to find funds. He was looking to find funds for that if they were going to settle. But in actuality, it appears he was looking for it to come up with the money to put back into the law firm. He didn't want to be discovered. It's crazy. Yeah. But at the same time, his dad was dying. They're back. Wait, let's see. I think they're back. There's enough to establish possible motive, but the prosecution will need to present more to convince the jury that he's the murdering type and not just a run-of-the-mill white-collar criminal. White-collar criminals don't usually pay someone to shoot them in the head or deal with drug people. Like, if that all comes in, like, if the rest of it comes in, wow. Mm. Okay, I thought I heard them, but I'm gonna keep it up just in case, because you can hear noise in the background. If you hear, that's them talking, so we'll see. They should be getting ready to come back in. And it says, that's where I linked the motive for murder. You mean the pressure for the financial crimes being discovered? Also, the money was being put in Maggie's name, and maybe she didn't know about that. Welcome, Charlie. Lunch lurking, always welcome. Hmm. Yeah, 7 million. But they didn't find out it was 7 million for many, many months. In the beginning, it was only 100 and some odd $1,000 was the first canceled check, which was presented to him on June 7th. So, like, it was just a start. Remember, the rest of what we heard all happened afterwards. But he knew all of that. That's what he was worried about being discovered, what actually did get discovered. And that's what what the prosecution is laying out, that just because on June 7th they only presented the one check, Alex Murdaugh had the knowledge of everything else he had done and what was going to be exposed if they went further. So that's why they laid out the rest of what happened all the way through September and October. And the turtle move says, if, as the defense claims, there is another shooter, then this would at least be conspiracy to murder. Yes. Murrayan says he kills his family, then tried to kill himself through hire, leaves one son alive. Either Buster is extremely special or I don't know. True. True. Mm. What was the thing on the house that made it hard to sell? If you're talking about the Moselle property, it was the lien from the boating incident lawsuit. They didn't want that property sold when they knew that there were going to be a settlement, so the judge had approved that nothing could be sold without approval of the settlements in the court. You know, they had to wait for the lawsuit to be settled or released from it before any monies could be transferred. So there was a lien on the proceeds. The money couldn't be used by anybody until it was settled, which it just recently was. I hope that answers it for you, Wrecker. And good morning. Pete says to Turtle, in reality, another shooter would be his friend, which would have alerted Murdaugh beforehand. Mm-hmm. Yep, but hiring a killer and being hands-on with the killing are different things. It's probably enough to convince the jury, but probably good isn't good enough. You're aiming for certainty. True. No reason, no doubt. I do get that. You know, there was a lot going on though. It's going to depend on the mindset of Maggie. If they have evidence that she was filing for divorce, I think that seals it. I'm waiting to hear. And Liam says, we don't know if she had uncovered some of the money and confronted him earlier in the day, or if he suspected she may get knowledge based on what the accountants were doing. True, Liam. We don't know. Let's see what they present.
Please be seated.
Mr. Griffin?
Good morning, Ms. Seckinger.
Good morning.
I want to first just go to June. I want to go to June the 7th when you were up in Alex Murdaugh's office and you were talking to him about the Ferris attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had just gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you, well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was previously. He wasn't at the time of his death.
Was he beloved by the partners in the law firm?
Yes.
And his father, and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the hospital, and you mentioned that, you know, the belief was that it was terminal.
Correct.
You stopped your work and turned into a friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father. Right?
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly as to where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away. Monday was the 7th. He passed away on the 10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure the date, but that sounds right.
That Thursday, right? And if Alec had stayed out of the office from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back in the hospital and terminal until his dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Now, what you were looking at investigating was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Miss Ferris or the state of Ferris.
Correct.
And they got a excellent result during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
And that and you were the firm got an expense check but no fee check, and the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's paralegal, where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid, and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
And in fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money's in my trust account
He did in July.
in July that was forwarded on to you, right?
That's right.
And I noticed, well, let me back up. Did Alec explain, did he come up with a story to explain, well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee?
We did discuss that. Yes.
And in that law firm, your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
And so the fact that, and just so the record is clear, when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees, it is delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Is that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product, if successful, it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past, when the payment of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past. And when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured into our allocation at the fee breakdown at the end of the year.
So there's no, I mean, the fact that there's a structure, the time you did it, when it was disclosed above board, it is, and just use, say, $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right. And that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive. That'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000.
It did.
So he got credit on, or she got credit for the $1,000, even though it never went to the firm?
Yes.
Okay. So if a partner,
If a partner did it correctly, it would be recognized and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee. It was whether he had received the fee personally.
understand the, and he had said he had it and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
That's what he stated.
Now, the spreadsheet and the files that you were asked about, I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
And after Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death, murder on the 7th, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's death on the 10th, how long of a delay was there before you got in touch with Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
And you don't know whether Lee, how long it took Lee Cope to reach out.
You would have to ask Lee.
And so, and you can't testify to that. We would have to ask Lee, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then you had talked about a Hirschberger case where there was actually what appeared on paper to be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're having done one in the past, it did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that Alec would have to pay income tax on it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's correct.
And his explanation, I think you said that was back in,
Late May, early June.
yeah, that check was May 12th, 2021, the
Mhm.
Hershberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that check.
Okay. And that, and so the thought there was, and Alec told you that, well, I'm just trying to sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm being a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hershberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that Alec put that money in a fake forge account that was Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Correct.
And you don't have any information that that money then went into Maggie Murdaugh's investment account, personal account, or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his Forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
And I think you said that that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hershberger matter until sometime in, I think you said, it did not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
Okay. And early September, you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany, or, you know, just a thought. Well, let's just see what how many times his cases have checks going to Forge.
Well, when you're speaking of epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he'd brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on Forge and see what that turns out, rather than digging one by one.
Okay. And what prompted you to do that?
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to Forge, like this other one with Hershberger, so that we could account for them and discuss how we were going to handle them at the year end with the bonus distribution.
I see. And at what time of the year do you have to prepare final reports for the
December.
partners? For December? And when do you start working on that?
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in September, you were, I guess, doing your job, trying to see if there were other Hershberger type structures out there.
That's right.
Okay. And so you ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
These were electronic records?
Yes.
And you didn't have to order bank statements for anyone. You had them right there on your computer system?
I have mine, yes.
And there's nothing that happened well, let me back up. We've seen checks to Forge, I think you said, going back to 2015.
Correct.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and maintained them since 2015?
They were. They didn't catch our attention before that.
And there's nothing about the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was there.
That's
18.
right.
And that's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, do you have the summary exhibit 314 up there?
I do not.
I may have it. Well, I guess I put on Mr. Elmo here. It's not my favorite animal, but well, let me just have you look at this right quick. Can you go through exhibit 314 and there, the grand total is $2,841,512.55, and tell us, just identify anyone on this list that is just straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns, but I know like Elise Mallory or one of those two, some of them should have been firms' fees due to them.
Right. But all the other ones, but the Hirschberger matter, involve proceeds that should have gone to the client, right?
Which your client stalled, yes.
Right. And that, well, you investigated it and you came to that conclusion, and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize Alex to put this in a fake forge account?
We did interview the clients. Most of them, we met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize Alex to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients.
Correct.
And get their response.
Correct.
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
Correct.
On this list of 314, is there anyone where you didn't go to the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alex to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right. Okay. Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds. That's exhibit 314. I think you said Alex had power of attorney.
He did.
And was Mr. Boulware alive in 2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that Alex did not have a permission from Barrett Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR. So that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would need Ronnie Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed to do without.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people have told me that they either did not know about it, was covered up, or was forged.
And they would need to come in and tell the
They
court.
would, and they have.
Or they've testified,
They believe they have,
not in this proceeding.
not in this proceeding.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right.
And your brother-in-law?
That's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinckney. Do you know if Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas. I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pinckney. I can't remember the exact circumstance. And he was the conservator for Arthur Badger's wife.
Okay. And Mr. Lafitte, I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Correct.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out to pay, according to your investigation, expenses that Alec owed. Is that right?
Correct.
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
Correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
Now, I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of these. Let's just go to, I'm going to put it up with Ms. Elmo, and it is the Ben Allen Kendall. Well, that's Hirschberg, but let's don't do that. Let's do the next one, Adriana. And let's see if I can do this right. Do you see that one? That's the disbursement sheet.
Yes.
And the recovery amount here is, and it says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct.
And that, according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
Correct.
And then the attorney's fees here said $22,000. Is that the firm got $22,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess does this footnote explain what happened?
Yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's fees and costs $19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et cetera, and other matters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those are fake bills?
They look to be legitimate.
Did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes,
And how'd you do that?
by looking at the paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay. And then here, there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits. There's an exhibit A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it. Did you prepare this footnote?
I don't remember which ones exactly I prepared. I've prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation and a footnote as to what the entire transaction was.
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come in here, explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
That's correct. It's also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all looked over it as well.
okay. All right. Now, I think you also said that back to June the 7th, that you said that Alex called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k.
That's right.
And he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery and the voting case. There was a hearing coming up.
Yes.
And that he had asked you, he'd questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. It's not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in the context of putting together information for the voting case, or just he was curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Financials in general, or financials in voting case, or you just don't know?
I didn't really ask particulars.
So
The perception was that it's for the voting case. Talking in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were looking for his financials.
okay. Well, when you said on the 7th, he called you about financials, did he reference the voting case?
I believe he did.
Now, do you know what impact or what consequences Alec would have suffered from his partners if he had or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally, as opposed to putting it in a structure or putting it in the firm? you know.
I think that he probably would have had some bad repercussions for him because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the boating case.
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't, and at that point in time, no one was saying that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
And then it wasn't until September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in the Bank of America account and endorsed by Alex, you'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on than what anyone believed. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
And that information had been in the books and records of the law firm since 2015.
Correct.
So is he trying to say it's no big deal because he did it for so long? But it's still a big deal when they find out. It was still illegal and fraud the whole time. But it's okay because they didn't know about it?
One last question. That the information that in part of the investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the clients did not authorize any of these transactions. I mean, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
It's not hearsay if they said it to me.
Okay. And some said it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. One thing you know is that the money that you've talked about for the fake forge went into an account Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forged, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts, did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office some bank statements for that particular account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335. Have you take a look at it? Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA fake forge account that you saw?
Yes.
That you had repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes.
There's a possible legitimate explanation for?
That's correct.
You were asking questions about the manner of your inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves. So in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which Alex Murdaugh had erroneously received a repent that was actually meant for his brother, Randy?
We did.
All right. And did that happen once or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written to him erroneously, and within a few days, he brought the check back to my staff and had it recut to him. So the first check that was recut was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately, and the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
That's right.
How much was that check roughly? Do you recall?
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was he confronted about this when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was that it was an accident, that he thought it was due to him and that he didn't know, and that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after he gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved, yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay, so the money gets paid back and people moved on, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right. It's a family-like place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year. And at that point, like we said, we didn't think he was stealing any money from us.
They had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then in July, you got an email, is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from Chris Wilson's office?
It said that the money was in the account and available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you've testified that things have been going on for a while, and it was months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Because there had been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
But that has nothing to do, the fact that that might have occurred regardless of at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were happening in June, they got shelved, and then you found out the money was there and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We had nobody saying they were missing money. And this just turned up when we started searching because of the Hirschberger and the other relevant things.
Has there been instances in which Alec used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes.
And if the money got paid back, well, then the matter, everybody moved on. Is that right?
That's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in and everybody moves on. Is
That's
that correct?
right. History of trust and brotherhood.
And that's what happened in July with the Ferris fees. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not you were told in July that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you come to find out, however, that it actually had not been there?
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
That's correct.
The bottom line is that there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
That's right.
Things were continuing to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious, and eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Well, we're running up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters, what's next?
Well, we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to that. We also have available on this particular issue Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available in as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of the in-camera hearing. We do have, though, we have arranged to get additional SLED and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon, if you wish to make use of the jury for that. And also, as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular instances, but we do have a confession of judgment I would offer to the court at this point in time in the Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence established of these various other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well. I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally, with the boat case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank who will talk about the extent of Alex Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened, and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, I think there's more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And I mean, without even getting to, they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time. But if the whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of undue delay. And as he just described, all the financial misdeeds or crimes that he wants to prove up, we're going to be here until end of February, I suspect, or March, because that's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
Yes, sir. And obviously, as I even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation. Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very, very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being on the scene, within seconds of the 911 call happening. And that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? That there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the Ferris fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able to do, just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also, I don't have to get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of consequence that's hanging out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar series of events like nothing ever seen, is certainly relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th.
Griffin, the witnesses that are here, Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, and Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment. Do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'd certainly, that's predicate for Mr. Gunn to testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America and those checks were not deposited with us. And I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that. And I just, without knowing the full scope of what they intend to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness, I mean, she has a lot of information that is, that she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
I point out that those witnesses that I mentioned, as well as every single one of those victims, all testified. There is transcripts on that, which the defense has had, which Your Honor has access to as well. So I don't know that necessarily it needs to all be repeated for Your Honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white collar cases in the context of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on in an unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited and focused fashion.
Your Honor, I would say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
Yes, sir. Well,
For purposes of hearing, I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir. As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists, clear and convincing evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says that to give me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven. And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record, with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge. Confession of judgment, disbarment. I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony. one of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we nevertheless conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that without needless presentation of evidence twice, more than once. And now I understand the defense's position, and I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or not this should be admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and haven't heard much argument on the race geste issue, which is equally important, or perhaps more important. But if you are interested in contesting the nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony, if they're here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we can. You indicate that there are some other witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon?
Yes, sir. After our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
We can go in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format. To the extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward, that's best. If you can't, then I make the call.
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, I strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B, and you don't need to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing. I mean, if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about res geste?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res geste is res geste is tomato, right? And so the only thing that comes close to that is, the encounter on June the 7th by by this witness up there about the Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue, and that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
the state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew that was subject to exposure.
So, Your Honor, in the with regard to the res geste issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and that is somewhat similar in that it involved thefts for someone stealing money, and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous, and then number of thefts months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis on King?
Well, the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturn Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
How? Conducting a 404 analysis, 403 analysis.
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there. That's,
You have to do what we're doing now.
yes, sir. But in the case, they said, while the remote thefts may have been minimally relevant to show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this evidence far outweighed the slight probative value. So the Supreme Court did a 403 analysis. And that's in footnote 5, Your Honor.
Anything else before we break? We'll resume at, where's this? We'll resume at 2 o'clock with, at 2:15 with witnesses, and we will resume with witnesses and the jury witnesses. And we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later. Yes, sir. So we'll be in recess at 2:15.
Wow. You know what? I don't think the defense really won any points by picking a case that actually the judge didn't hear the evidence, and it did get overturned, but it did go back to retrial. It didn't get dismissed. He doesn't want it to go away the same way. And that is why he's hearing the evidence first before it goes to the jury. And the defense didn't pick the same kind of case. He actually picked the one that the judge is basing what he's doing on. And I think the defense just lost points with that by not knowing what's going on.
Right. No, what the judge
I mean, I'm not
said
a lawyer.
was-
I don't know. But the judge said, you mean
Because-
like, yeah, go on.
Because the defense said, well, you were asking me in the chat, so now I want to say it before my ADHD brain forgets. So the judge was saying that because the defense said, well, they didn't do blah, blah, blah with the previous trial, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what he basically said was, they didn't do their job right. I'm going to do mine right. That's what it was.
Exactly. He said they overturned
the other judge
it
in court.
because
Yep. Go ahead.
didn't want to hear the evidence before it went to the jury. This judge is listening to everything that Creighton Waters wants to present before it gets in front of the jury to make sure it's about motive and not prejudicial against bad acts and character. That it's actually about motive, and he's doing it the right way. And defense is just ignoring that, like, and that was the wrong case. If that's the only case you have to bring up, that was the wrong one. That was like some bad research, dude, because didn't the judge already mention that case prior, that's why he was going to do it this way? He did yesterday.
I
So
think
not
it was
only
the same case. Yeah.
not
as far as
only
I
did
know.
he mention it and they went with that lead, they didn't bother to research it enough to find out why the judge was mentioning it and what the judge was doing. And now
Well, that was stupid.
they're fumbling. They're fumbling
They
right
are.
now. I don't know. I think they're just looking at a mountain that's falling on them and they just have no idea how to get out of the way of it. And really, they can't. They're just going to have to deal with the fact that they opened that door. They did.
You know, Harpootlian is very quiet and timid today, isn't he?
He is. I have a couple of pictures of him holding his face, frowning, hanging his head. I mean, I've got a
know.
whole catalog of like Harpootlian right now, and I'm trying to figure out how to display it because he does not look like the bulldog that walked into this trial. No, he does not look the same. He's got some years on him in the last 2 days, definitely. Those would look very happy.
He had like shoulders back, chest out when this started, and he was going to get up there and tell everybody what's what. And now he's not. Yeah, he's definitely not that guy anymore.
Yeah, I'm
I
saying,
agree, Anna. Very sloppy.
but it is. And I understand they're flustered because like this is a big hit. This is a big hit against them. They were not expecting this. And to know that everybody's looking at it going, you did it. Like, what did you expect? Like you opened the door.
Yeah.
You think you can use the civil lawsuit to make it look like he's a good guy supporting his son, and yet we don't get to say, like, yo, no.
Didn't the bald defense attorney, isn't he the one that threw it in the mix to begin
Uh,
with?
You mean Jim Griffin? Yes, Jim
Yeah,
Griffin, the one
Griffin.
who was
Yeah, he was the one that brought it up.
the one who is actually now used. Notice that Harpootlian's making him argue it. Did he stand
Well,
up and
yeah,
take
because he
over?
fucked up.
Nope. He's
Let
arguing
me tell you
it.
what, this is such a high profile case. If Alex Murdaugh goes to jail, that dude doesn't have a job anymore. I guarantee you he's fucked.
You know what? He's in jail. And as Creighton Waters.
No. I meant when he gets convicted. If he gets convicted, I meant to say, if he gets
Okay.
convicted for it, then that dude ain't gonna have a job anymore because he let that door get unlocked. He dropped the ball.
Listen, let me just say that with the amount of charges, like Creighton Waters said, there's like this man is looking at life in prison anyway. With the criminal cases, 2 of them have already been settled civilly. There are criminal charges still pending on all those civil lawsuits for what they did. Okay, those criminal charges are still going to come. Alex Murdaugh is still going to have to go to trial for all of them. Several of the lawsuits in regards to Forge, Lafitte, the banking people, and even Chris Wilson himself have already gone into and given statements, affidavits. Some of the cases are settled, some of them aren't. Some of them have been adjudicated, in other words, gone to trial and been found guilty or said they were guilty or confessed.
Right.
It's stacked against him. Creighton Waters knows financially the financial crimes. There's no way Alex Murdaugh's getting out of this. And yet the defense is still trying to put forth something like, well, he was just moving fees around. You were all going to get your money eventually.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Prove one payment went back to the firm. They can't. They can't. That's why she said, we looked for that. Didn't happen. Like he just made it worse, giving her the opportunity to push back. When she said,
Absolutely.
she was absolutely right. When he said, but it's hearsay, right? You're hearing it from this one, you're hearing from that one. She said, if the client tells me directly, if they tell me, it's not hearsay. If I'm here telling you, they told me. She's right. Yeah. She's right. And he's the lawyer. And I'm like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're fucking with a woman that knows the law. She's been around lawyers for what, 40 years, something? 30 years? Whatever.
Obviously, she spoke to attorney before she testified. Obviously. She spoke to an attorney.
She works for some amazing ones, right? Supposedly.
Well, I don't know if she's still like the partnership reorganized, like they did change the name after they got rid of him. The actual reputation of the whole law firm was so damaged by what he did that they all disbanded. They changed the name. They won't.
They actually killed the company and started a new company.
Yeah, a whole new name.
They didn't just change the name. Yeah, it's a whole new firm. They had to revamp it.
Yeah. But do you remember yesterday when Creighton Waters made sure that the jury knew that Chris Wilson was Alex Murdaugh's best friend?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
How do you think that's going to play when he comes and he says, yes, he did take the money. He tried to say that I was part of it, but it wasn't.
Right.
And they're going to know, well, aren't you his best friend? He did that to his best friend?
Right. Right. Exactly. I'm going to tell you what. I think that Maggie didn't know anything about that money. I think he had it hidden. He was hiding it in another account somewhere in her name because you can absolutely do that. And that person would never know that money existed for them or not for them. And I think that she started getting suspicious that she's wanting a divorce. Then he gets that phone call. His son's about to go to jail. And I think he just lost his shit.
Well, we've got the receipt that shows a lot of money being spent on Gucci. Okay,
Mhm.
we've heard. I haven't seen it yet put in evidence. I'm saying that clearly. It's not in evidence yet. It hasn't been presented to the jury, but there has been talk out there in the media and in the Reddits and all about Maggie knowing about a bounce check and talking
Yep.
to a friend about it, and that there may be text messages that get submitted about that, or something that there was knowledge that there was conversation between Alex and Maggie that she was unhappy about certain things. Also, I don't believe she was staying at the house at the time, although Alex says that that's not unusual because she liked to be at the beach. She
Yeah, and
the
actually,
house
Paul's friends said the same thing, that
said the
she
same thing,
preferred
right?
yeah,
Mhm.
she preferred the beach to the
Mhm.
Honeyland. Yep.
Yeah, but he did have to call her to come visit. And there is the text message or the phone call to where I
Yes.
think it's a text message where she said, something's up. Alex is acting fishy. He wants me to whatever." She goes, "I'm just going to go meet him." But she was trying to put it off. But then she finally told her friend, "I'm just going to go meet him." And that's how
Well,
she ended up
exactly,
at the
Anna.
kennels. She knew something was
Yeah.
up. Like, so I don't know how much she knew, but I don't think she didn't know anything. I think things were coming to a head. I really
Yes. I
I'm
think she was
starting to
piecing things
believe
together.
I'm starting to believe that his mental state is due to everything coming to a head here, and that would actually, it's hard to believe that a husband and father could do the crime the way we saw the results of the crime, how they state those bodies were. It's hard. I understand everybody having
But
a
he
hard
was
time
also on
thinking he's
drugs at
going to
the
get
time
there.
too, Claire.
Right. But
Like,
everything he
that's a
did,
big factor.
when you put into the fact that he's sitting there right now in front of a woman he knew for 23 years, knows he defrauded his friends, his families, and all his clients, and he doesn't look affected at all.
I know, he doesn't look
Yeah.
embarrassed. He's not, like, looking at his lawyers like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die right now." Nothing.
I
He's just sitting
know.
there like, "Let me just
Yep.
chew on my candy." Like, he does
Mhm.
not fucking care. And obviously he didn't, or he wouldn't have stole from them for
Yeah.
over a decade. And
Hey,
upwards of 4 to 5 million now is what I've
right.
guesstimated.
Kim, you got something running in the background that I can hear coming through, but thank you for coming up. But it's like a fan or something. Do you hear it, Beck, or is it just
Yeah,
me?
it sounds like shh.
Yeah, like a washer, like you're underwater. And I don't hear you speaking yet, which means something's going on with your headphones.
I bet you check your connections if you have a plug-in. If you're not wireless, check your mic connections and headphone
If you can
connections.
hear us, Kim, please. Oh,
I heard
no,
a
all right.
sniff.
I know. She can't hear us. I'm gonna mute her until I get. All right, Kim, if you can hear me, then
Type it in the private chat. Maybe you should
yeah,
see it.
private. Why won't it mute? Wait. It's not. Oh, there it is. It wouldn't let me mute her either, but it's coming through.
Oh,
It's still
she's
going.
unmuting herself. That's why.
No, but if I mute her, she shouldn't be able to.
No,
In
I don't know.
StreamYards. That's
Oh
weird.
yeah, maybe you're
Yeah.
right. I can't
Yeah,
remember. Yeah,
type
you're
in the
right.
private chat if you can hear us once that clears up, because it is pretty loud. Okay. And there's not going to be able to hear our voices over it. Sorry guys. Right. And everyone's saying, hey, let's see, Liam. Well, there's so many comments in here. Hold on. Okay, wait. Oh, wait, private chat. Oh, nope, that's you.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
sending her a message since you
Okay.
were busy trying to deal with the chat. I was trying
Thank you
to
very
help.
much. Okay. Divorced wives can testify. Yes, divorced wives can, but
Yeah, and not only would now you guys think of this too. If she went to get a divorce and went to an attorney and they started digging up anything with her name on her under her social security number,
that's the
money
problem.
wise, she would have found all his money. I think he
Here's the
hid
thing.
it under her name somewhere.
When Creighton Waters says that financial discovery was about to happen that week, he's serious. That means every account that you have has to be listed, which means all the accounts where he put them in Maggie's name would be known immediately. And if
Yeah.
Maggie didn't know he was doing that, or
That's what I'm
anyone
saying.
else, yeah. And then
And she's
now
thinking
they're in her
divorce at the same
name,
time.
but
Yep.
she's not gonna. I don't think it's a matter of getting money from divorce, and here's why. because he
No.
knows that there's a lawsuit and the accounts are going to be listed, which means you can't remove money from those accounts. Liens.
Yeah.
Just like the
No,
Moselle property. Yeah. No way.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's
Mhm.
true.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was worried about her getting money from him. I think that I think he had it hidden in her name somewhere so it wouldn't come up as his because of the boat accident. He moved everything over to her name, and then when she wanted to divorce him, he wouldn't have access to her accounts anymore. She'd have that money. Done. And God only knows how much it was, you know.
Okay.
So, I don't know. It's a messy
Mm.
thing for sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Kim. Go out and come back in. I'll drop you down so you can. Yep, there she. Oh, she dropped herself. There you go. Yeah,
There you
it's
go.
very staticky, and it's coffee time for sure. Don't you think? Like, oh guys, I need definitely a sip of
Yeah,
coffee.
get some coffee.
But
I'll talk to the
no,
chat if
I
you wanna run and
yeah,
do that.
no, I actually have it. Are you kidding? I start my day with a huge pot. I made it. I ground coffee. I made myself a really strong one shot first so I could make coffee. Then I made a big pot and I filled the thermos and I bring it in. I've got like the carafe and the tray. Like, no, I'm ready. Are you kidding? Me without coffee is a day without sunshine. Are you kidding? It would be, no.
Oh, if I don't have coffee, I'll just stay in bed.
I could
And
not sit
I
here.
don't even
No.
drink caffeine. I just love the taste of coffee. I drink decaf 'cause
I'll
I'm
go you one
ADD.
better. I actually stream from my bed in my room. Like I have everything set up like right here. I have the tray on my bed. I'm sitting all
You're a
nice and
boss.
comfortable. I've got pillows behind me. I'm ready. I got my legs all stretched out. Sometimes I'm sitting Indian style, but right now I am like comfortable, enjoying myself with the coffee sitting in my big old king here, all nice and
Yeah.
cushy. Yeah.
Nice,
Like, no way.
nice. That's
No way.
awesome.
I was like, no. We're not like that's why I laugh when they say, "Oh, I'm trying to be all that." I said, "You people have no idea. You have no idea. Like, what are you talking about? I'm sitting in the middle of a bed when I'm talking to you." It's like,
I had thought about, moving my monitor higher because my
Mhm.
bed's like loft style, it's up high in my tiny
Mhm.
house. I
Mhm.
had thought about moving my monitor higher so I can lay in bed with my with just a mouse and, like, play games and stuff.
Mhm. No, it's comfortable. I just say I do it for comfort reasons. I hate sitting like in business. I spent my whole life sitting in those business chairs on a computer, just straining my eyes at all. I'm just trying to do it different. And so Alex Murdaugh probably didn't know how much she knew, and that was probably baking his brain. Yeah,
Agreed.
especially the amount that she was going to find out within a number of days. Exactly.
I don't know, Turtle. It would have been harder for him to hide. Well, maybe it wouldn't have been any harder for him to hide money from his sons. I don't know if he
Mhm.
did or not. I mean, he could have. I mean, he could have one in each one of their names, and then nobody freaking knows it right now.
Mhm.
Paul's dead, and Buster's not going to go look.
That's
He's
true.
already spoiled and has everything
Right.
he needs. So
Yeah, but they're talking about like people on drugs can do some horrible things to family. This is true.
yeah,
And
and that's my thing. I mean, he may look like gentle, meek, nice guy right now, but when someone's on drugs and they're going on and off of them, they're running out of money, obviously, because her check was bouncing, which means he might not have been getting all the drugs he wanted. And
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
enough right there to
Yep.
set a drug
Yeah,
addict off. And it's not about their character, it's about what drugs do to people.
true. And innocence, that's what they were talking about. Maggie's assets, true.
Yep. What a mess.
Yep. Okay, here we go. The turtle moves. Hey, Beck, do you think he had squirreled money into the son's name as well? Who knows? Maybe we'll
I
find out.
know.
That would
Who
definitely do it.
knows?
The son was getting indicted, and he was definitely going to be testifying. So,
Well,
yep.
but then again, if he had money in Paul's name as well, then he'd have a problem with Paul, because if Paul was going to jail, the government or state or whatever would seize all of his assets.
Yeah, I think the problem with
So,
Paul was more that because he was a minor at the time of the accident, and everybody knows he discussed it with his lawyer father before giving testimony.
Mhm.
They all accused somebody else of driving that boat first.
Oh,
There's
really?
Yeah, I think the issue with the son is more that Alex would have been facing as an attorney, whether or not he interfered with, uh, did some obstruction of justice on the night of the boat accident.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, he's got both his boys involved. Neither of them got charged or inferred for over a year. Everyone was obviously drunk. They knew that. And yet no officer performed an alcohol test on the kids. None
Yeah,
of them.
that's because who daddy is and who their parents
Exactly.
are. Because rich kids always hang out with other
Yeah.
rich kids. That's just
Rick,
how it is.
this is just I know this, and this is why I'm saying, could there be a little bit of leaning obstruction of justice going on there? A little bit of pressure, a little bit of conversation behind the scenes, inserting himself into it somehow.
Yep.
I think more was going to be found out, and he already knew he had trouble. I don't think he wanted to be disbarred. This is how he made his money. You can't make money as a lawyer if you're a disbarred lawyer. And he
Right.
just, he was on that gravy train of hiding all these funds. He wasn't really going to want to lose it. That's might be the issue with the son, not so much that he hid money in his name. He was a minor at the time. He knew he was up on charges. Hiding money in his name would be a bad bet because it could get
Yeah.
leaned on and seized. Any search of
Absolutely.
that child, any search of Paul's social security number would list those accounts. And because he's named in a lawsuit, they'd have damn good reason to search.
Oh, can you bring up Shill's last comment, the short one?
The one about life insurance? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I had thought about that at the beginning, and then I forgot all about it with all the detail because I was trying to concentrate on the details and not side shit. Yeah, I haven't thought about that for a week.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yep, they did. They had a big who drove the boat. Exactly. Other people were accused and charged and lives were like disrupted everywhere. Yep. Am I suggesting shenanigans? I absolutely
Yeah.
am. I think I
There-
said I actually used the more official term of obstruction. I do believe obstruction may have happened.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Yes, shenanigans. Totally shenanigans. Yes, I'm big on the shenanigans there. Well, yeah, I do. That's where I lean with it. But what do I know? I'm just like watching this stuff. Well, but yeah, nobody seems to be an Alex Murdaugh fan anymore. Not his friends and like some of his family. Yes, they're all sitting there, but they all look distressed today. All of them. They know if
Well,
this all came out. I wonder how much some of them knew. I'm sure they watched the papers and things like that. But to hear it all come out that way from somebody from inside the firm
right, while
who
he's sitting
saw it
right
all in
there and
black
you're
and
staring
white.
at the back of his head, right? I
Mhm.
know. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
It's
I mean, I
kind of
feel bad for the
surreal.
rest of the family that had nothing to do with any of this because they're just caught up in it.
Yeah,
To
but
them, it's a
yeah,
sister-in-law and a nephew died or whatever,
it is. And
and
you
it's
wonder.
horrible.
It is horrible, and he did lose his family. And if he was into drugs and all, then I'm wondering, because his brother Randy has been beside him the whole time, and it just came out that he stole from him too.
Just insane.
All right. Or are you so rich that hundreds of thousands of dollars didn't mean really that much? It's like, oh, well, he just took a 50 and didn't give it back to me. Like, I'm wondering, like, because that
Yeah.
was hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Randy is sitting in the courtroom behind him with his son. He's been very vocal about his support. He's been, help going to visit him and everything else. I
Yeah.
just, I don't understand. But it is family. I guess you just make some lenience, maybe with everything going on. Maybe the drug problem is really that bad. And, you
Well,
know,
also the family might be going, you know what? We don't really know if he did it. Well, we'll see what the courts say, and then they're going to deal with it after that, because they can't make assumptions either. They don't have any proof so they have nothing to go off of except for what's going on in the court. So if I was a
mhm,
family member, I would listen to everything in court, make my own decision, and see if the court agrees. That's what I would do,
yeah. Well,
just logically.
mhm. Always creative. Kim is having some internet issues, so she's not going to be coming back up, and we're going to discuss it
Oh,
later. I look forward to talking to you later about it, Kim. So we always have good discussions.
yeah. No,
And
I was
Anna
looking forward
says
to
that
hearing her.
Buster should have been charged. I guess that depends on if he gave him his license or he took his ID.
Pete said, I think B was charged in some way, in a way.
He was listed. He was listed in the civil lawsuit that was just
Okay.
settled. That Mallory Beach lawsuit was settled. The judge agreed on the settlement, and Buster's portion of the proceeds from Moselle property went towards the settlement. So did Maggie's and Paul's. And that
Okay.
is why they are all being removed. I don't think Paul is officially removed because he was the driver. But the settlement is going through. They wanted Buster removed based on everything else he's going through with this trial and losing his family.
Yeah.
Because the only thing that really tied him in was that Paul used his ID to get the alcohol. But
Yeah.
Buster didn't buy the alcohol for them. He didn't go in there, buy it, and give it to them.
Yeah,
Paul
right.
actually
Exactly.
took his ID and went and did it himself. Yeah.
Oh, no, I agree, Aaron. And that's why originally I thought all I could think was the uncle was there for Buster and nobody else.
He is sitting next to Buster the whole time.
He is. Yeah, he's only missed like one day that I've seen so far.
Yeah. Can we talk about Buster for a minute? Okay,
Yeah.
chat, like everybody in the chat, you've been watching his facial expressions and his reactions and things like that. Is it me or does just he seem a little off too? Like, I don't know if it's nerves, and I know some people when you get nervous or there's a lot of, social activity going on, you're in a crowd, there's people staring at you, he knows there's cameras. You get a
Like the
little nervous.
Snickers and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. My brother does that. The more trouble he gets in, the more he snickers and laughs, and you think he's making fun of you, but he's not. He's actually scared to death,
Yeah.
and he's just
Yeah.
but he's like, he just gets all goofy. It's just
Well, I
like
think it's
some kind of
either
nervousness.
Yeah, it's a nervous tick, right? No, I understand. Like when I get so mad that I'm about to blow my top, the
Mhm.
last thing I do before I blow my top is I will laugh about it. And then I pop. And so if something's really bad in my life and I start laughing, people should just get away from me because I'm about to blow. So yeah, no, but and also damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. We went sideways a little bit there.
Yeah, but no, he does seem at times to be upset, and at other times I see him smirking, and
Oh, I was gonna say also, he might just think you're full of shit. My dad would never do that. And he might be like laughing at them like this is ridiculous. Was the other thought I had.
yeah, like
Like
we just
like
got to get done with
self-defense
this.
for his dad. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be, But Mandy says when she's okay, Aaron, when I'm referring to the shittiest level, I say something along the line, they are the shit at the bottom of a 75-year-old wood outhouse still in use in 102-degree temperature at a baked beans cookout. Wow.
Oh,
Whoa.
that is
Now that is
nasty,
low.
Mandy. I
Mandy,
grew up in
that's
the country.
perfect. That's perfect. And just, 102-degree temperature, you had to add that in. Oh my God,
Oh
the
my!
smell.
I
I can't
remember
even.
walking out in the snow to the outhouse when I was like 3 years old with my sister's big boots on. Literally, I remember doing that. We had an outhouse until I was 6. So yeah, like 2 or 3 years. Yeah, I remember that. I know that smell. That is not okay, Mandy.
Yeah. Yesterday's Snapchat video really struck me a bit. He did look distressed hearing the voices. He did. One
Okay.
friend
Yeah.
seemed very distressed hearing it, but the second friend, Will Loving, when he heard Paul's voice, he smiled. He likes remembering his friend. Like he
I
likes
know. Did you see
remembering.
that when they brought the
Yeah.
video up? He grinned and his
He
face got
did,
a little
but
flushed.
he
Yeah.
did. It was just he loved to hear his voice again, and I know that that's a common thing when you lose someone, you just want to hear their voice again. So I don't
Yeah.
fault him for the grin. If that gave
No.
him any pleasure hearing the voice, I'm happy. And he knew that the mom was a dog lover and everything, and like he was just that like some people were commenting that they thought that was odd, but for me, I thought that was just meant that they really were friends, and he missed hearing his voice and hearing
Yeah.
him laugh and saying stuff, and the dog, and it was kind of funny. The dog was running around with a chicken in his mouth,
Yeah.
and they were going
Right.
guinea hen, and they're all going, "Nah, it's a chicken." It was a typical family joke. It's like, "Ah, yeah, mom, that's a chicken." You
It's
know,
just a chicken. Like,
it,
they don't even
yeah.
care about the chickens, though.
No. So what the chickens did? It's not a kitty. If it was a kitty, that's a waste of a good hunt. But it was a chicken, Ma. Like, it was just like a funny thing, and I he appreciated the whole scenario of it, and he just like he couldn't help himself. And yeah. I actually like that witness. I like both of those witnesses for being so honest. You could tell that they are definitely entrenched in the Murdaugh family. They don't want anything bad to happen here, but they
Yeah.
spoke honestly about everything.
Yeah,
Especially
no,
when
I
Creighton
feel like they
Waters
did
said
too.
Creighton Waters made a big point of making sure that everybody knew that Will Loving was afraid for his life when he found out that who was dead.
Yeah.
That he had something to do with Alex and the family.
Well, because he lived in the same apartment with Paul, that's why, or same
Mhm.
house.
And he
And he was
left.
afraid somebody
Yeah.
would come to the house, and so, yeah,
Mhm.
somebody said, "Shouldn't you
Yeah.
get out of there?" And he was like, "Oh, fuck, yeah, I guess I should."
Everybody was so upset. That's what Creighton
Yeah.
Waters was saying. Wasn't everybody? Everybody was upset, weren't they?
Of course.
Everybody was worried about everybody at this point, weren't they? It is trying to let it know that, like, as much as they say they don't know what was going on with the lawsuits and all this, they did. They did, kind of.
Yeah, they probably knew stuff was going wrong. Stuff was off. You can tell if you know a family for, 15, 20 years or whatever. Like that one kid was like, what, 17 years or something since that he got close with the family. Like they're going to know when something's off kilter most of the time.
Mhm. No, I agree. Liam says it wasn't like a shit kick and grin. I agree. It was a
Yeah.
recognition of better times. It sure was. It was just
Yes.
like he just was reveling in the fact that he heard the moment, that he got to hear the voice. Um, and it can be comforting, Kim. I agree. Yep, it absolutely is. I know I lost a family member, my stepbrother, and I kept our voice messages and our text messages for quite some time. Like, I'm embarrassed to say years before I let them
Yeah.
go from my phone because I just wanted to hear his voice again.
Let me tell you, so my mom died in 1989. Nobody
Mhm.
had cell phones and shit.
Mhm.
My sister has a VCR tape somewhere of her wedding, and it's the only recording we have of mom's voice. And I'll be damned if she just will not dig that thing out. My mom died 33 years ago, almost 34 years ago, and I cannot get that woman to find that damn VCR tape.
You
I
know
don't
what?
know why. She just
I
doesn't care, and me, it kills
I
me.
don't
It kills
I
me
don't
not to
know
hear
if
it.
she doesn't care or if it's like a thing. It's just like a thing. Like she doesn't the voice she hears in
Like she
her
doesn't want
head.
to share it.
Nope, it's the voice she
Oh.
hears in her head. She doesn't want to hear like the real deal of what happened. She wants to hear and have the memories of what she's remembering cuz people just
Yeah,
do
but this
things
was of
like
her
that.
wedding like 8 months, 9 months before mom died.
Mhm.
So it was like right before she died. And I was like, God, I know you have that freaking wedding tape somewhere because you're still married to the guy.
Mm.
Yeah, right. I know, Pete.
Mhm.
I know. And she just
Maybe
moved. And I said, well, look for it while you're moving. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, come on.
yeah, go move in. That's what he's saying. Go move in and stay there till she gives you the tape.
Yeah,
There you go.
Anna, I could hear my mom's voice until I was about 33, 34. And out of nowhere, I was like, oh shit, it's gone. I can't
Mhm.
remember what she sounds like anymore. So, and that was, well, shit, 16 years,
Wow. Yeah.
16, 17 years
Mm.
later.
Well, that's the thing. Voices are recognizable on tape, like very, very much. Like I sound very much like my mom, and and my daughter sounds very much like I. But we're always being confused, and her friends and all, if they talk to me on the phone, they say I sounded just like her. And I know with my daughter too. It's just we have similar voices. Sometimes that runs in families. I
Yeah.
wonder, if they made a Snapchat of us all talking, if they'd be able to identify all three of our voices separately. That would be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like,
Well, I think part of my problem was I was so traumatized afterwards that I
Mhm.
didn't want to think about it. And I spent all my time trying to not
Mhm.
think about mom. Well, she had died in a car wreck, so it was rough.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Long time
Mm.
ago.
Yeah.
But so for the first few years, I was trying to avoid the whole thing, you know? And then I started talking about it again and I could hear her voice. And then I stopped talking about it because I was with the same person for like 8 years and they had
Mhm.
heard the story like 10 times, you know?
Right.
So I just didn't talk about it anymore. It was, you know, they knew the whole situation. And then it was after that, I couldn't hear it anymore. So
Wow. All right. I'm going to bring up some of the stuff from yesterday, the evidence stuff that was flying around the Twitter. If you
yeah,
guys, yeah, because we got a little bit of while, and that way we got something to talk about. Yeah. But one
absolutely.
of the things that I really found fascinating was there was a FOSA video going around, and I didn't know really much about that technology, to tell you the truth. So, oops, stop that. Whoop, it's the dog again. All right. Um, I'm trying to bring it up and it starts playing. I wish it wouldn't do that right away in StreamYards, but it seems to like automatically all the time for me. All right. So we remember this video here. These are the videos that were presented yesterday. We'll start with the short one of the dog in the voices.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Get back.
Awesome.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come on, Dad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quit.
He's trying to show the injury on his tail.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I do believe we've got the second one. Okay. And this was with the clothing. Oh, no. This is
Look at that puppy.
actually, this is different. This is the actual, this I wanted to read. Remember, we keep talking about his alibi? Let's get this on the record. This is what they
Yeah.
submitted. Alex Murdaugh's alibi. Defendant Richard Alexander Alex Murdaugh was not present at the time, place, and date of the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. Because he was not present, Murdaugh does not know the time the murders were committed. Murdaugh was on the Melzell property from the time prior to 8:30 p.m. on June 7th, 2021, until a few minutes after 9 when he left to visit his mother at 115 Almeida Place, Barnesville, South Carolina. Maggie and Paul were alive the last time he saw them before leaving for Almeida. During the drive to Almeida, Murdaugh had cell phone conversations with his son Buster Murdaugh, his brother John Marvin Murdaugh, his sister-in-law Liz Murdaugh, Chris Wilson, and C.B. Rowe. Murdaugh arrived at Almeida at approximately 9:20. He visited with his mother, Elizabeth Libby Murdaugh, and a nurse aide, Michelle Shelley Smith. Murdaugh stayed with his mother until approximately 9:45 p.m. and then returned to Moselle, arriving at approximately 10 p.m. On the return trip to Moselle, Murdaugh spoke with Chris Wilson via cell phone. Murdaugh discovered Maggie and Paul's body at approximately 10:05. Okay. Now, the reason that I'm bringing that in is
But in this statement, he didn't say that he was taking a nap, but he did in the other
no.
one.
He verbally did in his interview. Those come
Right.
from the interview. 1, he said he was taking a nap. 2, he said he hadn't seen them since dinner. He saw them at
Right.
dinner, then he went and took a nap. I mean, 2 different statements in 2 different interviews. There's the interview in the sedan with everybody. Then there's the interview with Jeff Croft afterwards that we heard the audio of, that they didn't show us the video of it, but they listened to the audio when Jeff Croft was on the stand of his interview with Alex Murdaugh. And then at that point, he again reiterated about dinner and about the nap and that he didn't see them. But then
Right.
that's why they're saying that particular video, if done at the time that it was done, proves yes, you were out there after dinner.
Yep. He
Yes,
sure
you were,
was.
because that was very close to the times of the murder or the opportunity, the window of opportunity for the murder.
Right. The video proves that he was out there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the next thing. Whoops. I gotta stop this. Hold on. I hate when that happens in StreamYards. Oh my gosh. Making me crazy. I'll bring this up again. The next thing that was floating around, first of all, I thought I had the other. Did I not add it? You know what? I didn't. I'm gonna have to add it after. Let me show you the FOSA. They're on Twitter. I found, actually Kim found it and sent it to me, an article about it, and then I found the actual video on Twitter and tracked it back. But remember they were talking several times. Whoops, sorry, Beck. Where'd you
It's
go?
okay.
Okay, there you are. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's that's what it looks like.
Okay,
Okay.
so remember they're talking about FOSA scans? Well, the defense kept bringing that up. Well, did you use that FOSA? Did you use that FOSA? Did you use that FOSA? This is a FOSA scan of the property that they were talking about. So let me just
What is
play
that?
like,
What is a FOSA scan though?
okay, a FOSA is forensic investigation. It's called FARO, not FOSA. I'm sorry, FARO, FARO. It's when they use it when collecting evidence, and it's supposed to aid in actually measurements and racing against the clock and everything for contamination. It's supposed to make things a lot faster, documenting of everything a lot faster. Okay, so if they had done even if they had done this, okay, documenting everything and the way everything was, you see the tire tracks? They can document tire tracks, footprints. Look at this.
Wow.
You see this?
This is a drone, isn't it?
I don't know. It's the
Has to be a
scope.
drone.
Okay. They're looking at settled water. Look, you can even see patterns on the grass. Do you see?
Yep.
Like,
that is so cool.
mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Oh my God, why didn't I go into like forensics?
Okay.
So
Is that the okay, was that the like, oh, the property is like, whoa. Yeah. And you see it does bust stuff up a little bit. It's not like,
well,
but
that's a see-through cage anyway, so it's probably why it's rough. This is crazy cool.
it's just digital everything. Yeah. I can send it. I'm going to try. I'll try to send it to you. It's actually in the description of the video. Today, if you look for the one that says Vimeo, it came from Fitz News. That's the link there. We can check later, Shill. I would prefer to wait in case they don't work. Okay. But that was pretty
so
cool. Don't you think that like that is like so
Oh, that's
damn
amazing.
that is like so damn cool. And the
I
next
just
thing
want to
I
like
had,
hump it.
and here is what a FARO scan is. It's a Focus 3D. It's a high-speed terrestrial laser scanner offering the most efficient method for 3D measurement and 3D image documentation available. And I
So
have,
cool.
for anybody that wants to look it up, here is the website for it. It's used by law enforcement a lot now. And that is why the defense, it was bugging me that I didn't know why the defense kept asking, did you use a FARO scope? Did you use a FARO sphere? Was a FARO involved? Like they kept saying that.
Yeah, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah, well, me, I'm just like, I just needed to know. So I found
I
out.
forgot about it.
Yeah, not me. I have a
Yeah, no,
list. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
say you
did.
have like a pen and paper in front of you. I
Yeah,
know you
no,
do.
no, no. I have 4 notebooks. What do you mean a pen and paper? I got like 24 cases I'm following, like looking at. I got like 4 notebooks here at least. Okay. Listen, the Pharaoh is better forensic investigation for law enforcement. It ensures accuracy in crime scene forensics. When collecting evidence from a crime scene, investigators race against the clock. Each passing moment makes evidence contamination more likely. Plus, in the case of a crash, there's pressure to reopen roads quickly. Pharaoh scanners dramatically reduce the time needed to capture any scene and help investigators stay safe. Remember when the defense kept going at, especially with Agent Worley, going against evidence being collected? How long did it take? Did you use a Pharaoh? Did you use a Pharaoh? Did you use a Pharaoh to help make sure everything was like secured? And
Right.
you know, right? It just kept hammering it home, and I just needed to know, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know anything like that existed.
Yep. And that link that why do I keep missing? Okay, there. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. I am technically challenged. Everybody will tell you that. The fact that I can even be up here and the stream can run for as many hours as it does is like a modern miracle. Good morning or good afternoon, Mrs. Cassandra. Thank you for all the sustenance. What she bring me today? Otters, coffee, a daiquiri, red wine. Oh, French fries, a burger, bacon, waffles, and pancakes. I am well fed today. Thank you,
Great.
Mrs.
Now I'm
Cassandra.
starving
Yep,
because
I'm going to
waffles
share.
and pancakes and
Well,
bacon.
I'll share you with that. That's a lot of
Oh
carbohydrates.
my
We'll all fall asleep in the afternoon if I ate that. I don't know about you, but if I go anywhere near a carbohydrate, I go into a food coma for a while. Like I slow down. Like, ooh,
That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah. Mm. Oh, so better than decades of a few photos of a crime scene, which is still needed. Listen, they still do, but in cases like this where it was raining and they were worried about footprints going away, some things that may have changed could have been documented as to how they first saw them.
You're right.
You know, that might have been helpful, you know. It shows the proximity of where PM and Paul and Maggie most likely were on the property. You can tell that Maggie would have seen Paul being shot, which is why she would have been running away.
See,
Exactly.
that's what I was thinking.
Exactly. Because, oh, yeah, I'm ready for that too.
I
do
mean, they
think-
shot her in the back of the legs, whoever did it. Obviously, they were trying to stop her from running away.
Yep. Exactly. And let's
Horrible.
move. I think I have that diagram. Remember we had that diagram? Oh, not that. Remember this one? I turned it right
Oh,
side
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So yes, like because there's Paul, his feet in this feed room. It says storage room, but that's the feed room.
That's the feed room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is Maggie, and she's facing this way.
Right.
Okay. But this is what they were saying. Well, why is she facing that way? Well, maybe she turned around when she got shot. Or he shot them. Okay, here he's shot. He's
Well,
facing
they
this
shot
way,
him
right?
shot her in the leg. She could have spun around.
Yeah, he's shot this way, right? Instead of going
Right.
this way, she's gonna get ready to run. She just saw, right? He goes this way, and he comes and he gets her this way.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Absolutely could have. I don't
could
know
have
where the
ran.
footprints, if there's
I don't
footprints around the
know.
back of the building.
It was raining.
I
It
don't know.
doesn't matter. And also with the kennels and all, isn't there cement?
Yeah, but it didn't rain until after the deaths.
But there's cement. He still wouldn't leave a footprint on cement the way you would in
You're
the
right,
grass or
because
the
the
mud.
the mud wouldn't have been wet enough for him to track it. You're right.
Okay. I'm
Damn.
thinking. Yeah, I know. Don't you just hate that? Like I thought about this. I actually thought. Everybody keeps saying, but he couldn't have done it. I'm like, there's a way. There's a way. There's always a way. Like I'm just throwing out things out there, you know. But yeah, they're saying, why is her body like facing the way that she is, and why is his body facing the way it is? Maybe he was coming around and he was going into the storage room for something, and he got coming out of the storage room is when he got hit. Also,
or maybe just by some weird chance, there was actually 2 people going after Paul, and the other one got Maggie.
maybe.
But
If there are
I don't
2
know
people
about that.
involved, but who would work with Alex Murdaugh at this point?
Well, I'm not even saying for Alex. I'm saying going after Paul for the boat accident.
True. Oh, True.
I mean, yeah, that is still a possibility, but damn, he looks so guilty, doesn't he?
He does. And here's the thing, if they were going after Paul and they didn't know Maggie was on the property and then she came around the building, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that, then she just, was just because of she was there. So then it's not because it's both of them and it's not directed at Alex. And then they're wondering, well, with all the financial crimes, was it directed at Alex? Did he piss enough people off? Man, things were coming to a head. But the people you ripped off, maybe they know it. Like maybe there was somebody out there who was mad. I mean, people have put that forward too.
Right.
But then we go with the two guns and the fact that they would have to go into the house and get the shotguns, get the guns.
Yep.
Those guns were Murdaugh guns. They've proved that. They're more than likely Murdaugh weapons from.
Yeah, but at the same time, the rounds, some of the rounds weren't common, but most of them were. And the type of guns used for that area is really common, apparently, because that guy builds 300 blackouts for people.
Yeah, but
'cause
didn't
they
we
use
hear
them for hog
testimony?
hunting or whatever.
Didn't we hear testimony that some of the spent casings found all around came from the same gun from the bullets that were found inside the body? They have the same kind of markings on them. That means
Oh,
same
see, I didn't
gun,
know
doesn't it?
that.
I'm waiting to
I
hear
didn't know
that in the
that.
ballistics. Why else are they telling us about all the spent and unspent casings? They got to
Yeah,
match.
you're right. You're
I
right.
mean,
You're
I'm
right.
just thinking ahead. They haven't put it in yet, but why would they bother with all of that if they're not going to come out with that?
So Pete said, I think she knew something was coming. He could have had two guns somewhere in the kennel area hiding.
It
Yeah,
would
that's
not have
absolutely
been
true.
true, and it
If
wouldn't have been it would not be unlikely for him to walk out with his gun and Paul already have his gun at the kennels. If he was
Well,
gonna
yeah,
go
exactly.
shooting with his friends, which was common, if he was making arrangements to meet somebody and he just didn't want to go back into the house and get everything, he might have already had it out there.
Yeah, and the ATVs are right there.
Right. And he's
So
gonna
why
go
wouldn't they
driving
have?
off with.
Why wouldn't he
Why
leave? I mean,
wouldn't
he's a
he?
lazy kid. Why
And
wouldn't he
they
leave guns in the?
and they are alluding that the rifle was Paul's that's missing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, the
It's not
rifle was Paul's, and the shotgun was just one of the Murdaugh shotguns.
exactly.
I
So if the
believe.
rifle is Paul's, why wouldn't he have it out there with him? And that was just opportunistic that they had both out there.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
you
they're
had
going
it
out
there.
there right before dark. He might have thought, well, I'll just take the gun in case, or just had it out there already.
Or
Well, that
if
was my thought, was maybe that Paul or Maggie brought a gun with them
right.
for some reason,
And then
just in case,
and
because the
then
kennels are far away from the house. Yeah, and
Alex
then
is
he
all
brought the other one
upset.
with him.
He brought the other one with him and he just saw the opportunity to use two guns to elude that it was two shooters. He would be innocent. Right? Because
Yep.
he's a lawyer. Seeds of doubt. I used two weapons. Looks like two people.
I don't know, Anna. Did his friend say that?
What?
She said, didn't his friend say there were guns in the feed room?
They said that there wasn't unusual that guns would be out there. I don't know about the feed
Okay.
room. The one friend said the guns were always in the gun room. That
Yeah.
he never
Well, and
saw
then the
them
one friend said that he had left a gun at their mutual
at
at
his
his place
house,
for a
right?
month. Yeah,
Mhm.
but not he didn't. I don't remember him saying anything about the feed
Yeah.
room.
But both friends are time stamped yesterday in the afternoon. If anybody wants to go look and see if they said anything about guns in the feed room, I do mark when it is the defense and when it is the state talking to them.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah, so you do have timestamps there to go to each witness every day if you want to go back and check somebody's testimony. Well, and then all of the videos I'm showing today are linked down there, including the FOSA link, and also what I talked to you about 404B. 404B. I have
Yeah.
the actual stuff that we pulled from the website. The links are all down there for you. And Mandy, the Vimeo, this video you asked me for on Faro, it's linked down there. It's the Vimeo link. Is it? So there it is. Everything's right there. I was good last night. Also,
You really were.
yesterday, also there was one more thing on my list. Everybody was asking about notes, okay? And I have this link for you I'm going to drop in the chat, which is also in the description. And if you open and look at that and you get down to, hold on, let me just see. Oh, let me remove this. Let me just put this one last thing up, and then we've got to put the feed up so we don't miss anybody. Let's see. All right, so here is South Carolina bench rules. This comes right out of South Carolina. Jury note-taking. The allowance or disallowance juror note-taking notes during trial rests with the sound discretion of the trial judge. State versus Trent. However, except in complicated cases, the allowance of note-taking by jurors is rare, as all material which may be considered as evidence will be sent to them in their deliberation room for consideration. It is rumored that Judge Newman does not allow notes. He wants them to look at the actual evidence and not be preconceived by anything that anybody else said about it. So there. That was on notes. It's all up to Judge Newman. But okay. How did we lose our names? I
So
don't know.
is that
Oh, there they
so? Is that's saying then that Judge Newman doesn't want it used, doesn't want them to use notes then, right?
It is that's what I've seen in writing. Yeah, that
Okay.
Judge Newman does not want notes taken because he likes the evidence to speak for itself. And I'm just making sure that this is going to come up. Okay, they're still in recess. I'm just checking. Yeah, Judge Newman normally does not allow note taking. I didn't see anything in particular to this trial stated. I may have missed it, but that's his usual standard. He doesn't like notes. So.
Well, he's probably right. He's very intelligent. And I think he's very by the book, and I really like that. Like, he's not going to sway in anybody's direction for anybody. It's the law, and that's it,
Mm-hmm. Okay. If they were able to retrieve the projectiles from Maggie, they could compare also to projectiles found on the property for the 300 blackout. I can only find that the brand of ammo used is only FMJ. Okay. And Liam says, yup, metallurgic match, And also that Paul is way around the corner, yet Alex says he fixated on his son's head after arriving. Did he not see her body first? Good catch. Good catch, Liam. I was wondering that too. Which way did he come up?
Good question. I don't know.
Like, which side was he on?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I don't think Newman is allowing them to use notes because they are repeating numbers over and over and over again to make sure the jury has it down pat. And they're asking it excessively. So I think you're right, and I don't think they're allowed to have notes.
Nope.
And yeah, on jurors' right, they could write down the wrong numbers or a wrong name or whatever, and it could sway them in the wrong direction later.
Exactly. They have to go by the actual evidence, and that's not uncommon for a judge to want them to actually look at that. I mean, and also it's not uncommon that judges have to remind them that, like, the statements of the attorneys is not evidence. The opening and closing statements that's not evidence, no matter what they tell you. Only
Right,
what gets
exactly.
presented and entered in is, and that's the only thing that they can use to adjudicate the case is the evidence. But, yep, I don't know. Did I answer all the
don't either.
questions from yesterday? I think I did. Can you think of anything else I left out? Let's see. What do we have to research for today? So far, just the history of Jim Griffin and what he might be doing for a job after this trial. Like, because I think isn't he a partner with Harpootlian? Is he in that? Well, I think he is. I think it's the two of
Yeah,
them. And
no, yeah, I think that's who he's working
wait,
for now or
and I
something.
think
Yeah.
Phillip Barber is they hired him. He's very tech savvy. He was they used him for the data for when they were doing the texts and the phone stuff. That was the guy with the beard. But I
Yeah.
did see that AG Wilson is sitting at the prosecution table again because John Conrad had to take a second bench over there behind. There's no room at the table because, last year or so they hired John Meters, it's the other older man with the beard that spoke yesterday for the prosecution before Creighton took over in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then we had John Conrad, who's the balding one that kind of looks like Jim Griffin, but younger and taller.
Yeah. Yeah. Always said the way Maggie was shot was made to look like a hit. It was done both of them were shot in the head execution style. Both of them had like their brains were blown out.
Both of
Because
them
I
at the
know
end.
they
And they were the
definitely
second.
said 3 times that they found human brain matter down by Paul's foot.
Yeah,
So
they
both
did.
of them got their heads blown out.
Yeah, they really made a big deal out of Paul's, and that was the defense attorney did that. The conditions of the bodies. He really was very dramatic about it. And yes, both of them were shot in the head. Both of them as the last shot. That's what it was saying. The last shot on both of them was a headshot. So Alex waited for the perfect time with Bubba causing a mess. Hurry up and shoot P with one shot at least. Grab the other gun and shoot Maggie. I don't know. Could have been. You think right after that video is when it happened. Wow, that would be something, huh?
It's just interesting to me that they both got shot so many times in the torso and then shot in the head. Like it's almost like the same person did it. That's the thing that kills me about the 2-person theory. Because they're not gonna, I mean, where were the shots in the body? Were they similar to where, I mean, I know Paul got shot, what, in the shoulder and the head?
They said he
Where
got
else?
shot in the shoulder so much in the shoulder chest area that actual wadding came out from under his arm.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. And that both of them were shot close enough that stippling of the bodies occurred.
Right.
So within 2 feet, is that it?
See, that's what I'm saying, man. You're not going to just let some stranger walk up on you.
Yeah. No defensive
that's the other
wounds.
thing.
No defensive
Yes.
wounds on either body.
Yep.
And the way he said, I did him bad, fake sobbing. There's controversy about that. The I and they. Everybody is saying, some people are saying they heard they, some people are saying I. The witness, Jeff Croft himself, said, I'm sorry, I still hear I, even when they slowed it down. He said, I hear I. And I was there, and I felt he said I. Yeah.
Yeah, Mrs. Cassandra, I agree. She said that many shots says it was personal to me. And I had said originally to Claire that them being shot in the head, particularly, because if people get shot in the back of the head or the face, it's usually more emotional, more emotion into it than just trying to kill somebody. Most people will just shoot for the heart and move on with their lives because it's easier to hit the chest than the head. But to do that many shots in the torso and then blow the head out to make sure they were dead. That tells me there was some kind of personal shit in it.
Here's something we haven't heard said, and no dogs were growling at someone tripping in the forest gaining ground. Exactly. Nobody who was not supposed to be there was there.
Yeah, because the dogs
weren't going
weren't
crazy.
barking or anything. You're right. Good point.
Okay.
See, it just points so much at him. It just points so much at him.
Unfortunately for him, it sure does. Yep. It sure does. I like this one. Always says crime is as much a condition as an intention. Lewis F. Corns. Yep.
Yeah, headshots are very personal. Agreed, Anna.
Very. I mean, brains.
Yes.
It's like you won't be talking. Nope.
I mean, that's the thing, you blow someone's chest out, they're on the ground bleeding out and not moving. And then you say, oh, well, I'm going to put one shot in the back of their head just in case. I mean, that's like executioner mafia style shit, And for someone to do that in like that kind of an area where crime doesn't happen a lot, like there's not murders all the time, I would
Exactly.
definitely say that it's a more personal thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does, and they had to get close because there was stippling.
Liam,
And
they were all
yeah.
such shit shots that they would have needed to get close to be sure.
Yeah, that kind of came out yesterday with the friends and all, right? Like when they were all like saying, like, yeah, he needed the sight and all, and like this one was only good for this link,
Yeah.
But they do like their hunting, duck hunting, and all of that. Like they do like
Oh
to
yeah.
go. It's 'cause,
Yeah,
but
that's just country in general, I grew up in West Virginia. My mom transplanted us there when I was 4. And that's just how it is there. Like I would go hunting, people would be like, "Hey, let's go hunting." And I would go out there and I'd have a gun and I'd take a nap and watch the deer, and I wouldn't shoot a fucking thing. It was
no,
so nice and quiet out there. Oh my
yeah.
God.
So
Be out
you
there
would
in the
like go
snow and
hunting just like to look at the scenery and take a nap?
yeah, I
Like,
mean, if I had a sure shot, I would have taken it, but I wasn't going to risk a shot to disrupt the peace and quiet.
no, there you go.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I would like snuggle up against a fallen tree, right? Cover myself in the fallen, red and brown leaves. It keeps you warm, two, it camouflages you. And I would just find like a little nook, and lean there and prop my gun up on the tree and just chill and wait, listen to the snow ticking off of the leaves. It was beautiful. Never have ever shot a damn animal in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Never shot one. It's
Hunting and
great, isn't it,
fishing.
Anna?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, hunting and fishing. That's right.
Mhm. That's right. I
We're
hear you.
hunting and fishing,
I never went hunting, but I fished a
loving
lot.
every
I do
minute
love
of it.
fishing. That's a nice quiet skill for being out in nature, for sure. Oh.
Anyone who thinks that a 30 cal is only accurate to 50 to 75 yards is a butcher. Is that what they said,
Yeah.
Liam? I missed that part.
Yeah, he
50 to
did. I think
75 yards?
was that the one with the
Shit.
beard? Was that Will Loving? I think he was saying that's what Paul told him. Yeah.
When I was in the army, when you're in the army and you're doing the range, they have pop-up targets.
Mm-hmm.
And the farther out the target is, the longer it stays up for you to shoot it. So the one up close they call it Fast Freddy. Fast Freddy is up and down in like a second. You have like a second and a half to shoot him. And they call him Fast Freddy. Fast Freddy is at 75 yards. There's 3 other targets, and the last target, I believe, if I remember correctly, is at like 3 or 350. And
Really?
that's what you have to shoot to use a gun in the army. And they're saying 50 to 75 yards. Like, really, Liam's right. They suck. They suck ass. If that's all the farther they can get a goddamn animal. Or they sighted in their guns really poorly.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm checking the Murdaugh feed as we talk on Twitter to see what else
go for it.
everyone is dropping. Because I mean, they just like he's been trending like every day, obviously. But because the trial is like so active. Let's see. Murdaugh trial.
Always. I like that one. That is good.
Oh,
The man that does not fear punishment, has little regards for the crime. Yes, absolutely.
And
Norm
that's kind of
Macdonald said that?
strange. Yeah, that's kind of strange for a lawyer. Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
really. Most lawyers have respect for the law. Like
I
this
think
guy
he just thinks he's such a big, highfalutin piece of shit that he was going to get away with it. I think he thought that the local law enforcement was going to turn their head the way they did with Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it got out of hand, too. I don't think he meant for all that to happen.
Jim Griffin opened the door to the boat crash case in Murdaugh's character, and Creighton Waters jumped in with both feet. Splash, splash, duck, duck. I like that.
Who wrote that?
Somebody on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It says, I just want to ask Alex Murdaugh, 100 years of family privilege. Son's secret boyfriend, dead. Other son kills girl. Boat crash. Housekeeper died on property. Had wife and son murdered. Tried to fake his own murder. embezzled millions, addicted to opiates, 80 charges. Whoa. Try to
Yep.
put, like, wow. Just put that out like that. Okay.
You need to
Okay.
like copy and paste that somewhere so we can all read that again. That's great.
Well, when they
It's
talk
just like a
about
quick
Son's
summary.
secret, here they're talking about Son's secret boyfriend. That's, oh, well, we ran out of time. There we go.
Okay.
We are
I'll see
back.
you in the chat. Bye.
Yep.
Bring the jury.
And the jury's coming in. We're going to get real testimony now.
Do about 2 hours with the jury and then resume with in camera. And perhaps delay the jury coming for till later tomorrow morning.
They keep muting while they bring the jury in, but we just heard the judge say we're going to get more 404B testimony before him to make sure that it's all on motive, and also first thing tomorrow morning we're going to hear even more about these financial crimes.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you and welcome back. You may call your next witness.
State calls Investigator Dylan Hightower.
Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take the seat on the witness stand.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dylan Hightower, Hightower.
Investigator Hightower, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you employed, sir?
I currently work for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I also supervise the Criminal Intelligence Unit within our office.
What is the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
The District Attorney of the 14th Circuit, which is comprised of 5 counties, Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Our office handles all general sessions related criminal offenses in court.
All right. And specifically your role as an investigator, what are your duties at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir. My duties are to prepare cases for trial, locate and identify witnesses, interview witnesses, obtain any additional evidence that may be needed prior to trial. We also prepare witness testimony for all of our potential witnesses for all of our trials. Also, outside of preparing cases for trial, I assist with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies with active and criminal investigations.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe your background in law enforcement that led to your employment at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, so in 2010, I graduated from the University of South Carolina in Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. Soon thereafter, a criminal intelligence position became available within the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, to which I then applied. And initially, when I first was hired, I attended a 4-week on-the-job training at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in the Fusion Center for Criminal Intelligence Analysis School. Afterward, I attended the PenLink Call Analysis Training Center there in Columbia as well. In 2013, I became a Class 1 certified law enforcement officer. In 2014, I attended the ETS Fundamentals of Call Detail Record Analysis in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 2015, I attended and became a Sistine Secure View cellular forensics operator to obtain the evidence from a specific device or telephone, cellular telephone. In 2016, if I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
Timing. Later on in 2015, I attended a course, Gladiator Cellular Forensics course, where we learned about ESPA and GAR. ESPA stands for Enterprise Sensor Processing and Analytics. GAR stands for Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. Essentially, that class taught us to use specific devices and software to identify digital footprints of cellular towers within a specific area. In 2017, I attended a operator course for Black Bag Mobilize, which is a forensic tool to extract data off of a cellular telephone. In 2018, I attended the FBI CAST. CAST stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, on a class involving historical cell site analysis, which identifies tower activity, tower orientation, sector information of incoming and outgoing calls on a specific telephone number.
And Investigator Hightower, I'm gonna stop you there. So as part of your job as investigator, 14th Circuit, your role is to help with cell records and cell tower information, correct?
Yes, sir, among other things.
And you've also had training on downloading and doing extracts from phones as well, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is it unusual for you to respond to murder scenes in the 14th Circuit?
No, sir, not at all.
And you've personally met the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And does Mr. Alex Murdaugh, or at least at one point, have an association with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that association?
He was identified as a volunteer solicitor within our office.
All right. And when you say assistant solicitor, what does an assistant solicitor do?
They prosecute cases in General Sessions Court.
And you've, in your role, you've participated in a number of trials before, correct?
I have. I've been doing this for approximately coming up on 12 and a half years.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to participate in any trials with the defendant, Richard or Alexander Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, there was one.
All right. And approximately when was that?
Probably 2015, 2016. It was a murder case out of Hampton County.
And what role did Mr. Alexander Murdaugh fill in that case?
He was essentially one of the prosecutors on the case. His father, Randolph Murdaugh, was technically the lead on the case and who I spoke with and met with prior to my testimony in the trial.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to June 8th of 2021. You recall that day, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 4147 Moselle Road here in Hampton or Colleton County?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And briefly explain how you became involved and why you responded out there on that day.
So that morning, multiple phone calls were crossing through multiple employees throughout our office regarding the incident that occurred. We being myself, two other investigators, my solicitor and my deputy solicitor, traveled to SLED Low Country here in Walterboro and attended a briefing involving all the law enforcement agencies responsible for the investigation. During that briefing, we learned more about the particulars of what had occurred. And then afterward, we had all traveled together in multiple vehicles to 4147 Moselle Road.
Okay. So yourself and several other 14th Circuit investigators responded, correct?
Yes, sir. I drove with one other investigator riding with me. One additional investigator met us there. Captain Ryan Neal with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was in the vehicle with Solicitor Stone and Deputy Solicitor Thornton.
And now you just testified that it's not unusual for you yourself to respond to murder scenes, correct?
No, sir. And all of the murder cases that I've been involved with and any type of criminal proceeding, probably 95% of those scenes I've actually gone to.
Okay. And was it unusual for the solicitor to respond to a scene that quickly after an incident in your experience?
No, sir, not at all. Again, we, as a staff involved with the prosecution team, we would always travel to a crime scene if we go to a courtroom.
All right, and just so it's clear, I don't know if you said it yet, but who is the solicitor of the 14th Circuit?
Solicitor is Duffy Stone.
And he'd be your direct boss, right?
I go through the deputy solicitor, Sean Thornton, but
He'd be the ultimate boss.
the ultimate boss is
Okay.
Solicitor Stone. Yes, sir.
All right. And once you got to the scene, what did you do?
Once we arrived on scene, we met with Captain Ryan Neal, kind of all in a group. Captain Neal then walked around the scene and kind of noted different points of view, different pieces of the crime scene had already been relinquished at that point by the crime scene agents. There was no crime scene tape up. It was wide open. There are multiple members of the law firm there, other SLED agents as well. We had all kind of walked around the scene, around the barn, around the kennels, identified the points of interest of where each of the bodies were with Paul and Maggie, and then kind of circulated around the property and got a better visual of what all actually occurred.
And while you're there, did you bring any equipment with you to help aid in the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you bring?
Our 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office drone.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. Let's see, they are marked Exhibit 242, 241, 240, 239, 237. Get these papers apart. 238. Do you recognize those pictures, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, what are those pictures?
This is drone imagery of the scene right around the kennels and the general vicinity around the kennels.
And that was from a drone you operated?
Yes, sir, it is.
And about what time do you recall that you took those pictures and what day?
It was on June 8th of 2021 between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Take those back from me. Look at them anymore. This time state of Murdaugh offered exhibits 242, 241, 240, 237, 238, and 239.
They're admitted without objection.
I'll need the Elmo, please. Okay, can you see this picture on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and what is this image of?
So this is closest kind of in the direction of the house, looking back towards the hangar area, as well as the dog kennels off to your right. My vehicle is right dead center in the picture, and then other SLED agents' vehicles were over on the left.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask you to step down real quick to point out a couple things, if you don't mind. All right, and you might have to step over those boxes, but can you point out, from what you were told when you're on scene, approximately where Paul Murdaugh's body was found on that picture? However you need to.
Paul's body was right here near the dog kennels.
Okay, and where was Maggie's body?
She would have been right under this this area over here, just on the corner around the edge.
And you testified by the time you got to the scene, SLED crime scene, you cleared it and it departed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say, you can take a seat again. When you say that crime scene had cleared, what does that mean to you?
It was no longer an active crime scene. Once the crime scene tape is removed, it's no longer active.
So other individuals could walk and view the crime scene at that point?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and that was Exhibit 240. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 241. And that's the same general area, a little bit closer on where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and now I'm going to show 242. All right, and that's a little bit lower angle, looking at the same area where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 239. Okay, what is this? What is this angle? What is it looking at? And in fact, if you want to step down again and point to the jury, what that glare is pretty bad. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so at the top of this picture, in kind of the center, what is that?
So this here is the residence of 4147. That's the actual residence. This is the field between the residence and the kennels. Again, the kennels, the edge of the kennels is right there. You can see the top of the hangar there as well. So this is a direction looking directly over the hangar, pointing directly back towards the residence.
And I'm gonna ask you to sit down a second, but I want to call your attention to this line of trees right here. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
In this picture, you can take a seat. This picture is taken in when?
These were taken on the afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
And we see some pine trees kind of running diagonally between the kennels and the house, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
And you were out there at the scene personally, correct?
I was.
And from the best of your recollection, can you remember the approximate height of most of these trees at that time?
I would approximate probably 6, 7, maybe 8 feet on certain ones. But you did get a clear channel or clear view back towards the residence.
Okay. And you've been out there more recently, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And did you notice any differences with those trees, at least present day compared to June of 2021?
Yes, sir. It's much more overgrown than what it looks like in that picture.
Have those trees grown higher?
Much higher, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, this is going to be Exhibit 238. And this is approximately the same angle, correct?
The same angle, just shifted backwards a little bit so you could actually see the full hangar, the full kennels, as well as the residence.
All right. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 237. All right. And what angle is this in relation to the others?
So the idea behind this was to identify both driveways accessing the residence as well as accessing the barn area. So this is further back, kind of closest to the field area, looking back towards the hangar, the dog kennels, and the 2 driveways that you could travel or arrive onto the property.
And this gives a good angle of those trees we were just discussing to show how closely they're spaced, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Let's step back a little bit chronologically, a little earlier in the day of June 8th, 2021 for you. While you're at the scene, did Maggie's cell phone come up in conversation?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Describe the context of that. How did it come up and who was there when it came up?
It was during the general overview of the scene. We started asking questions about pieces of physical evidence that might have been identified. I learned at that time that Paul's phone was found on him, and Maggie's phone was not located anywhere near the scene during scene processing. So therefore, I explored other options to try and identify where her phone may be.
And you testified a while ago, you've got pretty extensive training and experience dealing with cell phones, correct?
Yes, sir. Every case, I would say 95% of all of our cases we put to a courtroom involve all forms of digital forensics, cell phone extractions, cell phone records, things of that nature. It's a part of our everyday life.
So with that background, when you learned Maggie's phone was missing, what did you have any ideas?
I did, yes, sir.
What idea did you have?
Knowing that they were the Murdaughs were a close-knit family, I figured one of the family members might have had her direct location on Find My iPhone, knowing that they all utilized iPhones.
And did you communicate that idea to anybody?
Yes, sir, I did. I spoke with John Marvin Murdaugh on scene.
All right. And what did he do in reaction to your suggestion?
He believed that one of the family members did have access to Maggie Murdaugh's phone location via Find My iPhone. He left for a few minutes, short minutes, and came back to me with a cell phone believed to be Buster Murdaugh's phone.
You're not 100% positive whose phone?
Not
it was?
100% positive.
All right. And what did you do once this phone was handed to you by John Marvin?
I took possession of the phone, obviously looked at the virtual map, walked in the direction of where I believed it to be to see if it might be in the general vicinity of where we were around the dog kennels. As I walked probably 30, 40 yards, I realized I was much further away than I originally anticipated. So I then went back to my vehicle. I got in with John Marvin. I had possession of the phone the entire time. Two of our other investigators, Solicitor Jojo Woodward and Investigator Donnie Hutto, rode with me back towards the general area of where the device was showing.
Okay. And so you had this family phone the entire time, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were tracking to where Maggie's phone exactly was.
I was driving and looking down at the phone, making sure I was going in the proper direction.
Approximately how far did you drive?
About a half a mile from the entrance to the barns, the driveway to the barns.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 227. You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That's an overview from Google Maps that shows both the residence as well as the general location of where I ultimately located Maggie Murdaugh's phone along the edge of Moselle Road.
And you prepared that?
I
to show
did.
the location?
Yes, sir.
All right. And state moves 227 into evidence. Okay, can you see that on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
We're going to ask you to step down one more time. All right. On this overview, can you point out where the residence is for 4147 Moselle?
The residence is here. You can see the driveway here as well. And then the kennels are up here.
Okay. And there's a marker on there, correct, that says general location of phone?
Yes, sir, that'd be right here.
And that's where you found Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yeah, so I was walking, when I was trying to get a better idea of where the phone actually was, I was walking up and down the driveway here to the kennels, obviously looking down at the phone, trying to identify the general location. Once I started to realize the phone was much further away, that's when I jumped into my vehicle. I turned and went southeast of the residence area. Once I got to this specific area where the field kind of opened up, I started getting closer and closer to the blue dot that you would see on Find My iPhone. Once I got closer and closer, we all got out on foot and walked the property to identify where that phone was.
Okay. And you can take a seat. And I'm gonna hand you exhibit 236, 235, 234, 233, 232, 231, 230, 229, and 228. Do you recognize any of those?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what are those?
These are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's phone as it was laying in the brushed area or leaved area closer to Moselle Road, about 15, 20 feet away from Moselle Road.
And did you ever personally pick up Maggie's phone?
I never touched the phone. Once I identified the location of where the phone was, I contacted Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He sent a team with Special Agent Katie McCallister and Special Agent Jeff Croft to take possession of the device.
You took these pictures. Maggie's phone had not been touched, correct?
It has not been touched. No, sir.
All right. At this time, state's going to move exhibits 236, 235, 233, 231, 228, 227, 230, 232, and 234 into evidence.
There's no objection.
They're admitted without objection.
Okay, I'm going to show you first exhibit 230. All right, and in the center of this, I see two orange flags. Do you see those?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those orange flags?
So once I located the device, I found some standard landscape flags laying around. I then obtained those, walked over towards where the phone actually was, put one towards the phone and one kind of where you could see from the roadway as the SLED agents were responding to collect it.
Okay, so where was Maggie's phone in relation to these two orange flags again?
So it'd be the furthest one away. This is just a point of view from the street looking back towards where the phone was.
Okay. And we see, looks like pavement in the foreground. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is Moselle Road.
And so that represents the edge of the road, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And just so it's clear, is this the north side of the road or south side of the road?
This would be,
Well, let's go back to the map. Let's go back to exhibit 227. So this, is this represent north, south is up and down on this map you prepared?
yes, sir, it does.
Okay, all right. So is the phone found on the right side of Moselle Road on this picture or the left side?
It would be on the right side
Okay.
from this angle.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit 234. And do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and right in the center of that picture, what is that?
That is the Apple iPhone that actually had a camouflage case with an orange tint to it. And there was standing water on top of the screen.
Okay. And I see a little black area if you look up and left of the phone in the center of the picture there. Do you know what that was, or was that anything significant?
I don't believe it was anything significant. From what I recall, it might have been a bottle or something of that nature.
Okay. I'm going to show now exhibit 231. Okay, and I believe in the center of this picture towards the bottom, what is that?
That is the cell phone identified as Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And we see a orange flag just a little bit in front of it, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is that the orange flag you placed?
It is.
And then in the distance, I see a line, a white line. It doesn't show very clear on the Elmo. But what is that? And I can bring the picture to you if you need.
Well, I could explain what this picture is of looking back towards, because based off the glare, I can't even see the roadway.
Right. I'll show you. What, on this, this far line here, what is that?
This back here?
In front of that?
Okay,
that
this
wire.
is 40, this is Moselle Road
Okay.
here. This is just on the opposite side of the cell phone, looking back towards the field area, the trees for line of reference to identify where it was actually located.
Okay. All right, and can you approximate the distance from the road that you found this phone?
I did not step it off or measure it, but I would say between 15 and 20 feet.
Okay. Okay. I'll show you that. Excuse me. Some water. All right, we are looking at exhibit 228. All right, describe what's in this picture, please.
That is just a more close-up picture of the Apple iPhone recovered from the leaves.
And do I see something on the screen of that phone?
Yes, sir. It's standing water, believed to be from the moisture from the night before.
And that screen, is that facing up or facing down?
The screen is facing up.
All right, I'll show you exhibit 235. All right. And what's in this picture?
It's just the opposite angle on the other side of the phone, more of a close-up of the iPhone.
You can see those water droplets on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And I see some sort of line on top of the phone. Can you tell what that is?
Appears to be some sort of plant or
Okay, and finally, 236. What is in this picture?
again, more of a close-up, the top of the phone looking down.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 233. All right, what is in the, describe this picture.
So the reason behind this is to obviously identify the location of where the device was. I had walked out to Moselle Road, gotten to the center of the roadway and taken a picture of the trees in the field directly on the opposite side of the road of where the phone was found.
All right, and this is exhibit 232. Describe this picture, please.
This is me standing in the same location as the previous picture. This is me just turning right towards the residence to show the pitch in the road as well as the start or the break of the field off to the left.
So you're standing basically across the road from where Maggie's phone was found, correct?
That is correct. It would be directly to my right in this picture.
And facing down that road, what's that way?
That's back towards the residence and the kennels.
And whose vehicle? Do you recall whose vehicle was in that picture?
Captain Ryan Neese.
Okay, finally exhibit 229. All right, and what's this picture?
That is a close-up of the back of the picture, or back of the iPhone. That's Special Agent Katie McCallister that has possession of it. At that point in time, we had put it in airplane mode and sealed it into a evidence bag.
Now, you did not physically pick the phone up, correct?
I never once touched the phone, no, sir.
You observed it being picked up, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And, all right, and did you have any further to do with Maggie's phone after it was collected?
I was provided the extraction once that was completed, but yes, nothing further with the actual device.
Okay, that was from Lieutenant Dove.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, let's go forward to the day of June 10th, which was 2 days after you found Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. And did you have reason to respond back out to Moselle on that day?
It was not Moselle, but I believe it was John Marvin's hunting property.
Okay. All right. You responded to John Marvin's hunting property. And why did you go there on that day, June 10th?
I was requested to extract cellular phones from Alex Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh, while they're all being questioned by SLED agents.
All right. To your knowledge, did all those individuals provide consent for that
Yes, sir, they
search?
did, as well as their passcodes.
Okay. All right, so how many phones did you download again? I'm sorry.
During that time frame, I had extracted 3 total phones. There towards the end, once the interviews were being concluded, a phone call was made to multiple family members explaining Randolph's condition, and they all had to leave and go back into Alameda.
Okay.
I was only able to extract 3 phones at that time.
And whose phones were that?
It would have been
3?
Alex, Randy's, and Buster Murdaugh's phone.
All right. And just generally speaking, why did you download, why were you needed to download his phones on that day? What was the purpose?
I was tasked by multiple SLED agents to assist them while they were conducting all their interviews to extract the contents of their phone to see if there might be any evidence of the murders in any of their phones.
And was it unusual for SLED in this area to request your assistance with some cell phone evidence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. All right, so you downloaded those 3 phones. This jury has heard testimony about different types of extractions. What type of extraction did you do on June 10th with, let's focus on Alex's phone. What type of extraction did you do?
The initial extraction was an advanced logical that I had done there on scene at the hunting property.
How long do you recall approximately that logical extraction took?
Advanced logical was basically just a surface area of the phone, identifying the call logs, incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, any emails, general location information. You won't always get a whole lot of location information, but ideally to get a pretty good idea as to what's happening on that phone during that time frame.
And just time-wise, I know every phone's different, but do you recall approximately how long it took to download Alex's phone?
I would say between 30 minutes and an hour. None of the phones took any longer than an hour to conduct an advanced logical. Full file system takes much longer.
So between the 3 phones you successfully downloaded, it took you between, in total, an hour and a half to 3 hours approximately, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This jury's heard about the full file system and physical extractions before. You have that capability, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. But you did not perform that on those 3 phones on June 10th, correct?
That is correct.
And just again, generally speaking, knowing every phone's different, how much longer does a physical extraction take than a logical extraction?
It depends on the size of the phone. Obviously, phones these days are getting much larger. Depending on the size of those phones, depending on how long a full file system extraction would actually take. It could be hours, it could be days. It just kind of depends.
Okay. And did you feel like you had hours and hours and days to download those phones?
No, sir, I did not.
Because what did you do after you were done extracting them?
I supplied each of their phones back to them, obviously because of the issues dealing with Mr. Randolph at that time.
And you felt some pressure because of the health issues of Mr. Randolph to return their phones to him so they could take care of family business?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. And so you said a minute ago, so all you removed from these phones was that surface layer of information, correct? Is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that surface information includes text and call logs, pictures and videos and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And you said sometimes you get some location data, but not always, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now, in relation to Alex's phone, was there a concern about his status as an attorney on that?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And that phone could potentially contain privileged information, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. So you did the raw download, logical download. And did you initially look at anything on Alex's phone on June 10th?
I did not. I was, once the extraction was completed, I obtained the UFDX file, which is the raw file for a Celebrite file. I then transferred that electronically over to Sergeant Paul McManigal with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, who also serves in the United States Secret Service Task Force, the Cyber Crime Task Force. I also did that with Randy Murdaugh's phone as well. So I sent him 2 of the UFDX raw files from Celebrite for him to dump into what's called physical analyzer to extract the data. At that time, a Tain attorney was assigned from the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office. She had met with Sergeant McManigal and gone over all of the attorney-client privilege information, and I was provided a working copy of Alex Murdaugh's phone from Paul McManigal a few days after that.
Okay. But just so it's clear, you said she was from the Ninth Circuit?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that's a totally separate office from your circuit, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Once you received this redacted logical phone extraction from Sergeant McManigal, what did you do next?
I opened it in what's called Celebrite Reader, which is an executable file that allows you to go in and view the contents of the phone. It's essentially a dashboard that allows you to maneuver around the device itself in a more readable format and identify incoming, outgoing calls, read text messages, any type of emails, photographs, videos, or anything that might be in that person's camera roll.
And in the course of your assistance to this investigation, did you acquire any other records to assist you in looking through these phones?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you acquire?
I was supplied with all of the call detail records from Verizon for all of the parties that we had obtained information on or obtained a search warrant on to identify ideally location information. What I like to do in my cases, if we have a phone extraction as well as phone records, I like to compare the two and identify any discrepancies or any issues that might occur. But the call detail records allow you to obtain location information if you don't get it from the Celebrite extraction.
Okay. And so you obtained via search warrant or assisted obtaining via search warrant cell records for Mr. Alex Murdaugh and some other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those records have been entered into evidence as 268, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And you said, you just testified that you took those cell phone records, which, to remind a jury, that's information that's stored by who?
By Verizon, in this case, Verizon, but
Yes. By the cell company, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. And you compared it to the information you found on these phones, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And specifically, with Alex's phone, what did you discover when you're comparing these phone records to the phone itself, the call log?
Once I started, I essentially built a digital timeline of all forms of digital evidence that we had during that time frame, and it was kind of a working copy. During that time frame, I compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw in the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
Okay. And what did that tell you when you saw that missing information?
It could be a multitude of things. They were either removed by the user or the one responsible for using the device. It could have overlapped from the call log history. It could have been a series of things, but I just wanted to make sure that I identified the phone numbers that were in communication during that time frame and the lack of that information on the actual phone.
You just said it could have overlapped in that. What does that mean?
Over time, your call log obviously gets historically just kind of removes itself from the call log history on your actual device. It's nearly impossible, actually, I know of no way to delete any phone calls that you might have made that had processed through the network, or in this case, Verizon.
So there's no way for a user to delete records from Verizon, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But, you know, in your investigation of his phone, of Alex's phone, I mean, is that what happened? Did his call log just simply overlap? Were you able to determine that?
I was not able to determine it because it was an advanced logical, so I wasn't able to recover any deleted items during that time frame.
So you didn't recover any deleted artifacts of the phone call?
That is correct. No, sir, I did
When I
not.
say deleted artifacts, what does that mean?
Anything that was manually deleted from the device itself.
All right. And there's sometimes a trace left in memory when something is deleted, correct?
Yes, sir, that is
But a
correct.
logical extraction is not going to find that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. But did you, in your review of the call logs, did you discover whether sometime prior to the June 7th, that there were still calls in those logs?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And so is this a case where simply the calls just simply overlapped and the oldest went out as the new calls were made?
It's possible.
Well, if there's a gap, you just testified there were phone calls.
Yes, Your Honor, we.
Did you just testify that there were phone calls from prior to June 7th still remaining on that phone?
FaceTime calls, yes, sir.
Okay.
On the call log on the phone extraction. The report that I was provided, because it was a working copy, was from June 1st to June 10th.
Okay. All right. But there were FaceTime calls prior to that, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a user accesses just the phone itself and they look at a call log, will that display both calls made over Verizon? It will display calls made over the Verizon network, the call log?
Yes, sir.
It will-
Anything that connected to the network.
All right, and will display FaceTime calls as well?
It would, yes, sir.
And you found FaceTime calls from prior to June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and, but as far as you could tell, as far as calls themselves, when did you start seeing call records start?
Right around the morning, late morning, early afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And is there, other than this overlapping situation, is there any other way that you're aware that have removed that gap in phone call logs?
The user went in and manually removed it themselves.
But there's no other automatic process other than what we've already discussed.
No, sir.
And did you discuss with Sergeant McManigal whether his process in redacting certain things, did that process remove any call logs from that download?
Yes, sir. I did review with Sergeant McManigal, and obviously we had discussed the results that were provided to me, and we both agreed on the same opinion.
And that Sergeant McManigal did not remove those records, correct?
That is correct.
For this witness.
Yes, sir.
Understand you, and sort of an alien concept to me, Swister's office going to murder scenes. You go to a bunch of murder scenes?
Yes, sir. Among my other duties, I am involved with the ATF. I'm a task force officer with the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms out of Charleston. So I do some proactive roles there, as well as reactive roles in investigating crimes that will ultimately be my case anyways and come into a court.
If they arrest somebody.
If they arrest somebody, in some cases, and when no arrests are made, yes, sir.
And they're what?
In some cases, when no arrests are made, I would still arrive or respond to the crime scene.
And you took Solicitor Duffy Stone with you, the chief prosecutor for the circuit, right?
We rode in separate vehicles, but yes, he was along with me, yes.
And I think I saw somewhere in evidence, he actually took photographs that morning, did he not?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that usual? That the solicitor go around doing evidentiary photos?
Not at all. With the way his mind works, he goes in and he thinks of every idea possible of what could possibly be an issue later on down the road if he prosecutes a case. And he wants to make sure that's all documented in his own phone.
And so if he takes a picture and wants to use it in the prosecution, does he introduce it, authenticate it, and take the stand, authenticate it, and then come back down? Or he ask himself questions? How does
No,
that
sir,
work?
he does not.
Let me move on to something a little more productive. You went to a briefing that morning, you said, when you got there.
Yes, sir, I did at
And
Sled Country.
Who was the briefing by?
There were probably 30, 40 plus investigators, officers, but multiple, essentially SLED, Colleton County Sheriff's Office, a few Walterboro Police Department, I believe, and a few from my office.
I guess when I think of a briefing, I think of someone standing in front of the room and saying, here's what we got. Was there one speaker?
There were multiple people speaking, but that was the whole idea, was to get a better grasp as to what had occurred the night before.
I guess, so who spoke?
Multiple agents, multiple responding officers from the sheriff's office. I don't recall exactly who spoke.
How long did the briefing take?
Approximately 45 minutes, if I had to guess.
And you have no specific memory of any specific person saying any specific thing?
There were multiple people speaking, going over the.
So the answer is no.
I do not recall exact people's names and exactly what they said. No, sir.
Do you recall any one person that spoke?
I know Captain Ryan Neal spoke. Special Agent David Owen spoke. I believe Captain Jason Chapman with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office spoke. There was a multitude of people talking about different things that they had seen the night before or the morning of.
Had they indicated to you, any one of those people, that they had a suspect, that they were focused on any particular person?
No, sir.
Did they have an explanation for anything? I mean, at that point, was there some theory about what happened?
At that point in time, we were trying to identify all the physical pieces of evidence as well as obtain and preserve all digital pieces of evidence to make sure we had a strong enough case moving
Were
forward.
you aware that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department had issued a statement to the public saying, there's nothing to be afraid of? People, this is not something that you should view as a threat.
No,
An active shooter at large. Would police take any proactive steps? Would they put up roadblocks, or would they put out a statement? Look, we've got 2 people brutally murdered, and we don't know who did it, so keep your doors locked. Be careful about if you see somebody in the woods or walking along the road. I mean, you see these, unfortunately, much too often these days, but did you?
Your Honor, object. Mr. Harpootlian seems to be testifying. Are we getting to a question?
Yeah, the question is, did y'all do any? Did you see any, not you, did you see any evidence of that or hear any evidence of that morning?
not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Not that I recall means,
I don't remember. I wasn't focused on what was on the time.
but did you see any roadblocks?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody searching fields or the woods around the place?
There were multiple tasks that were provided to each investigator during the briefing, and multiple people went out and did their own thing of whatever they were tasked with.
Do you remember what those tasks were?
Following up with potential witnesses.
Right, but I'm talking about, did you see anybody going through the woods armed looking for a person or persons?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see any roadblocks, you didn't see any active search for a suspect in the sense of somebody was armed, well, they knew at that point there were spent shotgun shells and spent blackout casings, right? You've heard that?
Yes, sir.
So somebody, either 2 people or 1 person with 2 guns, was at large at that point as far as y'all were concerned.
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally.
Okay. Did any of those agents indicate during your briefing that they felt that there was somebody at large that posed a danger to the community? Did you hear any of that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So, let me find the critical element here. So, when you got there the next morning, there were no bodies, there was no physical evidence there. It was after all that had been removed.
All the bodies have been removed. All of the trash from the crime scene agents were stacked up. You could see some blood stains in the ground, and as well as some body matter over towards the dog kennels.
And I'm not going to belabor this and put these pictures up, but you had a drone up, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ever go up to the residence?
I did not go all the way to the residence. No, sir.
Okay, and I don't see any pictures taken from the kennels that you took or under your direction up towards the residence. Are there any?
From the kennels looking back towards the residence?
I mean, but looking from the murder scene back up towards the residence.
Yes, sir, I did take those photographs.
That was during the day, not the night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so you don't know what somebody from the house could see at night looking down towards the kennel?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that you weren't testifying so the house at night would have an unobstructed view of where the bodies were found or the front of the kennels. You're not testifying to that, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the phone. I thought I had the exhibit number of the phone down. You don't know it off the top of your head, do you? Anybody? What? Oh, up there. Okay. It's I think it's 204, which I would find in that box. While he's looking for that, if you continue to look for that, I'd appreciate it. Let me ask you some questions. You indicated the distance from the shoulder to the road, shoulder of the road to the phone was about 15 to 20 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took a number, did you take those pictures of the phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was there any other person there taking pictures other than you?
I was the only one with a camera, so I took the.
And Were you there the entire time until the phone was removed?
Yes, sir, I was. I stayed right next to the phone until Special Agent Jeff Croft and Special Agent Katie McCallister arrived on scene. They collected, took possession of the cellular phone and placed it into an evidence bag.
Okay, and during that period of time, did any sort of forensic team come up and measure how far the phone was from the shoulder of the road?
No, sir, they did not.
Did anyone attempt to come up with a location for that phone in terms of measurements, a forensic assessment of where that phone was?
No, sir.
And the what are those exhibits that were just introduced? So, for the record, state's exhibit number 204. It looks like the case and the phone are separated. So this is the actual phone, is that correct?
Based off of this case, I remember seeing a camo and an orange labeled case.
Somebody's written on this, that's not you.
No, sir, it's
Because you
not.
never touched the phone.
I did not, no, sir.
All right. And this is a SIM card. What is a SIM card?
It's stored within the device. It's a secondary form of storage for a cellular device.
And so if you, anything you do on the device is stored on the SIM card?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What's stored on here?
It depends on the network, depending on the provider that you utilize. Providers offer different resources through your SIM card. But
Did you ever examine the SIM card?
I never examined anything on that phone, no, sir.
You did a download, but you didn't examine.
Not on Maggie's.
Oh, you didn't do Maggie's phone?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, but somebody could look at the SIM card and get perhaps information.
In some scenarios, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to try to figure out by looking at these pictures while I hold this, I'll bring this phone back in just a minute. Is I want to, is it still on? Okay, how about get that?
I have it also.
Well, let me get just easier for me to put this down. So that is exhibit number, sorry.
228.
228. I'm about to push that again. And that's what you saw when you came on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And I think we see, and I think he pointed it out a little while ago, there's pieces of straw and other things around it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me, if someone had carefully walked over and placed this phone, there wouldn't be anything above it because of everything that straw would be under it, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition to that, did anybody forensically check the area around it to see if there were footprints?
No, sir. I mean, it was heavily treed, heavily wooded, a lot of leaves there. You could not see any foot impressions around that phone.
Okay. A lot of leaves.
Yes, sir.
And so is this sitting, I mean, when it's sitting there with the straw over it, is it sitting flat on the ground? Is it tilted? Is it, or
There was a slight tilt, probably centimeters, nothing major, nothing out of the ordinary around the phone, no holes, no pushed up leaves or anything like that.
so you couldn't, I mean, strike that. Okay, let's look at, make sure I get the right one. let's put this one on there. Okay, so again, that's another picture taken by you of the same phone in the same location, correct?
Yes, sir, it
And
is.
it's heavily wooded in that area, correct?
Right on the edge, yes, sir.
And it's almost a thicket where you found this, right? There are bushes around it,
No bushes. There were a lot of trees
a lot of trees and underbrush.
and underbrush, yes, sir.
Okay. So nobody actually took measurements of where this was found. No one actually measured from the road, nor did they measure. I mean, there's no way to figure out exactly, if you had to go back today and find the spot, could you find it? The exact spot?
Within a couple of feet, yes, sir, I probably could, based off the angles of photographs that were originally taken.
Okay. But you couldn't give us the exact spot,
I
right?
couldn't give you an exact step from the actual device to where the road was.
Okay, this is exhibit number 232. And that's a vehicle on the same side of the road as where the phone was found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so that car window that we see in this photo, the driver's side, the driver's side window would be 15 to 20 feet from where that phone was, correct?
I would add a few more feet just because of the roadway. Yes, sir.
Okay, you add, so 28 to 30, 25 to 30 feet? Fair?
It would be fair, yes, sir.
But nobody measured it, so we don't.
No one measured it, no, sir.
Okay. And so if that car was going towards Almeda, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I do.
It would be on the other side of the road, right?
On the right lane of the road, yes.
I mean, it'd be on the right, but here it's improperly parked, correct?
Sure.
I mean, the driver's window is, I mean, if there's a car coming the other way, they'd head on, would they not?
That is, yes.
Okay, that's the point.
You
I'm
would be
making.
operating the vehicle on the right side of the road, or left in that image.
Okay, so if someone were driving towards Almeda on this road and they wanted to get rid of that phone, they would either have to throw it 40 feet out the driver's side window or pull over as this car has and throw it out, correct?
It's a series of things that could have happened, the reasons why that phone got there, but it's possible.
Well, it's just assume with me for a second that they want to get rid of that phone by throwing it out the window. They could either throw it from their lane of traffic if they're going towards Almeda, or they can pull over like that and throw it out. It'd be easier, when I say easier, it'd be a much tougher toss that far in from if they never left their lane of traffic, correct?
It's depending who's throwing it. There's
Me,
a multitude
me,
of things.
Me, it'd be me, and I don't throw very well.
Well, I do, so I could 100% make that throw.
You could throw it from, okay, so you wouldn't even have to change lanes, you just throw it out the window.
Yes, sir, 100%.
And you would throw it overhanded or underhanded?
I'd throw it sideways, flick it.
Sideways, okay. Okay, so there's no way to tell, we don't know if somebody threw it out. Out of the driver's window. Are you throwing it with your left hand or right hand out the driver's side window? I mean, you said you could toss it pretty far.
I would throw it with my left hand from the driver's side and could easily land it to where it actually was found and located in the woods.
But you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed, yes, sir.
But you could still throw it with your left hand with that much power?
Yes, sir, 100%.
Okay, now let me ask you this. When you found it, you wanted to put it in, or somebody with you wanted to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I wanted to be placed in airplane mode to preserve its contents.
Because in airplane mode, less chance of any data being overridden, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't prevent all data from being overridden, but most data, correct?
A lot, 99%, I would say, to prevent any issue with the phone.
Does it prevent GPS data from being overridden?
From another device,
No. I mean, just.
internally, just
Yes.
automatically deleting
Internally?
itself?
Yes.
I've never seen that happen.
Okay. But you don't know whether it's going to happen or not.
Presumably, no.
So you needed to put it in airplane mode to prevent anything from being overwritten, right?
Any outside tampering from another device that had access to its iCloud information?
You told the agents with you, I want to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And to do that, you have to be able to open it. You need the passcode.
No, sir, you do not.
Don't?
Not on an iPhone, no, sir.
You can put it on airplane mode without
Yes, sir.
opening it.
You just-
Well, but what did you need the passcode for? Because somebody called and got the passcode.
We did not get the passcode at that point in time. No one knew we had located the phone, so there's no reason to ask for a passcode if we didn't have it.
Let the court's indulgence for a moment.
Later on, we received the passcode, but not at that point. I was not present. I did not analyze the device, so
Was it at the scene or was it somewhere else?
I do not recall. I was not there.
So no one told you that Alex Murdaugh provided Maggie's?
No, sir, no one told me that.
Now, if someone had the passcode, could go and eliminate, delete text messages, phone calls, just about any piece of data that's captured there, correct? Even apps, you can delete those, correct?
They could have, but once the full file system extraction was done by Lieutenant Britt Dove, we
No,
were,
you misunderstand my question, I'm sorry. If you had that phone, and obviously Maggie Murdaugh had been murdered, somebody threw it on the side of the road. During that period of time after her murder, before it was thrown on the side of the road, if you had the passcode, right?
yes, sir.
Open it. Without the passcode, typically you can't open it, correct?
No, sir.
You agree with me?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if you had that passcode, you could open it, delete photos, delete phone messages, delete text, delete whatever you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you found that phone, it was locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was there any evidence that you saw that anything had been deleted from that phone in any of your, after your download extraction?
Again, I did not download or extract the contents of the device. The only thing that I saw was the home screen and made sure that the airplane mode was applied at that point, and then it was placed into an evidence bag. We never got past that lock screen or home screen that allows us to turn on airplane mode. Obviously, the device was on because we were able to locate it through my iPhone, and the battery level was significantly low.
Was significantly low.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence.
We talked about the call logs. And so you downloaded Alex's phone on June 10th, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Examination. I never mentioned Alex phone, not once.
Response.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. At some point, after you were involved in this investigation, you're informed by Solicitor Stone. You were informed by Solicitor Stone to stop, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you recall approximately when Solicitor Stone.
Objection, Your Honor, again, not in response to a matter raised by me on cross.
Sustain the objection.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked about the crime scene in its state when you got out there, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did you notice any vandalism?
No, sir, not at all.
Did you notice, were you informed or did you notice anything missing?
What was missing?
Maybe the witness knows. Overruled.
I knew Maggie's phone was missing, and that's it.
Okay. But you noticed any vandalism or anything?
No, sir, not at all.
All right. And when it comes to Maggie's phone, at least her model, are you aware whether that can be placed in airplane mode without the unlock code being entered while the phone is locked?
You can place that phone in airplane mode while it's locked, yes.
Okay. So you don't need a code to just simply put it in airplane mode, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And did anybody manipulate any data on that phone in your presence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, that's far from the state.
You may step down. We'll take a 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not discuss the case.
Here we go. 10 minutes, a 10-minute break. Oh boy. Wow. I hear you guys. That was a little rough. He's trying to put seeds of doubt that, they didn't look for other witnesses. Perhaps they're setting up Alex from the start. Not necessarily. They are all actively looking for the phone. I mean, why ask if they took measurements as to how far and whatever when they knew exactly where it was based on a map that just came through a cell phone, which they knew that they could document later? Why are they taking the extra steps? I mean, some of what he's saying is just trying to confuse the jury. And I guess that's his job. And if it calls to befuddle, be muddle, mumbo jumbo, then he's doing a damn good job. But as far as making fair point, I don't see it. I don't see anything that he brought up that was a fair point that made me question anything that Hightower had to say at all, or anything that the previous witnesses in regards to the cell phone data. Any doubt at all. If anything, he just confirmed that the chain of custody is intact and they found the phone appropriately. Yes, the pedometer stuff about the steps, they proved that Maggie's phone moved after she passed. Because they do see, they're showing how the phone changed orientation, how things happened with the phone without any human interaction. No answering of text messages, no answering of calls, anything like that. But that there probably may have been an attempt to open her phone, because they do say it lit up. It could have been a notification. It could have been somebody handling it. And whoever, it wasn't Maggie who took the phone out there, dropped it out there, and then came back to get shot. That didn't happen. Okay, so somebody took that phone out there. Whoever did had it in their hand, and those steps may be theirs. Okay, and it's interesting. It's a shame we can't tell where those steps went. We may have watched those steps change their clothes. We may have watched those steps run into the house or load the car. Who knows? But we don't get to see that. No, they've just said that there were steps. He did delete data from his own phone that they did recover as far as from the logs, because they know who he called. His phone number still registers on the other parties that he called. Happens to be the deceased wife. 5 calls, missed calls, very close in a row, all disappeared off his phone, but on hers. And he mentioned them. Why delete them? If he's in the car mentioning them, I don't get it. But in the car, in the interview, he didn't mention he deleted them. Very strange. Do I want them to know my steps? Yeah, I don't care if they know where I go. Yeah, why? I'm going there. I ain't hiding where I'm going. I didn't murder anyone. Not a problem. Tossing Maggie's phone didn't do him any good at all. No, it didn't. And what was all of that? Could you do it with your left hand? Could you do it your right? Could you make that shot? I couldn't make that shot. And Hightower goes, I could definitely make that shot, even with my other hand. Like, no, that didn't go well. And the data he tried to delete, exactly. Deleted data from Alex Murdaugh's phone. That's the only phone that has deleted data. If I was the defense, I wouldn't be saying the words deleted data very often so that the prosecution comes back and has to remind everybody the only one trying to delete anything is Alex Murdaugh. Wow. Yeah, texts were arriving, yet the handler didn't view them. Then previous texts were viewed speedily. Yes, they accurately did show the pattern of cell phone usage of both Maggie and Paul by reading all those text messages, reading everything that happened before, how quickly they answered phone calls and or messages. And then at the same time, they both stopped. That is how they're using the cell phone data to eliminate the window of opportunity and to try to pin down when things happened. And it was quite compelling, quite compelling. But, oh, I wish I had something else to show you guys, but I'm all done with the presentation for the day. I hope he's not going to take too many more breaks in the afternoon. But remember, he did say that we were going to hear more in regards to Creighton Waters' evidence in regards to motive, how he would be presenting it to the jury. We're going to hear more of that today without the jury. So I don't know when we come back from break if we're coming with the jury or not. But he said 10 minutes, and I'm trying to figure out how many minutes ago he said it. But it shouldn't be too much longer. Nope, everyone did get really scared after the shootings. That came up in the testimony yesterday with one of the friends. I believe it was Will Loving, who testified that he went back to his apartment and then left because he was scared. And then Creighton Waters did actually mention that everybody was scared. Everybody was scared about this. Was it Alex that actually planted those fears? Who knows? But Creighton Waters was making it clear that everybody was concerned about what was going on. And he was using that point to bring home that they possibly did know about the lawsuits that were going on, and there was some about the family finances and etc. That perhaps, they were kind of aware of things that were going on. There are quite a few holes still left. One of the things to do, if you're wondering where the prosecution or Harpootlian, where the defense is going, is you go back to those opening statements and then listen to the things he talks about, and that is the evidence he's going to be presenting. And we heard then about the video. The video did come in. We heard about cell phone data, and that did come in. And just listen again to where he's going and how he thinks things occurred. As far as Creighton Waters is concerned. It was a compelling opening statement. He laid everything out pretty well. And then listen to Dick Harpootlian again, okay? And listen to where the defense is going to be going. They are going that the actual act, they're stating that the accusation that Alex Murdaugh could have did this is ridiculous because he's a father and a husband, and he wouldn't do it. And that's why they don't want the motive to be the financial crimes, because he's already accused and he's already convicted in several incidences by the people that were involved with him in this or that he set up in this. Okay, he's been already marked as, well, there's no way out of that. He's just dead to rights guilty. And they don't want that to be the motive, because that kind of makes ridiculous not so ridiculous. Yeah. I can't, I don't know whether Judge Newman is going to allow the 404B testimony in, but he is compelled. He is following the rules and making sure this whole case doesn't get tossed, because he's going to hear all the evidence first before it comes out there to make sure it does qualify as a solid motive for the committing of those murders, or at least adds to the state of mind of the accused. And that is what he keeps hammering home. It must actually present the state of mind. Once we go over the cell phone data of Alex Murdaugh, once they talk to the witnesses that he spoke to, Chris Wilson, he spoke to him twice that day. He's going to testify. We're going to hear what those phone calls were about. If those phone calls were about being discovered, that's another nail for the motive. Remember, Creighton Waters made a point of reminding everyone that Chris Wilson was Alex Murdaugh's best friend. And he said it in such a snarky tone as to, like, yeah, you really should do right by your best friends, huh? Remember with Will Loving, I don't think Creighton Waters throws anything out there that doesn't have a solid point behind it. He is inferring something there, and I can't wait to hear Chris Wilson's testimony. Oh. Which one is looking old that needs regular comfort breaks? Are you talking about Harpootlian? I agree. Because the judge, for his age, looks fantastic. And boy, is he spry and on his money. And I love the way he makes everybody stretch and breathe. And I like that he takes breaks for this. I do. And I actually think he took a break on purpose. I think he had something to say to the attorneys, because there were quite a few yell out objections for leading and things like that. I think he's going to remind them that he knows what leading looks like. And he has objected himself. The judge has objected himself to the attorneys when he thought that they were out of line. He said, no leading. You hear, he said subtle reminders. Don't lead the witness. He said, no leading. He said it several times, to get it on record that Conrad in particular, in regards to some of the cell phone messages when he was doing the direct on Jeff Croft, he did mention it quite a few times there. You know what, Liam? That's a valid point. When they say that it's ridiculous that he would do this, people kill whole families. I know teenagers that have been tried for it. Fathers have killed the mother and all their children in their beds. Look at the Watts case. Those two innocent little girls, he put them in drums and killed his wife, pregnant wife. Peterson. Mm. Yeah. Why would two 13-year-old girls attempt to kill their best friend? Yet that happened in Wakesboro the year before Brooks ran through the parade. It sure did. And also, Shaniqua Robinson, she was beat to death. They had video of her friends attacking her in Mexico on vacation. People do horrible things. Being a father and being a husband does not exclude him from horrible behavior. We got lots of evidence of horrible behavior. And I realize that financial crimes are not murder. But desperation is desperation. And perhaps that is the motive to the crime. And I think that's where Creighton Waters, I'm sorry, is going. And I would like to see him presented if he can. Well, we'll see. That's going to be up to Judge Newman. He's fair, if anything, and he's going all down. But you see that he's been reading the cases on it. He's been looking into it, and he knows past history well because he's had this issue before. He knows what to do, and he doesn't want his case overturned. He doesn't want his rulings removed. He's going to be fair about it. But the defense really doesn't have a good reason. Their reason is it makes him for character, it makes him look bad. It's prejudicial based on character. But I'm sorry, you know, if you've done all of that, you've done all of that. If your character looks bad, it's because maybe your character is a little bad. We do want you to have a fair trial, though. We don't want you to look unfairly if you haven't been tried for all of these things. But some of them they have. 2 of these cases have been settled. And that's the 2 he wants to bring in. Satterfield, his own housekeeper, and the Mallory Beach case, the one that Paul was going to be indicted for. These are strong for motive and pattern. Pattern is another reason that you can bring it in. So if he doesn't find motive, maybe he'll find pattern. Always Kriepel says Harpootlian is 74 and Newman is 71. Well, Newman looks fantastic and spry and chipper. Harpootlian's looking a little old today, a little slow. But you know, it's a stressful trial. Murder for hire scheme, embezzlement, drug trafficking, the murder of family members. Such a lovely person. Well, he's not guilty of the murder of family members, but there's been testimony about the drug trafficking, the embezzlement, and the murder for hire scheme. The murder for hire scheme partner is in jail and sold Alex under the bus on that one. Okay, and the embezzlement, well, Lafayette, that trial's already happened too. There's plenty here that's been convicted. You know, Alex Murdaugh's not going to get out of jail soon. You're back.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
The state calls Katie McCallister.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm your testimony about the report in this trial shall be the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Katie McCallister, McCallister.
Good afternoon, Agent McCallister.
Hello,
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, more commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked for SLED?
10 years.
And what is your position there?
I'm a senior special agent in the Low Country Region Investigative Services.
And were you a senior special agent back on June 7th of 2021?
I was just a regular special agent then.
Did you have a chance to respond to Moselle Road in that capacity as a SLED agent?
I did.
Can you tell us when you responded out there?
I was told late on the night of June 7th to be at the office on June 8th. I was given some assignments and then I responded to the actual property around lunchtime on June the 8th, 2021.
So June the 8th, the day after the murders took place.
Yes.
And what did you do when you got out there?
Myself and Special Agent Croft were almost to the house. There were several people in the roadway. It appeared to be blocked, so we stopped and got out.
Did you, what were those people up to?
There had been a phone located on the side of the road.
And whose phone was that?
It was Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone.
And can you tell us about your involvement in the collection of Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone?
Yes, so once we got out of the car, I had gloves. Captain Neal retrieved the phone from where it was laying. I was standing right beside him when he got a phone call. He handed me the phone with my gloved hands. I held the phone for Investigator Hightower to take a picture of it. The phone call was Captain Neal receiving the passcode. He asked me to confirm it. I typed it in. We confirmed that it was the right passcode. I locked the phone. At that point, Investigator Hightower asked me to put it in airplane mode, which I did.
And so what was the point of you putting the passcode into that phone?
To confirm that the passcode we were given matched the actual phone that we had.
To confirm that was Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes,
And when you unlocked that phone, did you delete any calls?
I did not.
Did you delete any text messages?
I did not.
Did you alter any data in that phone?
I did not.
You locked that phone back immediately?
Yeah, as soon as it opened, the screen clears to show that that is the right passcode. I immediately locked it back.
And then what happened to the phone as far as you know?
Captain Neal, who was standing right beside me, took the phone back.
All right, let's move on. What else did you do?
So once I arrived on scene, myself along with Special Agent Croft were asked to go up to the main house to do a search of the property or of the home.
Did you have a search warrant?
There was a search warrant, yes.
Was that search warrant executed?
It was not.
Why not?
At the time of my arrival, multiple family, close friends were at the house. Rather than executing the search warrant and displacing all of those people, we asked for consent and we were given it.
And were a lot of people at that residence at the time?
There were.
You could give us kind of a rough estimate of the amount of people that were there.
I would say maybe 20 or 25 people were in the home.
And you didn't want to have to ask all those people to leave?
Some of them were very upset and we thought it was better to simply ask for consent.
Tell us what you found in the search of the house.
So upon consent, I walked through the residence. I was looking for weapons and ammunition and observant to anything else that may have been of value. I found nothing, and once I came back downstairs to the gun room, Agent Croft had located several items of interest, some weapons and some ammunition. He and I collected those. I completed a property receipt.
Let's go back to your search a little bit. When you walked through the house, were you alone?
I was not.
Who was with you?
I believe it was John Marvin Murdaugh and Lee Cope.
And who were those people?
John Marvin Murdaugh is Alex Murdaugh's brother. Lee Cope is an attorney from their law firm.
And what rooms of the house did you search?
All of them.
And these John Marvin and Lee Cope were with you when you went in every room?
They were.
Did you search any other places?
We searched bathrooms, tubs. There were several attic type spaces where different holiday decorations were stored. We looked in there, or I looked in there, and we didn't locate anything of value.
Did you look anywhere that you thought there could be a long gun?
Yes.
Did you observe any bloody clothing when you were searching the residence?
I did not.
And you said you were observant?
I was.
You mentioned that Agent Croft had collected some weapons and some ammunition.
He did.
Would that be the 3 shotguns, a Mossberg, a Browning, and a Benelli Super Eagle, along with a 300 Blackout rifle,
Yes.
and then some various ammunition?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with those items?
So we gathered them together. I filled out the property receipt. We took them back to the SLED office here in Walterboro, where we met with the crime scene agent, Agent Worley, and I receipted those items to her.
So Agent Burley took custody of those items.
She did.
Do you recall at some point speaking or being present at an interview with Buster Murdaugh?
I was.
And was any evidence collected during that interview?
Yes, we asked him for consent to do a buckle swab and also consent to look at his cell phone.
I'm going to show you this case exhibit 217. If you could tell me what that exhibit appears to be.
This appears to be the buckle swab from Richard Alexander Buster Murdaugh Jr., collected June 10th, 2021 at 3:26 p.m.
Now, did you collect this buckle swab?
I did not.
Who collected?
Lieutenant Charles Gint with SLED.
Were you present when it was collected?
I was.
How did Lieutenant Gint collect this swab?
A buccal swab is just 2 cotton swabs. He opened them from the packaging, swabbed his mouth, sealed them back up, placed them in the envelope you see there, sealed it, initialed it, and dated it.
And he would have sealed that up so it was not tampered with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 217 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me get. You were present when the phone, Maggie's phone, was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Matter of fact, when we look at one of these pictures, a rubber glove, that's your hand, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And are you aware when you got that call with the passcode that had been gotten by John Marvin? Was John Marvin down there with you when you found the phone?
I don't recall seeing him there, no, sir.
Are you aware that passcode came from Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
And who gave it to you?
Captain Neal.
Okay. Now, you searched the house on the morning of, was it the morning of the 8th?
It would have been the afternoon.
Okay. And you went through the entire house?
Yes, sir.
How many bedrooms in that house? Do you know? How many bathrooms in that house?
3 or 4, I don't recall the exact
Okay,
number.
but you went through every one of them.
Yes, sir.
And you looked at the tub, you looked at the showers, right?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
Ammunition, weapons.
Blood?
If it was there, I was observant. We were looking for anything at that point.
Right. So when you look at the drain in a shower, if somebody has recently showered off blood, you would expect to see some trace evidence there, would you not?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that.
Do you know whether there are trace evidence forensics people that actually go in and swab those, right?
There are, yes, sir.
Were they there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ever ask them to come that you know of?
Not that I'm aware
Do
of.
you know
no,
whether
sir.
any of those showers or tubs were in any way swabbed or checked for blood or tissue or any DNA, anything that would indicate somebody had washed off evidence of a crime?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you, apparently you're the only one to do this, right?
Yes.
The only person that actually looked at the showers and the tubs, you eyeballed them, right?
I did.
You're the only person who SLED had examined these showers and tubs. And you're telling this jury you saw no evidence of blood, tissue, or anything that would indicate somebody had showered or washed off or bathed to remove evidence of a crime from that. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir. There was nothing visible to me.
Okay. And you were the only one asked to do that by SLED?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Did you search the bedrooms?
I did.
You find any clothes anywhere? Shirt, pants, shoes that would indicate?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time, please?
I'm just including a class. We're not asking it individually. I apologize. I can do it individually. Take a little longer. Thank you. Any clothes, shoes, any evidence of clothing that would have blood on it or indicate it had blood on it or tissue, anything that you saw in any of the bedrooms. How many bedrooms?
Several.
Several. You looked at all of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Looked under the beds?
I did.
In the closets?
I did.
See any evidence of any clothes that had been involved in any sort of altercation that had left blood or tissue or brains? See anything like that in any one of those rooms?
No, sir, I didn't find anything like that.
Go see the court's indulgence. Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No further state, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you leave for the day and to return tomorrow at 11:30 will be our start time tomorrow. 11:30, so you get a few extra hours today and tomorrow. Please remember not to discuss the case, to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we will see you tomorrow. You'll go to the jury room.
Okay, so it's going to take a few minutes for the jury to leave, and then we're going to probably continue with Creighton Waters presenting to Judge Newman the rest of his case in regards to motive and the financial crimes of Alex Murdaugh and how they should come in. Nope, we're not leaving early, Pete. The judge had stated earlier that the last part of the day he would give Creighton Waters more time to present his case to him.
Seated. Mr. Waters, we will continue with the 404 witnesses.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I might have miscalculated by about 30 minutes, so I apologize. The witness is close by. If you'll give me one moment, please.
Does that?
Yeah, we'll be at ease for a few minutes.
So we're having a stretch break. Everybody, we should stretch also while we wait for the witness. The witness is close by. Walters just stated he miscalculated when the testimony would be done. By about 30 minutes, he told the witness. So hopefully they're close enough that they're going to get there shortly. We're on another break. Well, this has been, as far as blood and all of that, I guess he's trying to prove that Alex couldn't have washed up inside the house. Nobody actually thinks he did. Nobody is stating that he did. They're not. And so I guess because they didn't see anything, nothing was tested, and they think that that's a problem. Yes, Jujubee, this trial is wild. I don't know what to think either. That's a good comment. I'm gonna put that up. I think almost everybody in the chat is thinking that way now, especially now that we're looking at 404B testimony, witnesses, hearing from witnesses about the prior crimes that were coming forward on Alex Murdaugh at the time of the murder that are the prosecution is using that as a motive, and the judge is hearing from witnesses to see if it can be entered in. He wants to hear everything first. He's not letting the jury hear it just right out of the box. The clock is a minute fast. I didn't know that, Pete. Like, well, you're very precise. But you're right. My clock says 4:05. Oh, look at that. Stretching always. Yes, we'll stretch with Judge Newman. You heard the judge. He said stretch. Always listen to the judge. Yeah. You know, Aaron, we should talk about Kim's theory of duck waders and the rain poncho thing. That would cover him up enough to be able to not get anything that blew back at him from shooting so close. No blood. Okay? That would keep him from splattering. And it would be quick to change out of. And it's all rainproof, it's all waterproof. So, waterproof garments and everything, the water rushes right off, which means everything else washes off too. And so he could have just used those kennel code holds and it would all their stuff. So it would be right there. And it was raining. So you wouldn't really notice that the hoses had been in one place activated and there might be blood farther away than you thought. Because remember, it's a rainy day. It started to rain when the officers were there. Didn't the defense say the police rushed to judgment? I don't hear proof of that. I don't hear of anything. I feel like we are playing Clue at my dining table. Harpootlian would like you to believe that they did. But they didn't arrest him for quite some time. They did not. They didn't arrest him, even though they were looking at him a little strange during the interview because of how he was talking. They did make note of things, but they wanted to follow it up. They have been asked repeatedly, why didn't they arrest him on the scene? Because they didn't rush to judgment, although he would like you to believe they did. And he's like, keeps pushing back. Why didn't they arrest him then? But no, they keep coming back and saying we still had questions. We were still looking, that they did. There was several people testified already that other people were investigated and talked to. They had suspects or what they call persons of interest, not anybody they narrowed down to a suspect. They had persons of interest that they spoke to. I think Jeff Croft was the one who spoke of it the most, but several people did. In the beginning, remember the officer in the beginning. And don't we have to hear from some of the lead people in the investigation yet? Mm-hmm. A kennel hose could have done the yard. They used that to clean the cement it definitely could have done the job, Liam. I agree. Yeah, Skits, you could get yourself a contempt of court if you're not stretching. I hope you're stretching. Everybody, you should comply. I really recommend it. Stretching and breathing. And the stippling on the body's back, you're correct. That means they said several of the officers testified that means within 2 feet. 2 feet. It's a very easy hose off always. I agree. Especially with a kennel hose. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Outside in the rain, leaving less evidence. It's very opportunistic, but I think it works. I don't know. Yes, Liam, they did say there was stippling on both bodies. They've reported that, I think, 3 times, 3 different areas in the testimony in the last 3 days. They have said stippling. They did confirm it just yesterday. Yep, you did say that, Beck. You did say that they're going to try to say it was a witch hunt because he's not very popular because of everything that's going on. But that wasn't like that at June 7th. They were just finding out. So how was it a witch hunt? If they think it was a witch hunt, it's because of how he was acting from the moment they started talking to him. And maybe lying about talking. One of their main concerns, all the officers that interviewed him first said he kept saying he touched the bodies, he moved the bodies, and he was so clean. 4 different people, day 1 and day 2, testified that they made a note of that because that seemed odd. These are separate investigators, all involved in crime investigation, officers of all different ranks from different areas, all testified that in their interview talking with him, he said he touched the bodies. He even told them how, yet he was spotless. Remember Katie? How many times did Katie say the word clean? Head, clean. Face, clean. Hands, clean. Shirt, clean. Shorts, clean. Shoes, clean. Legs, clean. They even said, what was the general appearance of Alex Murdaugh? And she said, clean. She really hammered it home. No, they did not kick people out of the house. He had his lawyers there at the time. He was there. They didn't kick them out. They're allowed to be present. You must remember that when you get a search warrant, they don't necessarily have to kick you out. You're allowed to be present. You're not supposed to interfere. They would like you to sit someplace, whatever, but you are allowed to be present during a search or have a representative. He had a lawyer there with him. He had a lawyer there for his interviews, which is recommended for anything like that. Just remember, this is like they're shot violently on the property. This is going to be an investigation, so it's not that unusual. I do believe they gave him the benefit of the doubt at the beginning, Liam, but they were making notes of things that bothered them. All of those officers also commented that Alex did not cry. Alex was composed. He shook every once in a while. He was upset, but there were no tears. They made note of it, all of them separately in their books at different times. He washed the blood off at the dog kennel, in my humble opinion. I'm thinking you might be right, T. King. I keep going back to those hoses, and what strikes me is that as soon as they mentioned that the hose was on, the way Harpootlian reacted.
Yes, sir. The state calls Michael Gunn for the in-camera hearing.
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before this trial shall be the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Speak loudly. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your whole name. Spell your last name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Michael Gunn. Last name is Gunn.
All right, Mr. Gunn, this is obviously an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of the testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so I'm not going to go into all the background and everything for purposes of this hearing, but just very quickly, where do you work?
I'm a principal at Ford Consulting and also do some lobbying work for the South Carolina Association for Justice.
Okay, and just very quickly, tell us what Ford Consulting is and what services it provides.
Fortune Consulting, we are a general insurance agency, but also offer financial services such as structured settlements, regular annuities, deferral of attorney's fees, trust. We do lien resolution, back office trust account reconciliation, all sorts of things for plaintiffs primarily and their families.
All right, and then if you could, just very quickly, just for the record, explain what a structure is and how that interfaces with plaintiffs' lawyers.
Sure. So a traditional structured settlement is between the parties, and that only means between the plaintiff and the defendant or their insurer. And so usually it was set up in the 80s. It was designed to help plaintiffs protect their money and to keep their money. And it can be earned tax-free. Interest grows on that tax-free. And it's a very good tool, especially for minor children, for those who are incapacitated, disabled. Because of that growth, it can provide a stream of income, hopefully for the rest of their lives.
You're talking faster than I do, and that says something.
I've been accused of that before.
All right, I know you just ran over here, so yeah, let's take it down just
no worries,
a notch.
no worries.
All right, good deal. Okay, so pick it up from there.
So essentially, the structured settlement, though, would come primarily, usually, except in very small circumstances, would come from the defendant and/or its insurer to fund the annuity for the client.
And so the idea is instead of getting a settlement in a lump sum, it's in an annuity, so they get regular payments over the course of the term of that annuity.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So explain to me just very quickly again for the record, the concept of constructive receipt and how that affects structures that you may do for a plaintiff's attorney and their clients.
Sure. So constructive receipt by the IRS is deemed when the money arrives in the plaintiff's trust account. That would be considered they have received the funds, and therefore the ability to do a structure has been taken off the table. The only way that you could do a structure after that would be to return the funds to the defendant and or its insurer, and then therefore let the they would have to agree to play ball and redo all the documents because there's so much language that's included in the documents that specifies this.
All right, so the settlement can't go to the law firm and then to the annuity company. That will ruin the constructive receipt and ruin the tax advantages of that.
It is in very rare cases that we're able to do that.
But
generally speaking, correct.
All right, so generally your services that you provide are consulting to sort of match up the client with an annuity company, and then that money is going to, in the settlement or the whatever it is, verdict is going to go from the defendant or the insurer that's paying whatever that is, that verdict or settlement, directly to that annuity company for the benefit of that client.
That is correct.
Can't go to the law firm, generally.
Generally speaking.
All right. How long have you been with Forge Consulting doing this work?
It'll be 18 years this summer.
All right. And what's the actual full legal name of the entity that you
Forge Consulting, LLC.
Over the course of your involvement with this business, have you gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
All right. And just very quickly, tell me the capacity in which you got to know him.
It bore from a professional relationship, doing work with trial lawyers, conventions, CLEs, things of that nature, which ultimately turned into a friendship born out of business.
Okay. And when you say friendship, was it a close friendship or more like a business relationship type of friendship?
I would say a business relationship type of friendship, but one that you would text with and call on occasion and things.
Did you ever do any structures for any clients that were represented by Alex Murdaugh as a plaintiff's lawyer?
Yes, we did.
All right, and just roughly, you remember how many?
I would probably say around 5.
Did you ever? What's the last one you remember at least having some discussion with him about doing a structure?
The last one that I remember having discussion with, I believe, was the Dion Martin case.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did that ever come to fruition or not?
It did not.
All right, and tell me what you made.
We sent over some quotes. We got some information back from the defendant. He sent us information, a signed option, which I would assume was Mr. Martin's. Sent some information back, and annuities, you have to understand, are priced on a daily market. Sometimes that rate is good for a week or two. I sent several emails back saying, hey, this rate is going to expire. We need to move forward. And ultimately, we ended up closing the case cash because we never got a response.
All right, when you say you sent emails asking for a response, who were you sending those to?
I was sending those to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold.
Okay. And so ultimately got no response, so you just closed the file without any services ultimately being provided by
Consulting LLC.
That is correct. Yeah.
We'll show you very quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 321 for this in-camera hearing. And specifically direct your attention to the 5th page of this exhibit and just see that. And then you can flip to the next couple pages, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell us what that is. Just kind of flip through first.
That's just it's just an annuitized payment stream showing you when the payments we made.
Okay.
And what the amount is.
And that's kind of the market rate thing you were talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right, and what are the next documents?
Page is a disclosure page where we list all our disclosures, and it appears to have been signed by Dion Martin.
Okay, keep going. That's the only Ford related documents you see?
Let's see this, that's the only Forge related documents. I see. Yes, sir.
All right, let me take that back.
Yep.
All right. Put those up on the screen real quick. All right, so that's sort of the annuity schedule, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then this is the disclosure page you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And that is Forge generated paperwork typically?
That is correct. Yes.
But this particular structure was never done because you never got a response from Elkin?
No, sir.
Or his office, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let the sirens pass. Are you aware generally of what people call the boat wreck case or the boat case as it relates to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Generally, yes.
All right, and just without going to specific facts, generally, what was your understanding of that?
There was a terrible accident happened somewhere down in the low country involving Mr. Murdaugh's son and several others. And a young girl passed away.
Were you aware that his son had been charged in that particular case?
I was.
And were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in a civil matter relating to that?
I believe I was made aware through the news, yes.
Did you ever have any conversation? Well, let me ask you this first. Is it possible for lawyers to structure fees, not the client, but the lawyer, if they're going to get a big fee from a large recovery and they decide they want the protection of an annuity, can they do that?
Yes, they can.
All right. And how does that work? Kind of the same thing?
It's the exact same manner as if the client were to do it. The check would have to come from the insurance carrier and or the defendant to fund the structured settlement annuity for the lawyer for their fee.
Did you ever have any discussion with Alex Murdaugh, either before or after the boat case, about structuring any fees that he had received in the case?
We had general conversations about structuring fees, but it would be the same conversation I would have with any attorney, like how you would do it, how you would go about doing it, how checks would be made payable, et cetera.
Did you ever have any specific discussion after the boat case about the boat case and him wanting to structure any fees?
Not that I recall.
I want to take you to September 2021. Did you, around that time, receive a call from Lee Cope?
I did.
All right. And what did Mr. Cope ask you?
He called and asked me if he could, in confidence, give me a list of cases and see if we had any files on them. I told him that'd be fine. I was standing in my driveway. I wrote them down. Got back with him later that evening and let him know that we did not have any of those cases open.
Okay. He gave you a list of clients and asked if you had any structures open for those or potential structures.
He had asked me if we had any files at all. Generally, what we will do is if an attorney calls, we will open the case immediately just so we have a name associated with the attorney.
Okay. And so he gave you a list of names. Did any of those names have any files?
No.
Did he ask you about any banking that Forge Consulting LLC did?
He did.
And what was his question to you?
He asked me if we banked with Bank of America.
And what was your response?
I told him that we had banked with Bank of America, but had not for the last 3 or 4 years.
So you did not have an active account with Bank of America?
We did not. No.
In September of 2021?
No, sir.
Did you have any subsequent conversation with Mr. Cope about the issues that he had raised with you?
I did. He called me the following day as well, which I believe was a Thursday, with another list of cases.
All right. And what was his inquiry to you?
Same inquiry. This time, the only one that popped up was the one I mentioned earlier, which is the Dion Martin case.
All right. And your response was there was a file, but it was never completed.
There was a file, but it was never completed, and we closed it out.
Did you ask him at this point, or what was going on, or why these inquiries were being made?
I did not.
Did you ultimately find out what was going on and why these inquiries were being made?
I found out on the Tuesday after Labor Day.
All right. What did you find out?
I spoke with Lee Cope, and he told me that Alex had been using a account called Forge to process the checks.
Is that account that he had been using, is that a legitimate Forge Consulting account?
Absolutely not.
Did any of that money that went into that account go to legitimate Forge?
No, sir.
Did Forge Consulting have anything to do with that particular account?
No, sir.
Let me ask a couple real quick. Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 to your testimony in this in-camera hearing, and just have you look at that. Now look look at the name on that particular account.
Yes, sir.
All right, what does that say?
Richard A. Murdaugh, sole proprietor, DBA Forge.
All right, and is that account a legitimate Forge account?
It is not a legitimate Forge consulting account, no, sir.
Any money that went into that account, did it have any legitimate relationship to the services and business that y'all provide to claims attorneys?
No, sir, none at all.
Exhibit 328. You see that check right there?
I do.
Made out to Forge?
Yes, sir.
Did that come to any legitimate Forge account?
It did not.
Stand by for me 1 second. Your Honor, to save a little time, I believe defense is willing to concede that if we went through all these exhibits that we introduced with Ms. Seckinger with all those checks made out to Forge from the PMED trust account, for purposes of this hearing only, they will stipulate that none of those went to a legitimate Forge account and instead went to the Bank of America DBA, Richard Murdaugh DBA Forge account that he just testified is not a legitimate Forge account.
I want to be more careful with the words. We are not contesting that issue for purposes of this hearing. That's correct. I don't want anything coming back.
Accept that stipulation as well.
They're not contesting that these checks didn't all went to this particular account and did not go to legitimate Forge for purposes of this hearing alone. I think that's acceptable to the state, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Right. It's so stipulated.
We're not contesting. That's
Yes.
yes.
Not contesting. Just want to be real quick. 327, is that legit?
No, sir.
326, is that legit?
No, sir.
$325, is that legit?
No, sir.
$324, is that legit?
No, sir.
$323, is that legit?
No, sir.
$322, is that legit?
No, sir.
$321, is that legit?
No, sir.
$320, is that legit?
No, sir.
$319, is that legit?
No, sir.
$318, is that legit?
No, sir.
$317, is that legit?
No, sir.
$315, is that legit?
No, sir.
And finally, 311, is that legit?
No, sir.
And by asking you not legit, did you just look at the checks on those various exhibits?
I did.
And all the ones that had forged on them from a client trust account, those are not checks that went to any legitimate forged account. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness. I'm sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Just really quick, at any time, did you ever hand deliver any checks to Alex Murdaugh for forge-related business?
No, sir.
And would that work?
I would not be delivering any checks. The only time that I would ever deliver a check would be made out to someone other than Forge. You would never make a check payable to us.
But you never had any legitimate business where Alex was like, hey, I'm gonna be in town. I'll come by and pick up the annuity, the check for the annuity.
No.
Nothing further for purposes of this hearing at this time, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Gunn.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I am sure that your Ford Consulting LLC has done a full investigation into this matter.
Yes, sir, we have.
As in that investigation, did you find in any record of this account that Bank of America under Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge, did you see the name Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh as co-signatories to that account?
No, sir.
You seen any record, any document that Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh had anything to do with this account?
No, sir.
Your company is an insurance agent. Did you ever sell any life insurance to Alex Murdaugh on the life of Maggie Murdaugh?
No, sir.
Did you ever sell any life insurance to Alex Murdaugh on the life of Paul Murdaugh?
No, sir.
All right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Chris Wilson. I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's downstairs. We'll get him right away.
I actually think that cross-examination was actually very smart by Jim Griffin. He said that Paul nor Maggie are on those accounts. So discovering them, so what? He's putting down. He also said, by the way, there's no life insurance that you sold to them. You sold to Alex Murdaugh in regards to Maggie and or Paul. This is bad. Chris Wilson's going to be a very hurting testimony, I think. I'm very curious as to what Chris has to say. And thanks for the comment, Mandy. Now I understand what your roar mean. Yeah, I get it. It's a nice voice. It is. I'm sorry he's done. All right. I'm going to mute. Here comes.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Mr. Wilson, you understand that we're here for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of your testimony?
I do.
All right, and you're a lawyer, so you get that.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to go into everything that I might cover with you in a trial, but I do want to focus on particularly the Ferris case. You know which one I'm referring to?
Sure.
First of all, though, just very quickly, you're a lawyer, is that correct?
I am, since 1998.
1998. And describe very quickly your practice for the record.
Actually, since 1995. I've had my own practice since 1998. In the last 15 years, I've done primarily personal injury work, automobile accidents, people that are injured at work, practice type cases, those things.
And where do you normally practice? Where's your home base?
My only office is in Bamberg.
Do a lot of claims work?
That's all I do anymore. For the last 15 years, that's really all I do.
And do you know the defendant?
I do.
And when did you get to know the defendant?
I've known Alex since we were in high school. Bamberg and Hampton. I grew up in Bamberg, and they're only about 30 miles apart. And so I knew of Alex and had been around him some growing up. We had some mutual friends. I was a lot closer to some other guys in Hampton that I grew up playing golf and things like that with, but I would cross paths with Alex. Played on the same baseball team one summer, I think like our seniors in high school or somewhere around high school age. Didn't really keep in touch with him or cross paths with him until we ended up going to law school, and we started law school together at Carolina. 3 years there together at law school and lived together part of the time.
Did y'all become friends?
We did.
Become close friends?
Very close.
Best friends?
He was one of my best friends, yes. And I thought, he was, and I thought he felt the same way about me.
You feel that way now?
I don't know how I feel now, Mr. Waters.
Fair enough. Over the years, as you developed that close friendship with Alex, did you also have a professional relationship as well?
We did. When I finished law school, I went to work in Greenville for a judge for a year. Alex went to Beaufort to work with a law firm there. So we'd see each other, but it was more socially then. When I moved back to Bamberg to start practicing where I'd grown up, and he moved back to Hampton a couple years later, we started doing a little bit more work together, and we've done cases together. That's 1998. I opened up my own firm in 98. I think that's about the same time he had moved back to his firm. And it was a bigger firm with resources that I didn't have starting out on my own. And so we started working cases together and worked a lot together.
Tell me, for the record, how that works when you're in a different firm than the firm he was in, correct?
Yes.
And so when two lawyers from different firms, or three, however many it is, share a case, how do you handle the payment of the fees if there's a successful recovery?
Well, it really all depends on the agreement that's reached up front between the lawyers and with the client's consent. But generally, all the cases that I work with his firm and with most firms I do business with, it's a 50-50 split on the fee recovery, or at least an equal split. Maybe if there are more than two lawyers, it'll be an equal split across the board. But generally, it was just my firm and his firm with a 50-50 split on attorney's fees recovered, and each firm recovers whatever costs they've advanced in the case. And sometimes his firm would advance more of the cost because, they had a larger number of lawyers bringing in more money than I was and could afford to handle some of the bigger costs. But it's kind of whoever got the bill paid the bill, and then we reimbursed at the end whoever had advanced the cost.
Okay.
The client signs off on all of that.
Who ultimately, in those situations where is splitting a fee, is that a good way to call it?
Yes, sir.
Who handles the ultimate disbursement? How does that work?
Whichever lawyer receives the settlement checks or the checks to pay whatever verdict or judgment that was received. I can't say in every single case with Alex's firm, but in having gone back through my files and audited my paperwork, it looks like in almost every single case that we worked together, the disbursement, the money would come through to me and I would handle the disbursement. They were generally clients where I would associate his firm. They were my clients. They were people that had come to me, and I wanted them to, frankly, know that I was the person that took care of them and if they need anything, they could come back. And so I wanted to be the person handling that part of it also.
All right, so if the money comes through you, then just mechanically, how do you go about paying Alec in a case where y'all are splitting a fee or paying the firm?
Money comes in, client has to come sign the check or whatever it is, along with my firm. If it's made payable, it's generally made payable to Wilson Law Group or Wilson Law Firm and the client. Client comes in and signs the check. I endorse the check. We deposit that into my trust account. If it has to sit under Supreme Court rules, sometimes it has to sit for 10 days or more. Some smaller checks don't. Once it's been in the account long enough to be able to be dispersed pursuant to our rules, then my bookkeeper does the checks that I instruct her to do, and I sign the checks to make disbursements. If they're checks to another law firm, then the money is dispersed to that firm.
All right. In the course of litigation, are there typically costs and expenses that accrue during the course of that litigation?
Almost always.
And do those typically get paid out of whatever settlement is reaching, assuming a successful result?
They do. All of my fee agreements and every lawyer I've ever worked with have a provision in there that the client understands that the fees are advanced by the lawyer, but upon recovery, they're reimbursed or recovered by the lawyer.
In a particular case where you're splitting a fee and there were in fact fees and costs associated with a successful recovery, costs and expenses associated with a successful recovery, are those issued in a separate check typically or a check together?
When I first started, I think my firm was doing cost and fees, not just for other firms, but cost and fees that were payable to my firm in the same check. But I mean, 10 plus years ago, if not longer, we started doing separate checks just to make the accounting and keeping up with it easier. So generally it's a fee check and a separate cost check.
And in 2020 and 2021, were you issuing those separate checks?
Yes.
Very quickly, without getting into the details, did you have a case in Allendale where you split it with Alec in the early part of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, was there a recovery in that case?
There was.
And
it was actually 3 cases, but they were similar factually. And so we treated them as one case, but it was three separate plaintiffs, 3 separate cases.
And ultimately, did your office disperse the fees and the expense check to PMPED?
On all 3 cases, yes, sir.
And those checks were made out to what when you dispersed those?
All 3 of the fee checks were made payable to, I don't know if we used the acronym PMPED or if we actually spelled out Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Ellsworth, but PMPED.
And generally, except for the Ferris case, which we'll talk about in a minute,
sure.
When you had those fee splits with Alec, were the checks made out to PMPED?
Yes,
They
sir.
were signed by you?
Yes, sir. And I'm the only person who can sign checks in my office. So, well, and now I had a partner at one time, but now I'm the only person that can sign checks.
Did you have a case involving Mack Trucks that involved Alec?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe to the court how you ended up getting that case and how you ultimately associated Alec in that case?
Sure. And y'all, I've heard it referred to as the Ferris case, so Mack Trucks and Ferris. I'd rather refer to it as the Mack Trucks case. Another lawyer had contacted me about a case that he was working on. Felt like he had a wreck involving a tractor trailer and an automobile in which a gentleman was injured. I believe he had already filed suit against the tractor trailer company and its driver and maybe another party. Started looking at the case for and with him. It involved a drive shaft that had fallen out of a Mack truck into the interstate, and this gentleman had, and a number of other cars had hit that drive shaft. And in looking at it and doing a little bit of research, I and he together realized that there very likely could be a products liability case involving a defect with the drive shaft of the truck or something like that. So I reached out to Alec and asked him if he could get involved in the case or would get involved in the case. I mean, that's what his firm specialized in a lot, was products liability cases. And we were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to. And so I reached out pretty quickly because I knew we needed some help.
And did he agree to be part of that case?
He did.
As that litigation proceeded, did y'all have, as is typical, some discovery hearings, discovery motions and that sort of thing?
Well, we had a number of them. I don't remember how many, but we had a number of different motions and discovery that went back and forth, documents being exchanged, things like that.
All right. And did that ultimately set up the prospect of a trial in that case?
It did, but it was unusual. It wasn't a jury trial like is normally done in personal injury cases. It was a non-jury trial tried before a circuit court judge with an admission of liability. We waived punitive damages, and there was an agreement between the parties that neither party would appeal the result.
And in a case, plaintiff's case, civil plaintiff's case like this, if there's a large recovery, let's say for the plaintiff, and the defendant decides to appeal, does that typically delay payment of the recovery until that appeal is heard and resolved?
I mean, it can. Appeals, you never know how long an appeal is going to take. And so if the losing party, the defendant, the company that you're suing, whoever it might be, they can tie the verdict up for a while. If you win the appeal, you're going to recover cost and interest. So, that's the remedy, but it can tie up money for people that are injured that need that money.
Did y'all ultimately try that case in a bench trial?
We did.
What county was it?
Excuse me?
What county?
It was in Richland County, Columbia.
And when did y'all try that case?
The first part of January of 2021.
And who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec.
Did you ultimately, there had been a concession of liability, so the amount was really what was in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many plaintiffs did you have?
There were actually two cases, when we call it Ferris or the Mack Trucks case throughout all of this, but there were actually two cases. The gentleman that was injured and then his wife, we brought a loss of consortium claim for her for the loss of companion services that she had lost from him. And just not to get too detailed, Mr. Ward, that her case had gone into default. In other words, Mack Trucks hadn't answered the papers like they should have. So they were in a really bad position on that case. And in the gentleman's case, they had answered, but we were discovering some things. When we were doing some discovery, it was clear they didn't want us looking much further. And so that's why this deal, everybody agreed to a non-jury trial without appeal with a waiver of punitive damages and an admission of liability was done. And we were in COVID and it was going to take us a while to get the trial. So it worked out well for both parties and the result worked out well for us.
And that's often how it goes in litigation. Both sides kind of decide what's best, and sometimes they can have a meeting of the minds.
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there ultimately a verdict by the judge in that case?
Well, two verdicts since two cases. Yes, sir.
What were those amounts?
I believe it was $4 million for the injured man and 1.5 for the wife. I remember it was 5.5 combined, but I think it was 4 and 1.5.
And so how did the fees break down to the best of your recollection that were going to be split among the three lawyers involved?
There were,
let me ask you this. Do you remember how much Alex share of the fee?
$792,000.
Okay. And yours?
There was a larger split to the attorney that initiated the case, but I believe Alec was 792. The math didn't work out perfectly. I was 791, and the other attorney was higher than that, but I don't remember the exact numbers.
In recognition of his origination.
Yes, sir.
In March of 2021, did you ultimately receive the monies and prepare for disbursement?
Yes, sir. I believe they came in late February because we dispersed in March, and I had to wait at least 10 days. Part of the money came by wire, which would have been kind of immediately available and accessible, but it was a smaller portion of the money. The larger portion came in a check. And because it was such a sizable amount, I waited maybe 12 or 15 days or so. I didn't disperse on the 10th day.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about dispersing those fees?
I had a conversation with Alec and with the other attorney I worked on the case with when the fees and were ready to be dispersed.
What about your specific conversation with Alec? Did he make any requests of you or have any discussion with you about how to handle his $792,000 share of the fee?
He did.
And tell me about that conversation, please.
When I contacted him and told him we were getting ready to disperse and we would have checks ready, he indicated to me that he was looking to place his fees in an annuity. He called it like a structure. I've never done one of those before, so I didn't really know how it worked. I've never done structure for my fees myself. I've structured client money, but not my fees. He indicated he was looking to do a structure by putting the monies into annuities, and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him, that he had already cleared it with his firm, that the monies were going to be put on the books and accounted for, and he would be credited as having received those monies.
Based on his representations to you that he had cleared it with his firm, did you agree to do something different and make the checks directly out to him?
I did.
I'll show you very quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 345, states 345 for purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
So this is the initial check that was written per Alex instructions directly to him on the gentleman's case for fees made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $600,000. It's voided.
And why was it voided?
Because he instructed me afterwards, and I don't remember if it was in the same conversation or shortly thereafter. It must have been shortly thereafter, that the checks on that case needed to be made in two separate check payments. He was doing two separate annuities.
I'll show you what's been marked as 346 for purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize these documents.
Yes, sir. The first page is the check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $192,000, and that is on the loss of consortium case for the wife. And on the bottom, just like that $600,000 check that was voided, it indicates it was for fees. I guess the other writing on here is maybe from
I'm just
so
focused
the checks.
on the checks.
It's something to do with the way we recovered the checks.
All right.
The back page looks like an endorsement. Pay Bank of America deposit only. Looks like a signature, Bank of America.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking you to identify, see if you recognize those checks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize
All right, tell me the second check, just the amount and what that's for.
The second check is for $225,000 payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. It indicates on the bottom that it's for fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check that had been voided.
All right.
And then the third check is $375,000 check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And it indicates fees, and that would be the remainder of the rewrite of that $600,000 check initially written that was voided.
All right. And those second two were rewritten, why?
At Alex's request, he had indicated that he was putting the money into two different vehicles or annuities, and needed the checks written that way.
All right. What did you do with those checks after you, the 3 checks after you had finally cut them?
Obviously, I signed them, and at some point in time, I think Alex sent somebody up to my office to pick them up. I don't think I delivered them. Oftentimes, I put checks in the mail. Sometimes when they're larger, I either offer to have them picked up or delivered, and I think he had somebody come pick those up from my office.
Like a law firm runner or somebody like that?
Something like that, yes, sir. I don't even think I was in the office when they picked it up.
You've known Alex for a long time, right?
Since they're since the mid '80s, mid '80s, yes, sir.
Worked with him for a long time?
Many times.
Did his explanation to you about what he was going to do, did that raise any suspicions with you, to your friend that you've known for such a long time?
No, sir. It was different, but it didn't raise any red flags or suspicions to me that anything wrong was going on.
Because you trusted your friend, right?
Very much.
What was your perception of Alex's general wealth and success?
Thought he made a lot more money than I did. Always seemed to do well in his practice. All I ever heard is that he was one of the biggest producers in the firm. It's his family's name on the firm, but they acted like it was his name on the firm too. He and I handled big cases together. When I talked to the partners and other members of that firm, they were talking about big cases that they were handling with him. Felt like he did really well. And we never got into direct discussions about the amount of money he made or the amount of money I made. We talked about, sometimes business and sometimes money and sometimes things, but I always thought he made a lot of money.
Is that part of the reason why your suspicions didn't arise when you were asked to do this request by Alec?
I guess so. Not so much as just I'd never had any dealings with him that I'd had any reason to distrust what he was telling me. I mean, he was a partner in that firm. He had the authority, as far as I knew, to make decisions. If he'd have wanted to reduce the fee and take less, and it was payable to the firm, I wouldn't have questioned that. I didn't feel like he had to have his authority, his partner's approvals to make those type decisions.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 347 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. The first check is a check that was made in May of 2021, May 13th, to Peters, Parker, Murdaugh, Ellsworth, and Dietrich for $14,619.13. I don't think on the bottom it says anything, but this was a cost reimbursement check on one of those 2 cases. And then the second check is a check made payable on the same day, May 13th, for the same amount of money plus 1 cent, so for 14 cents. And it was a cost reimbursement in the other case. And that's made payable to the law firm also.
Who was your assistant or paralegal at this point in time?
Vicky. I mean, she's one of several, but Vicky is my primary paralegal.
At some point in May of 2021, did Vicky advise you of any inquiry coming from PMED about where these fees were?
No, she didn't advise me in May about any inquiry about where the fees were. She had received an email in May from Alex Paralegal, Annette, that said, hey, we got the cost check, but we don't have the fees. Where are the fees? And she replied to that email to Annette and said, your boss has already been paid the fees just like mine and the other lawyer. Vicky replied to that email. I didn't know about that email until all of this came out in September of what was going on. I didn't know about that reply email to Annette. Vicky did receive another email from Annette, and as I recall, it was a email that Annette had received from Jeannie Seckinger that Vicky did forward to me sometime towards the end of May. I think she had gotten it, but she was out on vacation for a couple of days, and when she got back, she forwarded it to me. And it was an email from Jeannie Seckinger that said something to the effect of Alec thought he was owed more cost in the case, had some questions about cost, and they were trying to get some information so they could determine if they were owed more cost. She did forward me that email.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 348 for the purposes of this hearing, states 348, and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. This looks like the email string where Jeannie Seckinger, the Chief Financial Officer at PMED, emailed Annette Griswold, which was Alec's primary paralegal. Basically says that Nicole, I don't even know who that is, brought them the expense check and that didn't match their records. Alec thinks he has more outstanding cost, but can't say what. And they want to see if they can get some information concerning expenses and disbursements. Looks like Annette forwarded that to my paralegal, Vicky, on May the 27th. Vicky was out. Looks like Annette asked her again on June the 2nd if she could get her some information. And Vicky replied to Annette that she didn't deal with some of the documentation they requested, and so she would forward it to me.
And what, that's June the 2nd, when?
2021, June 2nd.
June 2nd, 2021.
Yes, sir.
At this point in time, are Alec's fees still in your trust account?
No, sir. They were dispersed. The check was March. I don't know the exact date, but they were dispersed in 3 separate checks in March.
It's some time, June thereabouts, did you receive any call from Lee Cope?
I believe I had a conversation with Lee Cope. I was trying a case in Hampton the week before that, and I was in and out of their office. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. That would have been like the week of May the 24th or some of those days in there. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. He asked me if all the money had been dispersed in the Ferris case. And I told him that it had not been, that we had some liens outstanding, medical bills and liens outstanding, and we were holding money for some additional costs in case things came in. And he didn't ask me any further questions. He did not mention that there were any issues or concerns about fees.
After you received that call from Lee Cope, well, what did you tell Lee Cope?
I told him I'd have to check into it.
After that, did you reach out to the defendant?
I did.
And what was your conversation with him?
I reached out to Alec and I said, Alec, you know, hey, I mean, I don't know what all we talked about in that call, but at some point in time we talked about, I said, hey, I've got this email that's been forwarded to me by Vicky, where your firm is saying that you believe you're owed more cost. I put the cost down on the cost on the disbursement sheet that you had given me. But if you've got more cost, just figure out what it is and get it to me. We're holding some money to deal with some medical bills and liens. And with the client's consent, we were holding some money in case additional costs come in. Sometimes costs are slow coming in and that's normal. And if there's an issue, just let me know. He said, you know, I'll check on it, or there's not an issue, or I'll check on it. And I said, hey, this is the case that I dispersed the fees to you, you know, per your request. Is everything all right? And he said, yeah, I just got to make sure they know it's on the books the right way and that this is the case that we've already worked out, the put it on the books.
Did he tell you he had structured those fees and annuities as he had told you before?
Yeah, that he had put them in the annuities.
Put them in the annuities. Firm's going to make sure they're on the books.
As far as the firm was aware that these had been paid to him, that he was putting them into annuities, that they would credit him as already having been paid, and they would account for that whenever or however they split up money.
Just to be clear, those funds were not in your trust account. They were gone at that point.
Yes, sir. They've been gone since March or whenever those checks were cashed. after I wrote them in March.
$792,000.
Yes, sir.
For purposes of this hearing, I'm not going to go into the night when Maggie and Paul were killed, but just very quickly, you did have some texts and calls with Alec that night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were at the residence and responding as friends and family did in the aftermath of that event. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
After the few weeks after the murders, did you
I've got one.
you good? Next second.
Fine.
You good?
Fine. Yes, sir. I'm fine.
A few weeks after the murders, did you have another conversation with Alec, asking him if everything had been handled with the firm and those fees?
Yes, sir. I don't remember if it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks or what it was. I mean, everybody was destroyed. I don't think anybody was focusing on that. I know I wasn't, but at some point in time after that, I just said, hey, is everything all right with the, contact I got him with those fees? And he said it was.
At some point in mid-July 2021, over a month after the murders, did Alec call you up and ask you anything about these fees?
He did.
Tell me what the conversation with Alec was about these fees.
He contacted me and said that he was not able to structure the fees the way that he thought he was going to be able to do, that he had messed that up, and that the fees needed to be paid to the firm and they needed to go back through my trust account.
Okay. And what did you say at that point?
I didn't see anything that caused me any red flags or anything, and felt like if that's what had to be done, that the fees had to be paid to his firm and needed to go back through my trust account. He could send me the money and I could run it back through my trust account and then pay it to his firm.
So he's promising, he's saying, I will send you the money back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately receive any funds?
600,000 of the 792.
You only received 600,000?
Yes, sir.
And how did you receive that? Do you recall?
I think it came in 2 different wires, that either came on the same day or on back-to-back days.
Did one of those wires come from Palmetto State Bank for $350,000?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And that was on or about July 15th?
That sounds right. Yes, sir.
And the other was about $250,000 on July 16th, 2021?
I believe from Bank of America. Yes, sir.
That was only $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So you're short from what you'd already given to Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are you short?
$192,000.
$192,000.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alec about being short?
I did.
And what was your conversation with Alec?
He told me that he wasn't able to access the $192,000 immediately, that he had already put it into the annuity, but he couldn't do it the way he wanted to, but he couldn't access it because it would be penalized if it was withdrawn, and that he would get me the money.
So what did you do in response to what your friend told you to do, or told you about the reason why he was short $192,000?
I mean, at that point, I had an indication that I was supposed to have $792,000 in my trust account that was supposed to have been paid to his firm. I'm responsible for that trust account. I put $192,000 of my own money in that trust account to cover the shortfall.
Based on his representation that he'd get you back?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 349, states 349 for this in-camera hearing, and do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
This is an email that I sent to Alec at his request. He said he needed to be able to provide it to his firm so they'd know the money was being held. And it was dated July 19th of 2021. It says, Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the gentleman's case and $192,000 in the lady's case, which represent attorney's fees. I'll continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
You sent that email at that point in time. Did you receive any further inquiry at that point in time, at least, from the law firm saying, all right, go ahead and send us the 792?
Mr. Waters, I didn't hear anything else from the law firm at all until September the 3rd, 2021, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mr. Lee Cope called me. The first question he asked me was I still holding $792,000 in my firm? That seemed to be his first concern, and I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, we need to get that money paid to us. And then he told me that they had discovered a check that I think I remember him telling me that was from me to Alec in the firm, and that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money from the firm and from clients, and that he could not talk very long, and asked me not to say anything to anybody until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
Let me slow you down just real quick before we get there. At some point in time in August, did you attend any event or any conference where you saw Alec?
I did.
And what was that?
It's called South Carolina Association of Justice now. I still call it the Trial Lawyers Association. We have an annual convention in Hilton Head every August, the first weekend, and I usually attend and was there. And Alec was there.
Alec there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him at that conference about the $192,000 that when he was going to pay that back?
I believe I asked him about it, and he indicated he was working on it. Some discussion about his father's estate. His father had just passed, and there would be money coming from the estate, and then with Maggie's estate being tied up, also.
Did he say he might sell some property or something like that?
I think he did mention that he was working towards selling some property.
At this point in time, still with a couple of months after the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul, were you still very sensitive to your friend's emotional health and well-being?
Sure. I didn't push him.
Didn't push it?
No, sir.
Some point after that conference where you asked him about it, didn't want to push him, did you have another conversation with him about when that money might be paid?
I believe I did. Yes, sir.
It was states $350 for this hearing.
I do.
Tell me what that is.
It is a very rudimentary, handwritten, scratched out promissory note that I asked Alec to sign for me, which he did August 17th of 2021. Acknowledging that I had loaned him $192,000 that he would repay within 60 days, I think is what it says.
And tell me how the circumstances of how you came to get this essentially on a folded piece of paper. This is a copy of it, right?
It is, yes, sir.
All right, tell me about it, please.
That was more about, I wanted to get repaid my money as quickly as possible, but that was more about, I was concerned, just like everybody else, everybody in his firm and everybody in his family, that he was going to do something to himself, that he was going to kill himself. And I knew enough to know that that I couldn't make a claim against his estate if there wasn't something in writing. And so that was more, I went to him and said, Alec, look, I hate to even ask this, but I need to ask you to do this in case something happens to you. And I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something, but it was more about worried about what he might do. And I need to ask you to do this so that if there's a problem, I can deal with it. And he did. He didn't have a problem with it.
You already said this part, but at some point, a few weeks later, you get a call from Lee Cope asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
That hit you like a thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I mean, I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long. I didn't know how to react.
Did you try to get in touch with Alec?
I did. I mean, I couldn't do it immediately. I think I spoke to Lee for just a minute. He told me I needed to call him right back. I called him back. We talked for just a minute. He couldn't talk long. He said he had other things to take care of to deal with all of what was going on.
You remember what day this is?
September 3rd, Friday, 3:00 in the afternoon,
2021?
2021. Yes, sir.
You remember it like it was yesterday?
I'll tell you exactly where I was and who I was with.
Tell me more about what happened.
Finished up what I was doing with that group. I think I tried to call Alec, or I know I texted him. And I believe I tried to call also, and I couldn't get him.
Did you continue to try to contact him?
I did. I think he did respond maybe that afternoon later and said, I forget what it was. It was in a meeting or something. I'll call you back as soon as I can. But at some point in time, I kept trying to get him, and we did talk later.
What did you talk about? What day was that when you finally were able to talk to him?
I think I did speak to him that evening, this Friday, September the 3rd, by phone. I don't remember the exact of the conversation, but I said, look, Lee's called me and told me what's going on. What is going on? And he said, I really can't talk about it much right now. I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. And
So what happened next?
well, he said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way. And I started calling him and driving his direction. And eventually he called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Did you meet him there?
I did.
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
Probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning. Yes, sir.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did. I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I kind of waited out on the road, pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch and we talked on the front porch.
And what did he say to you?
I mean, the first thing I asked him is, Alec, what the F or what the H is going on here? What is going on? And have you done something else to me or that involves me that I don't know about? Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
And what did he say?
He broke down crying. Said I can't right this second. He went inside, came back out with some paper towels and told me that he had a drug problem, that he was addicted to opioids, and that he had been addicted for, I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but for 20 years or so.
Did he say anything about the money?
He told me that he had been stealing money.
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
Shit me up.
He said he shit you up?
Shit me up or shit me up or shit me off or something like that, but I think it was he'd shit me up.
And he said that he admitted to you he had been stealing client money?
Yes, sir.
So he confessed that to you, is that
He
correct?
said he had shit a lot of people up.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 313 in this in-camera hearing. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I think this is the original of that $225,000 fee check written in the gentleman's case directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
Is that your signature on it?
It is.
conversation in.
I don't remember exactly how it ended, Mr. Waters. I was so mad. I mean, I'd loved the guy for so long. And I probably still loved him a little bit, but I was so mad. And I don't remember how it ended. I left. I mean, I asked him, how did I not know these things or see these things, and we talked. He was concerned about me getting my $192,000 back. Seemed concerned. Told him I wasn't worried about that. At that point, I wanted to make sure there wasn't something else.
This is a little bit before lunch on September 4th.
Yes, sir.
You
But
eventually,
we didn't leave. I'm sure I yelled at the beginning or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left and I wasn't happy.
where'd you go after you left? You remember?
I rode through Hampton. Actually, through Hardee's and grabbed for lunch home and headed back to Columbia where I live.
That day, did you hear anything else about Alec?
I did.
About how long after you left Alec did you hear something?
I had stopped in my office in Bamberg or at the post office to pick something up. And I was somewhere between Bamberg and Columbia when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
And what were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on a helicopter going to the hospital in Savannah. And I think it was Savannah Hospital, but they said the hospital, but I believe they said Savannah Hospital.
What'd you do in response to that information?
What the devil's going on? I thought he tried to kill himself. I didn't think he was suicidal when I left, but when I heard that, I thought he tried to kill himself.
Did you go to the scene or did you return back home?
I went back home.
Did you try to reach out to Alec after that?
I did not. I talked to his brother, Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day. But by that time, frankly, all this had, for lack of a better term, blown up to where I didn't think I'd be able to talk to Alec. And I don't know that I wanted to.
Have you had a conversation with him since?
I have not spoken to him since that morning at Alameda.
Have you had any other communication with him?
He's texted me once or twice, to which I've responded something very generic, like I'm thinking about your family. And I think he may have written a letter, some short letter that frankly I turned over to my lawyers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is one of the texts that I received from Alec and my response.
Is that a number you previously had recognized being Alex?
I don't know if I'd ever seen that number before, but it's not the normal cell phone number that I would have used to contact him or he to contact me. I mean, sometimes he'd tell me he was calling me from the phone in his car, the number I didn't recognize.
Screen there.
Yes, sir.
Does it say, "So sorry for all the havoc I created for you. I'd do anything to make it right"?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's all the questions for this in-camera hearing, Your Honor.
By the defense.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson. Take care. How many more witnesses do you anticipate on this
There's a lot of moving parts, Your Honor. I do have a law firm witness that I would like to call on this particular matter, one of the partners. We have the Satterfield matter. There is a confession of judgment, but we can present testimony on that as well. And we have a bank witness to establish the financial condition of Alec at the time these murders happened, which was he was burning through cash like crazy. He was out of options. The $792,000 was gone in no time at all. And I think the evidence is very compelling that for an extended period of time, he had been living in a velocity of money that is really quite stunning. And he constantly had to achieve more money to avoid the reckoning that was happening. I'm sorry. And so it will show on that particular day that on June 7th, 2021, when he's being asked about these Ferris fees, the financial condition is not good. There's not that money there. He's extremely leveraged in the debt that he has, and it will be part of a history where he is forced to do all these things that we've been showing through Ms. Seckinger to stay afloat and to stay one step ahead. And for the jury to understand the reality of what he was facing, they have to understand the extent of what is being potentially exposed. They have to understand why he would be doing these things and why he was out of time. This is not the kind of case where, and I don't know if you want legal argument at this point, but.
Well, I asked the question.
Yes, sir.
I guess this is still your answer. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. So anyway, this is the kind of case where, for example, he mentions the Boat case out of the gate. The Boat case, the hearing was going to be that week. We will establish evidence that the hearing was to get access or get identification of his accounts. Once that happens, that he would be unable, there would be not long before what had been going on would be exposed. And what we're talking about, and this is really how it's different from some of the other res geste and other cases that you're looking at, is it's really about the fear of what is about to be exposed. And what we're talking about, again, is a decade of malfeasance and misappropriation that ultimately would result in the charges that it's resulted in, as well as loss of his livelihood and loss of his law degree. And that's the real fear that was there. And when we look at June 7th in particular, at that point in time, he's out of options. We've heard from Ms. Seckinger that in the past, if he'd been able to pay that money or repay that money, then he could always kick that can down the road. But on this particular day, the state believes we have evidence, and we believe it's a reasonable inference from those evidence that he was out of options. But for the jury to really understand what's going on, they have to understand the full picture of what this man has been doing and what he's been trying to hide. And frankly, what he was able to successfully hide in the wake of these murders. The bank witnesses will also establish, relevant specifically to this particular witness and the events that you've heard about, is that one of the first things that Mr. Murdaugh did, business related, was to secure $600,000. He got a loan from PSB banks. They just wired the money. Russell Lafitte wired the money, $350. He borrowed $250,000 from another person, and that's the $600 that he gave to Chris, that he used to talk Chris into telling PMED that all $792 were back in the account. And so again, that's one of the first things he did to stave off the inquiry that very morning, 6/7/21, was to get that money in there, and it did. It staved off the inquiry. The fact that Ms. Seckinger, there have been a number of things that have been occurring over a while, ultimately turned her attention back to Alec. It doesn't change the fact that it did effectively delay that time period and delay the ultimate detection of that. And he was able to put that money in, much as he was able to do when he stole $125,000 from his brother, or he used the firm credit card, or what we see throughout this, throughout the extent of his financial matters. So the bank witness ultimately will establish two things. Number one, his financial condition at the time, and number two, his efforts in the wake of the murders to secure that additional money so that he could get enough back to Chris Wilson to talk him into telling the law firm that there was nothing to see here, that everything was okay. And frankly, it worked until two things happened. Number one, Ms. Seckinger started to look back at the Hirschberg matter. And then more importantly, and we have another law firm witness. I don't know the check's up on the screen. Stand by for me, Your Honor. That found this check right here, this very one, in his office right around that same time in early September. And at that point in time, they knew that he had been lying to them about these particular fees. And that's what caused everything to unravel. And then, just like we see, Your Honor, with what happened on June 7th, 2021, within a short period of time, the side of the road happens. And Alec immediately claims that he was the victim of a horrible attack, and everyone immediately assumes that the bad guys are back. There's a symmetry, Your Honor, between what happens on the side of the road and what happens on June 7th, because when the hounds are at the door, when Hannibal's at the gates for Alex Murdaugh, violence happens. And the same thing happened on the side of the road that happened on June 7th. And for this jury to understand the real picture of this man, that I will remind Your Honor, I know you're well aware of, that they have already repeatedly put into issue his character and what a loving father he was and all the rest of it, understand what this man was hiding. And he was hiding something we have never seen before. And the pressures of that are important for the jury to understand why this man might do that.
Mr. Griffin, any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to respond. What you've heard thus far today does not establish that Hannibal's at the gate in any form or fashion. What you heard from Ms. Seckinger, is that what's the language she used? Hang on, I've got it right here. Quote, there's a history of trust and brotherhood in that firm, and that some similar events have happened in the past where Alec had been overdrawn with the firm through loan checks or expense checks, and that eventually the money gets paid back and everyone goes about their merry way. I mean that is basically what she testified to, Your Honor. And the sort of concept that Alec committed murders to cause a delay in the firm investigating this diversion of fees was debunked by her own testimony, where she said, number one, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was going back in the hospital to die, and that I stopped in my tracks and I became a friend and stopped looking, and that that's what stopped her conversation, and that's what stopped her inquiry on June the 7th by her own testimony. And then you go forward, and then she says she passed it off to Lee Cope, and then Lee Cope kept following up, and he communicated with Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson sent an email. Alec had gotten money back into the account, and frankly, Your Honor, if this plays out as we attach to our response, the draft transcript from the trial testimony in Russell Lafitte's case, that Mr. Murdaugh had in progress at Palmetto State Bank a loan application to get refinancing, and that Maggie's murder stopped and delayed that. And it had the complete opposite effect. He wasn't at the end of his rope. The murder of Maggie, if we have to play out this, the murder of Maggie actually caused a delay in the refinancing of the getting a loan. So those are the facts, and how murdering Maggie Murdaugh and murdering Paul Murdaugh eased his financial stress. It didn't. There's no financial gain, as we said. There's no life insurance. There's nothing to be gained by it. And so there's no logical connection from his, disastrous financial house and potentially having to be answer to financial misconduct within the firm, losing his law license, being criminally prosecuted first. And so and it's all just a theory. There's no facts. It's all just a theory. But the theory is the best way out is for him to murder his wife and son and put himself bullseye in that circle that you heard about in the testimony of this case, and that he is the prime suspect number one because he's the father, he's the husband, he finds the bodies, they show up, and he's holding a shotgun. He does that to get out from under scrutiny of a $700,000 diversion of fees with a history of trust and brotherhood in that law firm. Your Honor, there is no logical connection whatsoever, and it does not lead to evidence of motive. And we can have more testimony, but frankly, Your Honor, it doesn't meet. And then if we go into 403 and unfair prejudice, I mean, you heard a lot of unfair prejudice here, but the undue delay, confusion of the issues to the jury, I mean, they've got a whole lot more evidence about financial misconduct than they have about a murder and evidence of guilt in the murder case. And that's what this is all about.
With regard to the list of other witnesses that Mr. Waters indicates that the state has, for purposes of the court being able to do an analysis as to whether there's clear and convincing evidence, you have indicated with regard to some of the witnesses, some of the files, you do not or did not contest them. But if you have a few employees from the law firm, including Lee Cope, Mr. Murdaugh's secretary or administrative assistant, excluding someone from the bank. Who's the other person you mentioned?
Well, we have also the Satterfield, which of course we have a confession of judgment for purposes of this hearing, that might be sufficient for your court's analysis, although the circumstances I think are very relevant. And then with the boat case, the one thing I want to add, and that would be Mark Tinsley in the boat case, is to understand the context of the boat case and understand how this all relates to everything. Is not only was the discovery there, being sought by Mr. Tinsley, but there will be testimony. And again, this is all in transcripts, which they have. And I don't know, I've talked with the defense about, obviously they don't have to concede and they'll be able to cross and all the rest of it. But, it is in transcripts. They've had a chance to review it, whether or not that's sufficient, at least for an in-camera determination. But one of the things that Mark Tinsley will say was the very aggressive posture which they were taking in the boat case, which meant that Alex Murdaugh was not a defendant of convenience, that the goal of the litigation, at least as it related to him, was a personal recovery. And that is why he was proceeding so aggressively in that particular case. Mark Tinsley will also say that, and we'll talk about how that litigation was going, but we'll also say that after the crimes of June 7th, 2021, that landscape completely changed. This was an extremely significant liability, and the testimony will be that that aggressive posture, seeking a personal recovery from Alex Murdaugh, actually of $10 million, that they weren't coming off that, and that was the manner in which that litigation was going. Once the murders happened, that was done, and Mr. Tinsley will testify to that, at least the posture that they were taking.
Well, the court has heard sufficient amount of received sufficient amount of evidence to make a determination regarding clear and convincing evidence involving the law firm, and do not need to hear from Mr. Cope or the other witness, what's her name? Ms. Griswold, in order to make that determination of there being clear and convincing evidence. With regard to Satterfield, you do have a confession of judgment, which the court has not seen or reviewed. With regard to the boat case, there's been no testimony in the record regarding the impact of that on Mr. Murdaugh's state of mind or the like. So Mr. Tinsley, particularly considering the representations by counsel that the plaintiffs in that case were just seeking a financial statement, basically. And so the court can hear from Mr. Tinsley, review the confession of judgment, then hear arguments from the parties once again regarding the admissibility of all of this as relates to these other bad acts or bad acts, and also the limitation on this, if any.
Yes, sir. 2 matters right now. I do have the confession of judgment, which I can mark, as well as the disbarment.
I don't believe the rules require a full-blown trial on these matters for the court to make a determination of clear and convincing evidence.
I do have two issues. It would be, of course, we have the bank witnesses to establish that financial condition. And there's that.
The bank witnesses also included. I overlooked mentioning the bank witness.
I do have and that we can definitely do that in the morning. I do have a problem, unfortunately, that Mr. Tinsley's not available in the morning, but can be here first thing Monday morning, Your Honor. We can handle the bank witnesses in the morning.
All right.
And again, we do have a transcript.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we have filed a separate motion with the court on the admissibility of essentially Mr. Tinsley's testimony for any consideration by the court, because he's giving, a legal opinion. It's a judicial decision. It's not Mr. Tinsley's decision. And we've submitted that to the court. So we don't think anything Mr. Tinsley has to say would be relevant. We'd be prepared to argue that tomorrow or tonight, if you'd like.
Well, I haven't received that motion.
Here's a clocked in copy.
When was it clocked in?
January 24th, 2023.
January 24th. Last two. What was that? Last two?
Seems like yesterday.
That was last week.
I did see that. I didn't realize that was pertaining to Mr. Tinsley.
Yes.
Well, we'll address Mr. Tinsley's issue, and Mr. Tinsley is available. I cannot conclude based on argument that his testimony will only be relate to a question of law. So we'll defer anything, any presentation until Mr. Tinsley is available, and then we can press on with the other witnesses tomorrow morning before the jury gets here at 11:30. We'll start at 9:30. Hopefully that 2-hour window will be sufficient with a break in there somewhere. Regarding the Satterfield matter, what's the defense's position on that?
Your Honor, we agree that they have a confession of judgment. We agree that there's an order disbarring him for that conduct, and they concluded that confession of judgment It has a disclaimer. Well, anyway, the Supreme Court concluded that is an admission. So for purposes of disbarment, and I'd be hard pressed to argue against that satisfying, clear and convincing standard. That's all.
And what year was that? The wrongful conduct.
Well, yeah, well, the Satterfield matter, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was quite some time ago.
2019, 20, no, 20.
Satterfield issue separately. Aside from the court determining just the issues in general regarding whether or not this testimony should be admitted on motive, identity, common scheme, race geste. There's a separate issue regarding remoteness. And of course, I know the state believes that this is a thread that's woven through all of one thing to the other that culminates in the conduct on June 7th. We'll hear arguments on that later.
Not to belabor the point, the additional ground would be consciousness of guilt, which is a basis for admissibility. And again, that's kind of what we're talking about. I mean, that goes under 404, but this law is long. Guilt is fear of detection is a basis for it.
Submitted something on that?
I'll get you some additional cases on that, Your Honor. We'll have that for you by tomorrow.
All right.
Not sure what act he is going under the consciousness of guilt prong to the extent it exists. I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know either. We'll see.
Well, again, he's trying to avoid facing life without parole and the loss of his livelihood. And for the jury to understand that, it's more than just $792,000. It's this time period. And that is really the issue, is avoiding that detection.
Okay, well, we've done enough on this day. We'll resume at 9:30.
Well, it looks like court is adjourned. I'm going to leave it up so we can see what's going on until they block the feed. And also, just in case anything else gets said, I doubt anything else is going to get said because there is no jury right now. So we're not just waiting for them to leave. Judge Newman is done for the day, and I don't blame him. Yes. Pete says that Mr. Tinsley is suing Alex Murdaugh. Yes, he's a lawyer. Some misconduct there. Maybe he's one of the partners. I have to check. I think it was enough bet, but like they want to hear more. Here's the problem. The way Creighton Waters, the way I see it, Creighton Waters is actually putting the case out, not only as motive, but state of mind. And he's trying to say it was more than just finding out that little bit of money. That's not a big deal, that there was more coming down. He should be also talking about his drug addiction discovery and all of this that he's admitting to his friend down the line. But he's not mentioning any of that. They're staying away from that for some reason right now. I'm not sure. Oh. And so I'm not sure, but either way, it does look like the courtroom is going to be emptying now, and that the it does look like the courtroom is emptying, and everybody's going to be coming back tomorrow. They'll be coming back tomorrow, but right now it looks like that's it for today. So I really don't have anything else to say because I was looking for testimony about June 7th, the actual event. I wanted to hear what those calls were from Alex Murdaugh and Chris Wilson, but we didn't. Now, I saw in the alibi statement that he said he spoke with Chris Wilson. What did they talk about? They were still talking that week about getting the money back and forth, but nothing is said about the actual day. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But anyway, everyone's free to join me again tomorrow. I'll be putting up the stream. We'll start again at 9:15, have a little chat before they get going at 9:30. There will be 2 hours of Judge Newman listening to 404B testimony from Creighton Waters witnesses in regards to trying to convince the judge that this is motive. This is a state of mind of Alex Murdaugh that he's presenting to try to get all of this in front of the jury. Tinsley had something to do with Mallory Beach. I'll look it up. But if so, that case is settled. So, what? Not for Alex though. They're still going after Alex Murdaugh, so we'll have to see. But I'll look it up. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Don't forget to do the YouTube things. Don't forget to like, share, comment. It all helps. A comment here and there. Thank you, Beck. Thanks for joining me for lunch. Thank you always. Thank you, everybody in the chat, all of my mods for making this easy for me. And there he goes. He's leaving the courtroom. Nothing on the chairs today. Yeah, and that's it. And I think they'll be ending the feed quite shortly now. For that, I think I'm going to bring it down. There we go. We go to the clock. That's our timeout. Went a little longer today. So everybody, have a good night. And I will see you all in the morning.